เกับถึงโดนั่งรอหมาล่าอยู่หน้าคอนโดนั่งรอหมาล่าอยู่หน้าคอนโดบ้านเดี๋ยวนะเลือกเขา advanced setting advanced setting start with UC แป๊บนึงขอ EWC CS เดี๋ยวมันยื่นรอบเดียวก็ได้หมดเลยไม่ใช่หรอใช่ปะมันยื่นหลายเกมก็ได้นี่หว่าทำไมตอนนั้นไม่ยื่นทีเดียวไปเลยวะ โอ้ยเอาดีดิสเหรอไม่ได้อยู่ครับผมอ๋อต้องอยู่ในดิสด้วยเหรอโค้ดทีเลติกยังไม่เสร็จเลยเนี่ยอืมเป็นไปได้2 คูณ 202คู่เลยอ๋อเราจะได้เป็น Clean Feed เหรอตอนพากย์คือมันจะให้เราเข้า Discord ไปใช่ไหม
guys.
We should, yeah.
But how do we get into this one? Because Neil, you were watching, I presume,
In preparation for
Pacific
today.
versus
รอ
Flying
ติดม
Fox.
หาลัยก่อนเฮ้ย
I think we can take a look back.
ขอได้มหาลัยที่ต้องการนะ
particular
น้อง
round,
บอม
but I
ลิง
think
ที่ไหนไว้ครับ
Richman will never forget.
ยังอยู่ป่ะเมื่อกี้
shall we
พี่ไป
say.
ทำเรื่องขอดู
You might remember
เคาน์เตอ
this
ร์มา
one split,
เพิ่ง
Neil.
เสร็จ
Oh, we can hear it. We can't see it.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't see it, but I can hear it.
โอ้โหถ้าเมื่อกี้ได้ดู BC รอยทียังไม่จบเลยนะ
He's reloading. He's got another shot off. He's got that kill.
Why is it always Mitch and Tom on split with Pacific playing?
But that's the best
Like,
thing.
why is it always?
Look at this, look at this.
Why would you show me that? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this forward. Really far away. He's just spinning around. Move out of his way. And then no, not from Cupid's perspective, please.
เท่านั้นแบบ
Please,
They've done him dirty there.
I bet that was Andy, but I am so happy that it was Mitch and Tom. You can tell how crazy it was because Tom actually started singing it. Like we've heard Mitch losing it before. But yeah, we didn't want to fully talk about that best of 3. We thought that one round was just enough.
Was just enough. Neil, how has that round impacted your preparation with Team Heretics for today?
Not so much. I'm just hoping that we don't replicate it. That's all I'll say. Yeah.
If any
We
of your-
forget about those ones. You know, it happens to the best of us sometimes.
It can. I was about to say, if any of your players were to replicate that, who would that be? But I would not want you to throw any of your
I
players.
don't think honestly, I do not think any of his players can replicate that.
Exactly. And
No.
how could they?
Benji,
when-
100%. It'd be Benji.
Well, it definitely wouldn't be Rian's, and we've got to be excited today. You've got to be excited about this one, Neil, because we know what Rian's is like when he goes up against Turkish teams, Billy.
Oh, it's not just that. The results that Team Heretics have been able to have throughout this, let's not forget there's been 2 13-0 maps in there as well. How much of a confidence booster, I guess, is that for you, Neil, coming into this play-ins bracket, knowing that you've been able to 13-0 teams so far this stage?
Yeah, I think for me, it's just example
วันนี้
of how
ฮี
good
เล
we
ติก
can
ครับ
be when we. It's the most cliche thing, right? But most coaches will say it, but
Heretic สุด
I
ใจวัน
genuinely
นี้
believe when we are at our best, that's what will happen. And especially when you've got someone as good as Enes. I mean, all the guys in our team are world-class players. And if we're playing like that, we're unstoppable. And I think I'm just happy that we managed to get 2 13-0s after having also some inconsistent periods ourselves. So
But does that not feed also into the inconsistency? I feel like your highs are the highest, literally 13-0 in 2 teams. But then at the lowest, it looks like you guys don't really turn up.
Yeah, it's like it's something that we've been working on a lot. Something that we've had at the start of the roster, even from 24. And I think it's something we've put a lot of focus on in the last couple of months. And honestly, it's crazy. Like we do a lot of work on it, but sometimes I've called it like a switch. Honestly, there's a switch in these guys' heads. If they flick it on, they're unbeatable. And if they just believe in themselves and have the confidence to play with the freedom that they have and that they should express in themselves, they'll dominate everyone, you know. But this game is such a, it's all about your mental when you get to this level, because everyone's so individually skilled, and the mental aspect of it is just so overwhelming sometimes.
M8 ป่ะ
Neil, what do you
M8
think it is
2-1
that turns the switch off?
M8 ชุดใหม่ครับไม่โคตรแน่น
I think it's pressure, a lot of pressure from obviously the fans, the community,
รอดู
where
เลย
we
M8
are.
นะ
We expect ourselves as well. We put a lot of pressure on ourselves because we want to be the best. And
ไฮเบอร์
I think that's pretty much what it is. It comes down to pressure, and if we handle the pressure well, we don't even care about it, you know. But it's a lot easier said than done. Just ignore it, you know. It's not that easy.
So, for the map veto today, do you feed that to Weber and then you have to trust him to get the veto right?
No, we do the map veto as a team. We've always done it since 2024. Every single player gets to have an input on how we do the veto, and it's never changed since. So, yeah, it's the same process as always. We do it as a team. We choose as a team.
ไปเล่นกับสแต็กที่ T1 ป่ะ
And
we go that way.
as you're the higher seed, you got to choose whether you're the A or B team. What did you choose?
Do you know?
We went Team B, if I remember. Honestly, like I haven't even checked my phone. I think we went Team B.
Yeah,
I assume we went Team
you
B.
You did. You
Yeah.
went Team B, you bounced split, so up until then, everything is just as normal. You decided to go to Sunset, but first we're going to jump into Summit. We saw Fireflux play in it the other day. They definitely did know, or at least it looked like they knew how to defend. I want to take this opportunity because, of course, we do not get to talk to coaches right before we go into the game. How much of a surprise is this, or did you kind of expect it?
It's not a surprise at all. I think they played really well on Summit the other day. We expected them to pick it. I think we'd only had 2 or 3 scrims on it before we played Fnatic, so you know we learned a lot from that game against Fnatic. I'm glad that we managed to bring it back and win.
สักหน่อยครับโบ
We also managed to fix a lot of stuff from that game. So yeah, it's expected, and I'm excited to see it.
I want to ask about the defense then here, Neil, because obviously you guys have picked the defense starting here, and that was the side that was kind of needing improvement. Can you give us any like tidbits before we get into it on what you've been working on the past week to kind of improve that?
You can't go into too much detail because you're listening. Not as proactive as we should have been, and we done a lot of work on the defense side of things. So I think it's a good choice to go defense and try start off the right way this time.
And do you think proactivity is particularly important against a team like Fireflux Esports? I mean, we saw them the other day. They're very keen to shoot you.
Yeah, 100%. Being proactive, I think the worst thing you can do against a team like this is sitting behind the line and inviting pressure on yourselves. So, not saying we're going to run at them, but we need to take the fights to them and respect them, but in the right way.
And we'll be getting into Agent Select after the fist bump moment, but were you looking at the compositions during your prep for this week and rethinking any of those? Just a little tease?
You might see some. You might see some surprises, but again, we didn't have too many days preparation, so we've not gone crazy. But yeah, you might see something.
Sunset maybe. Sunset maybe is what I'm thinking, because I think we saw Woot on the
I don't
KO.
know.
doesn't know.
Maybe. Okay.
I have no idea. Listen, I've been in operation the whole week. Like I don't know.
How are you, by the way? How's the recovery going? We haven't asked you. That's her.
Yeah.
Sorry, Neil.
All good.
How are you?
All good. Honestly, really good. Yeah.
คือหมด
really
วัน
good.
นี้แล้ว
I was
ใช่ไหม
looking at the camera
อีส
before
ปอร์ต
as
รอ
well,
บแร
like,
กอ่ะ ยัง
I
อยู่
can't
ป่ะ
show you like below because I have a brace on and only boxer shorts. So
And it's a family show,
I'm just
but
hoping
yes.
the camera doesn't fall. Yeah, of course. PG. But it's fine. It's doing good.
Good.
Doing good.
We're very glad to hear it. Predictions-wise, we have added Neil today. Neil, I can't believe it. You're saying Team Heretics. Talk us through this prediction.
หมดวันนี้ใช่ไหม
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I got asked to vote, but honestly, I would have voted Heretics anyway. So yeah, I believe in us, and
production read your
I'm
mind.
excited.
Wait, you say that. I want to know why you
ก็
went
ของ
for
จริง
Fireflux.
เริ่มอีก3 วันถูกต้องไหม
My logic is I'm going for all the challengers teams every time they face up against a tier 1 team. So sorry, Neil. I still believe in you
May
guys. I
dan
still
chon
think
Valo.
you're great, but that's my thinking.
Yeah. Billy is
All good.
the queen of the challenges, and she's been representing them all week. So
แต่วันนี้มันโคตรน่า
I'm
ดู
gonna
อ่ะ
be in her corner here, Nilzinho. We tried to persuade her otherwise, but let's see if she's correct or you are, Neil, because we are ready to head into this matchup between Team Heretics and Fireflux Esports.
พี่เปิ้ลแม่งเอาแน่เลยว่ะแม่งยิงไปเกือบ40 ตัวได้30 ตัวเมื่อกี้
On split, Fireflux able to punish every out of position mistake from Pacific, but we're not going to see that from Team Heretics today, Billy.
Yeah, for sure. I think I want to pick into Neil's brain whilst we still have him here as well, though. We're on the Yoru. When did this kind of discussion come into place, and why was that decision made?
Why should we be thankful?
I think after it got the slight buff, I really liked it, and you know I wanted to try it on certain other maps as well, but we didn't really have the time. So when Summit came in, we played around with it a little bit. What's really good on Yoru as well. So yeah, it was just kind of like a natural. We played it. We didn't have much time to try different comps, and he loved it, so we stuck with it.
He loved it. He's very good. We're very happy that he's on the Euro. I do want to ask you about the Sunset pick, because of course it's not weird that you guys feel comfortable on Sunset, but what about the question mark on the other side? How do you navigate through that?
Yeah, I think we've just focused on ourselves really for this match. I think Fireflux are a really strong team. We've put a lot of work into Sunset, so we're not going to focus too much on them. They've not played at a crazy amount, so yeah, we focus on ourselves and we're just going to see what happens.
Looking at the side of Fireflux, right, when you're saying that you are playing your own game, is it quite difficult to be watching from home if you stop playing your game?
Oh yeah, horrible. Like,
do,
really
you
horrible.
do you have this kind of moments where you want to like ask for a timeout and you're like, why you're not doing this?
Oh, honestly, I've had to move like anything by my bed that's throwable at the TV sometimes. So like,
Wait, where do
I have
you throw
just
that?
soft object. Anything like my phone, I don't know, headset,
Well,
crotches at this point. I don't know.
Well, luckily our players are safe from Neil's phone being thrown because they're relaxing in their Razer chairs, and we can see the agent select on screen, and we have Neil to actually talk us through it. So, looking changes-wise, you haven't actually made any.
No.
Yeah.
So where are we going
Yeah,
to see
not
the
on,
changes? yeah. So just in case I
Yeah.
can read my
I'll cover
notes.
them out, yeah? Okay, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I said, we didn't really have time to change comps or anything, and we spent a lot of time VOD viewing the Fnatic official. We had a couple more scrims on it, so it was mostly just like the macro and the micro.
พี่ได้ติด
We
ทองทุน
changed.
ครับ
We were playing way too
นะยังเลย
passive, we were sitting way too much behind the line, we didn't fight middle enough, so
บาตัวแนก
those
ไหว
are the
หมด
kind
Who
อ่ะ
are you sending
changes
middle?
that we want to make. Oh yeah, see.
อันนี้มันเจอรุ่นพี่ทีมชาติตุรกีเลยครับผม มาซาโกะ
One mid, you know.
Fireflux
เฮ้ย
It could be wood, it could be
แมปวิน100 แมปพลิก100 มาเจอกัน
today, Neil. What do you think of this comp?
เพราะฉะนั้นจะมีแค่
Yeah,
หนึ่ง
I think
เดียว
it's
ที่
hard
จะเป็น
to play
100
against,
ต่อไป
Chamber. We obviously like on other maps too. The
Oh,
Chamber's
okay.
good. I think it's also double controller is probably like the way most teams are going. So it's not something that
ใน
we're
เพจ
not
เดี๋ยวพี่ไป
expecting.
ดู
And obviously the fade is nice as well. So it's a good comp overall. I like
Neil,
it.
I know you've mentioned that you're gonna kind of like focus on your own game throughout this match, but I want to ask you about prepping for this map against
Like that?
Fireflux
Oh.
specifically, because they had only played 3 rounds
My
on
dad,
the
my dad.
attack. So how do you kind of shut down Dead Ink on the chamber?
Yeah, so when it comes down to prep, we usually
แมตช์
split
นี้
it
มันศักดิ์ศรี
between
ครับ
me, Weber, and Boo.
Me,
and
Leo.
Boo took this one. But if you only have kind of 3 rounds to go by, like you said, you just have to kind of go into the theoretical ways of dealing with Chamber, and there's only so much you can do on Chamber, you know? So everything is quite predictable. It's just one of those things that it doesn't matter if you know what's going to happen, it's still Chamber, and if you still hit those shots and get away, it's really difficult to punish sometimes. So we are aware of everything that the Chamber can do. We've played against a lot of them in practice, so yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary.
Well, Neil, thank you so much for joining us on the desk
We hope
today.
to see you soon, Neil.
Yeah, once a shagger, always
Thank
a
you.
shagger. Let's head over to another couple of my favourite shaggers in the casting booth. It's Tom Biz and Mitch Mann.
Now that's a clip I didn't think I'd ever have. Thank you very much, Frankie, and the whole desk, including Hal 9000. Great to see him back.
I can't believe we got the voice actor for KO on the broadcast. Like, that's unbelievable. I'm so excited to have him here today. But
ขอเป็นเปอร์เซ็นต์
it's good to see Neil. Obviously, we haven't had
I
him
love
around. Haven't had him around in a while.
ฮิเลติก 200%
Did
ผม
we
กด
get
5
for
ด
the
วงแล้ว
cast?
21 ตัว
I'm a
นึ
bit
ง
sad that the desk got him,
Yeah,
but
it's kind of-
we had his
รีพอร์ตแล้วก็
first
รีพอร์ต
on the
รีพอร์ต
TriCast, but, you know,
รีพอร์ตมันใหญ่
it's
จุด
been a little while. And now, well, hopefully.
เฮ้ยสวัสดีนะเมื่อกี้
you
ลืม
have a
เปิด
good day
ไอ้แท็บ
watching
ซูมขึ้นมา
his
นะ
team
สวัสดี
play,
อาร์
because
นะสวัสดี
Heretics,
ต้านะครับ
they've been very up and down, Mitch. They've had a couple of 13
ให้ฮิเลติกนะ
zeros,
ให้ฮิเลติก
and then a couple of games where you're kind of questioning if they're the same squad that had the 13 zeros. And we're going straight in with a summit, a map where
เหมือนเดิมนะครับ ใครเข้ามา
we've
นะครับ
seen
ฝากเปิดซูมอีกแท็บด้วยนะครับ ฝากด้วยนะ
play this map. I don't want to say even close
ตัวแรก
to
ค่อนข้าง
perfectly.
น้อยหน่อยวันนี้
It's
ฝาก
been
ด้วย
quite
ฝากด้วย
messy here in EMEA.
พิมพ์ไม่ให้เรา
Blue is going to start things off well. Kachao is already
แล้ว
gone.
มา 2 ครับ พี่บูครับ พี่ใหญ่
Taking them across the finish line with 2. Damage done.
จะมาซิ่งเหมือนเดิมไม่ได้นะเว้ยไฟฟัก
Miles behind for Team Heretics. Well, they've
ทีเอส
moved
มี
up
ไซเฟอร์
towards
นะครับ
this A site. They've got
เล่น
their
พวด
eyes
ไม่ได้
on
นะ
leading the charge with that early fight, but soon they're going to realize there's not much going on. Cypher trip up there inside A main hasn't been touched just yet. Although no one's coming to help Benji. Finally, he's spotted a bit of shoulder.
แต่นี่ถือว่าเซอร์ไพรส์นะ
Back and yet
เบน
still
จี้
a
ไม่
nice-
เอากล้องอยู่บีติดแท็บเอเนี่ย
No one's coming to help. My boy's all alone to hold off against this barrage, and so he's just going to leave that site, looking to group up with the boys later on. Retake as 5 with the damage.
หลายเดอร์
done
คอนแทค
smash.
มา
They're already so far
บี
ahead.
อัพ
But that's why Fireflux don't go to the site. Instead, they're trying to find an advantage, trying
Ui,
to pull this back in
Bandit.
their favor.
Oh!
HP. It was Batu who was low, but Benji's wasting no time, leaving Hezekiah alone, and it's an easy cleanup.
เป็นไง
A great start on their opponent's matches.
เราจะผิดหวัง
Both these teams play this map
2-0 easy peasy
came through for Heretics, but this is the interesting thing. We were really impressed, obviously, with how we saw the side of Fireflux come in their initial match versus Pacific. I don't think anybody was blown away by the fact they were able to win that game, mainly because we were quite low on their opposition.
Good job, guys.
Obviously,
One way to put it.
breaking the record for the most losses ever in a row in VCT.
Yeah.
The thing that worries me today is this is Team Heretics, and more importantly, this is Rien's versus a Turkish squad. And although he didn't have to do anything in the last round, Rien's famously, much to his dismay, is very good at obliterating Turkish
ไม่ปิด
teams.
กลางด้วย
And it started out as a joke,
Sila.
a funny observation, but it has gotten a little bit ridiculous as time's gone on. The consistency at which he shows up. But this season has been a big one for him in
Oi.
general towards these last couple games. Following up into looked like a little bit of danger.
อุ๊ยอ้าวชิบหายละ
It was danger for Koshmaris. Not bad to at least find one
Guardian
target
tộc.
picked up for Kachao. This round shouldn't be all too scary for Heretics at all. They've got 4 rifles coming in, and they had. Obviously, that Guardian's gone into enemy hands, leaving Rien's on a pistol. Anything else they lose from this point?
คือตอนนี้ทีเอฟมันกำลัง
Price
กลับ
tag
มาเว้ย
added to a round that should have been for free.
ถ้าไปเช็คฟอร์มพอรอบใกล้ๆเข้าเพย์อินอะ
And they've got the A site.
30 seconds left.
โค้ดผ่านไส้ติ่งครับ
Additional
อีเซีย
for Reezy onto that Viper's pit.
Spike planted.
Obviously, he's the man without any form of weaponry, so it's also just the safest, but a quick flood back. Finding an additional man in the walk-up is
อื้อหือ
being
ตายนะ
I think it will only be the sniper that's gone, and then they should be able to retrieve any other weaponry into the hand of Rians at the end. So they're going to keep the majority of the rifles at least. It's not too bad around for Team Heretics and for Fireflux. It's
พูด
at least
เอ็นวัตติกพอจะมีสิทธิ์กับโอ้โหยากเลยครับ มันไปไกลมากเลยพวกตัวเนี้ยเฮ้ยใครที่ดูในบ้านแดงนะครับฝากกดไลค์ด้วยนะฝากกดไลค์ด้วย
Obviously, they had a lot of momentum when they played in their last match. I think they pretty much dumpstered Pacific. I'm a little bit more wary that if Heretics get going, well, we've already seen it. They are a team that has multiple 13-0s in the last few weeks, so you don't want to allow them that level of momentum.
Yeah, moving into round 3 for Heretics. So far, I've liked what I've seen on the defensive side. A passive approach when they've got the advantages. In the early round here, though, they're looking to claim them. Big fight towards B main, and it gives Kosh
แลกกันไปคนละหนึ่ง
quick trade back. Not too much pressure on Fireflux. That said, though, in a round like this, considering the weaponry there for Heretics, they've got to be very happy with an early fight going their way. They still have the trip again. We're going to see these changed a lot. I'm excited to see Benji Cypher on this map now. We've seen a lot more take on how people like to play it. Teams are going to start to figure out, especially that defensive side. And already we're seeing a lot of flexibility in where these traps are going. Heretics filling in the space they don't have. I actually didn't really expect a push in this moment. With the lower weapons, they're willing to take a risk.
หายละ ไม่ดีแล้วแบบนี้
Great damage done, and Benji has to hurry before that cage drops. He'll make it back, but the advantage now firmly in favor of Fireflux.
Don't have the positioning, but they might be able to catch Kachao. Never mind. He's caught them instead. A second player that he has to deal with, but instead he's watching for Benji. Has the right read, even predicts where the final player is. Smart stuff from Kachao, the youngster again, showing that level above his years in terms of his read on the game.
สมัยก่อนมันเล่นสนุกดีครับ
And well for Boot. There's an argument for damage. You're going to have a buy in the next round regardless. But with 20 HP and a Phantom in his hand, it doesn't really seem worth just throwing that gun in.
อาจจะเป็นเพราะว่ายังไม่ได้เห็นเทียร์2เป็นสิบไงตอนแรกตลาดโลกก็โบแอบโบเทียร์2มีอยู่
He'll find himself one, but it's time to run, surely, at this stage. No, he's going out for more. It's a little greedy from Boo, but
ไม่ได้บูไปลิควิดนานแล้วครับแล้วก็ดรอปจากลิควิดไปแล้วครับตอนนี้อินเทคทีฟครับผมพัก
damage done here, and for Heretics again, like I say, my curiosity here is really around what comp works. You look at Fnatic, for example, they've played the map twice.
โอ้สมัยก่อนมันจริงนะ
What 9 different agents that they've played, like figuring
สมัยแบบมีเปลี่ยนตัวประเทศสลับกันอะ
requires something like a cipher.
คาโชแทนคอร์สไหว
Yeah, but I guess now if you play every agent, you can claim everyone's copying
Exactly.
you. I love that.
The more the merrier. I am excited for the Yoru though. I think it was one of the picks early on that I think especially with the distance change, so many fallback angles that you can have, especially on this operator.
คิดว่าซิปโตสามารถชนะทีมซีเคทได้ครับ
I think Woot especially look back
คิดว่าชนะได้
26 and 15 in a close victory. He was definitely the difference maker.
ให้ฮีเลติกครับน้องน้ำสวัสดีครับดูบ้านอื่นกด2ทีกี่ทีก็ได้ของมาเลขขี้ทีเฮดไม่หลอกวันนี้
Now at least he's going to get wrecked. Kachao again, quickly becoming
น่า
more
ลุ้น
and
หมด
more a fan of this youngster. No fear, no matter who he's playing against, and a man advantage now for the side of Fireflux.
You got Woot here to help out Benji. He's given a trap to those A players, covering in that
ทรง
flank spot.
จะไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่น้องจ๋าตอนนี้
He can't really hold that site.
มันเก่ามากกันยืนอยู่เนี่ยเฮ้ย
But Kachao making quick work of him has left him in a pretty tough position. And from Koshmaris' perspective, there's nowhere he can really go. He's already tagged to 46. He's stuck in this corner. He has to fight his way out. So even if you wanted to go for a save,
ด่านนี้ดันกัน 100% ครับผม
gets in there quick though. They didn't think he'd be that close. Only one found, and the pressure doesn't come from both sides. The Neom all slowed them. Benji.
เราไม่ได้อยู่ซีเพื่อนเหรอ
looks doable. Batu down
นี่
to
อ่ะ
sliver of health, and he won't last
พี่เหรียญยิงให้รู้ว่า
They get there in the end.
รุ่นพี่ตุรกียังเก่าอยู่ คิวกับเล่นพอละตอนนี้คิวน่ากลัวมาก
You send a dart through, he takes a big gamble. Everybody's now looking at either the dart or Koshmaris, and then the other players swing through in a similar time frame. Benji doing excellently, and the second you get down to a clutch and it's Rien's left alive.
เรารู้ได้ไง
You should believe in Rien's, no matter who he's up against. Well, a round that was looking like it was in an incredible
เดี๋ยวพี่ไปพูดในรายการเนาะคือ อะไรพวก
for the side of
อะไรเล็ก
Fireflux.
ๆแล้วพวกนี้เราหาจากไหนอะ
Going in
ตามสตรี
Heretics'
มเมอร์
favor,
ตาม
it's gonna
นักแข่ง
put them into a bit of an awkward purchase, but an awkward one that comes with
คือ
an
พี่จะมา
outlaw.
พูดในราย
And
การอะ
I don't mind this. You
อยาก
see
รู้
this
ข้อมูลอะ
occasionally in like high risk
รู้อะไรอีกไหม
rounds,
อะ
but this is just an additional weapon that can make those pistols more deadly. And already Koshmaras is down to 10 HP. He was open to use the overdrive. That is now worthless.
The only man that can sustain a hit now is Woot. Anyone else will go down to that outlaw and win. So it really is a viable strategy that Fireflux have gambled on. They don't know it just yet, but the reward is
เราต้อง
just
เซฟนัก
around the
แท็กกิ้ง
corner.
นักแข่งทุกคน
Kosh
ไว้เหรอ
will evade another bullet, but he wants the info. He wants to know if they're getting close, and well, he wants to find them close with that.
ENC นี่ตุรกีเต็งหนึ่งเลยไหม
And Kachow's ultimate makes it a
ก็
quick
อาจจะ
kill.
ได้
Clean as can be.
พี่ชอบ
They've got the B side under
ตุ
there.
รกีฟินแลนด์ครับ
Oh, they've got Benji as well. Unbelievable work by Kachow.
Yeah, I remember initially looking at this ult and thinking, it's okay. And then they added the ability to headshot with it. And some of these players are just so crisp with it. I think that's round over. I think the defense have realized, like, getting back into this now, almost impossible. They don't have a hell of a lot of weaponry, so we don't just want to hand deliver it to them along the way and obliterate our own economy in doing so. And well, for that reason,
พร้อมเมตา
Nezabel's
บิกิต
already like,
ต่อ
well,
สาย
I'm on
ไป
the
อิน
hunt.
เวสฟิก
I
สอง
want
ที
to
ม
remove some of these guns. I don't have too much to lose. I could buy
สาย
back
ไป
into
อิ
the
นเวส
next
ฟิก
round
สอง
anyway.
ทีม
And I could make this very, very costly for Team Heretics.
I'm not wrong, right? Kachow did start with the outlaw as well. Great damage by Boo. Okay. It's at least the
I
outlaw.
felt like
now.
Hezuko had it the whole
สาย
time.
บนเหรอ
I think so.
I thought they swapped at the very start. Either way,
Maybe.
the follow-up on the damage initially in the takedown of Benji, I think that's going to make them reconsider the setup now on Heretics.
Oh.
Saving these weapons should be the priority. That was a bit whiffy, and Batu's having a laugh.
แต่พูดถึงเราก็ชนะได้หมดเลยเนี่ยลองชิมเราก็สู้ได้ ถ้าเราชนะดีเป็น
save at least for Heretics. They're not economically crippled, but I think the problem is like they haven't been able to defend this site now. Kachow's just come at it from two different angles in two different rounds and found no resistance either time.
Yeah, another one. Like we talk about it in terms of those superstar youngsters, someone with the ability to take over rounds while
แต่ถ้าเท่าที่ดูตอนนี้แม่ง
not even
น่าจะเป็น
technically being old enough to play in the partnership format.
DFM ว่ะ
But here's the reason that Fireflux have a couple of rounds on this board as of right
สาย
now.
บนแม่งเลือกยากว่ะ
We'll see if he can keep
เอา
up
จริง
that
เราก็
level.
ลุ้นยากเหมือน
Definitely
กันนะ
slowed down a little bit.
ต้องเห็นนัดแรกของเราตอน
Stepping
เพย์
up,
อิน
and
นะ
Batu
ถึง
had
จะ
an
แบบ
insane performance
อยากให้ฟูลเซนได้อะ
versus Pacific, but
ก็ขอดูนัดแรกฟูลเซ
for
นก่อน
now, with their economy in a pretty decent spot, and
ถ้า
their
มาแบบ
opponents
ระเบิด
on
ปลอม
the brink,
ตบ QT ก็เรียบร้อยเลย
it could make this half very interesting.
Well, they started putting
RQ
pressure
กลับมาแล้ว
towards
น้อง
the
จ๋า
A site. It's worked in this time frame, but that window to hit B is closing. Woot's now coming over. He started on mid. It was Koshmaras they would have had to deal with alongside Benji, but instead now the operator's there. But the door closes. Woot misses his chance. Might go down to meet up with Benji. Has a TP to get out if the
ใช่ครับ
pressure's
เรื่องของ
put
สาย
on.
ยากสายหลั
Decoy
งยาก
sent through. And he'll TP.
Wait.
They're sensing this is a fake. They sent Woot to the A site. They thought the hit was coming in elsewhere. But Kachow comes in, takes down one,
สมโมเมื่อกี้
tags up the others. The snake bites,
ได้เล่นว่ะ
shredding their HP. And it looked like for a moment there was going to be nothing there for Heretics, but then they start to win some fights. Woot's on the scene. He's hit one already. And Fireflux not peeking, not putting that pressure on the same way. But they've got the plant down in the 3v3.
เดี๋ยวดูคนชื่อ PKM ของ QT นะครับ อันนั้นทีเด็ดเลยครับ เฮ้ย พอแล้วประตูแนกไอ้เหี้ย
Maybe even a bit of a surprise
เฮ้ย
for them to fight from, but now he has to do it all.
โอ้โห
Needs a final shot, and it's Koshmaras instead.
แม่งเหลือหนึ่ง
Again,
เหลือหนึ่ง
plenty
ทุก
of
วิน
time left on the clock to get this one over the line, and although these rounds have been incredibly close, Heretics have been able to eke their way through.
Well, yeah, they got blindsided there. The
ชาร์เปอร์ต้องออกทรงไหนครับ ต้องทำให้เจมคินเล่นยากๆครับ สังเกตคือ RQ ไม่พยายามทำให้เจมคินเล่นง่ายๆครับ อย่าให้เจมคินได้เล่น RQ อ่ะ
The damage that he had done was balanced out by Kosh on the other side. A triple in for this man, and he's 8-4 at the moment.
BBL ประตูแนก
Big round for him. that has
เฮ้ยเอเปก
presumably pushed them up to a 5-2 lead. It's a very
Apex
light
ที่มี
fire by the
Fluorescent
attackers
น่ะ
here. It definitely feels like they think that B is the weakness, and I think they felt that so
I
far.
think they're right.
Yeah, definitely.
I get that they've been able to get the openers. I think in that round it was more so
TS 2-0 ผมตุ๋ย
into a post plant there without peeking into the operator, without getting a little bit deeper, trying to fight for control. That might not have gone back in the other direction. And if you're able to get into a site like this regularly versus a Cypher setup,
ถือว่า
that's definitely a
ถือว่า
vulnerability.
สู้ได้มันอยู่นะ
This time though, you don't have
อุ้ย
Kachao, but you do have Deading. They were swinging
อยู่ดีๆก็หาเอา
Rians has had a bit of a rough start, and on the further aggression they've caught Koshmaris and Boo. You might be looking at this thinking, well, one of these teams had a weak buy. Well, guess what? It wasn't Heretics.
Yeah, I mean,
มูเชน
obviously
สวัสดีครับ
Deading makes a big difference. He finds a double with it. That's already put them ahead, but
หลายอย่างครับ
towards
น้อง
the
จ๋า
A site,
คือ
landing another now,
ต้องทำกัน
that's
บ้านดูวิธีเล่น
he
อะไรเงี้ย
forced the
ไม่ใช่แค่
save from
แพ้ของไร
Heretics.
ครับ
And like we said, it did feel like the
มุ
weakness
ก
was towards
ของ
B this
เจ
time.
มคิน
They put
อะไร
a
พวก
lot
นี้
of
ชอบ
players
ตัด
there
ตรงไหน
looking for that
มุมไหน
early
อะไร
fight.
ยังไง
Three of them catch Deading.
ใช้ของ
One of
จัง
them
หวะไหน
wasn't
แก้
scoped in. He wasn't ready for that fight. He had just quick enough to take a kill, get out of there, and then finds another when they try to scale on his position. Little consolation here for Woot. The walls are closing in, as now they know where that op's being saved. That's not a weapon they'll like Heretics to have. And most of them don't have anything to lose. Deading, for example, you're not going to save the big golden gun, are you?
พี่เดชอิงมันบ้าหรอ
Down to the ends of the earth. Well, you would think. He's actually chilling.
Yeah, I'd say I'm a little bit surprised by Koshmaris in this round. Just because, like, you have the early fight, I can understand, like, you triple peak, maybe you don't expect the tour de force, but he then slides in trying to kill him afterwards. It's like, well, you know they have one weapon,
He's reset.
and you know what it is. Like,
แต่ลือยาวก็ดูดีอยู่นะแบบนี้
look,
ดู
he
ทรง
had, like, a full 5 seconds to get ready for that fight. Sure, he
โอ้
didn't go
สวย
too
จัด
far
อะ
out. He was just trying
ทำไม
to get
เอา
the
คาโชไม่ลงวะ
You know your verse a low buy.
โดนเชลิฟสวนหัว
You're giving a lot of opportunities in those moments, and maybe that's just confidence. Like, he's been playing well so far, but you kind of don't give Deading too many opportunities.
Well,
The guy
especially-
is talented with an ult.
Especially with that ult, even if you bait out the shot, you can't close the distance before he can shoot
No,
again. So he needs to miss
especially
twice.
TPs.
But he'd already TP'd, right? So,
Yeah,
but it's
yeah.
still, he has 2 shots on you before you
เนี่ย
can
คอม
actually close
KC
that
ที่บอก
distance and get a shot back. So
คอม
the
ที่
risk
วีคก่อนหน้า
reward
นี้
not
ฟูเซน
really
พยายาม
paying
จะ
off
เล่นอะ
there.
ให้พี่มีเล่นเป็นเดด
Wanting a
อิง
little bit of information, perhaps see if he was still around there running to the other side of the map. That info was found the hard
Oh,
way.
hello.
Nice angle from Boo. Reezy does really well to clear that. That could have been a big
เป็น
mistake.
ลม
A thorn in their side, but problem free now for Fireflux. They've got the site, they've got the plant. And okay, Kachao might fall, but Koshmaris ain't going to be popped in the ultimate, but he will actually get a rifle. Benji's going to
Special
bring it
delivery.
all the way to him.
Oh, almost all the way to him.
Oh, that's rude. Sound cues.
Go
sound
pick
cues.
it up.
Brought it
Well.
far enough.
They can get a purchase. So they're going to try and risk this one. Wow, there's the Batu we know and love.
เปรียบ
Maybe
ลูก
quite a
ชิ้น
start to this map, but a quick collab with the operator. Maybe not the weapon that he's known for nowadays, but able to make it work nonetheless. 4-4. I think even going out of the map just because they know that they can likely utilize the outlaw going into this round, but
คืออย่างนี้นะ
feeling
ด่าน
the
เนี้ย
pressure
ค
a
น
little bit.
สับสน
Heretics
กัน
decide
เยอะ
they
มัน
have
แล้วแต่เมตาโซนนะครับ จีนแปซิฟิกแม่งกันแบบโคตรพ่อกันอ่ะ
Start to
อื
wake
ม
up.
แล้วก็สถิ
Started to
ติ
wake
ทุ
up
ก
a
โซ
bit
นอ่ะ
if he hits that same
Gan.
form as the other day, we are in trouble on the
ซะ
Heretics
ส่วนใหญ่
side.
แต่
The
อี
timeout
มี
call,
อ่ะ
like you said, they
แม่ง
are
บุกกัน
feeling
ยั
the
บเลยครับ
pressure. They come into the next with 4 ults and a pretty
บาง
decent
คู่
buy. But like you said, there will be some light shields there, and the idea to get rid of
มี
the
บุก
ult
กัน
and
ยับ
take
วง
in
เล็บ
the
บางคู่
outlaws
ส่วน
are
มาก
one that a lot of people won't go for, but Deadink, he's making the read on where their econ's going to be
ไหว
at.
ครับ
And
บิ๊
so
กบอส
far, I think defensively, like 4 rounds
เดี๋ยว
on
ที่
the
ให้บุ
board
ก
for
ยับเหมือนกัน
Heretics is decent, but it does feel like Fireflux are very quick to come up with solutions to this defensive side. I think the timeout here is going to be needed with the last 4 to play for it.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of it has almost just been disrespecting the Cypher setups. Like, even that round was Kachao sliding directly into a trip that it seemed like he knew was there because he was spamming at it the second he hit it. Like, he just didn't care. He was trying to get people to swing and fight him. The same when they're going into that B side. Like, they know the Cypher setup is there. They just don't care. They are willing to fight aggressively into it. And he's confident enough to know that, hey, I might go down in these battles, but if I do, my teammates are right there on me to make sure I get traded.
แต่ว่า
And
ยุโรป
it's,
เขา
for
คิด
Heretics,
แบบ
I
นี้
think
นะ
the way that
เล่น
they've
กันใน
been
แบบนี้
setting up looks to solve
เฮ้ย
a
ทุก
lot
คน
of
ครับ
the
ใครที่
issues of
Watch
losing that
Party ดู
space
กันใน
in the
คอม
late
นะครับ
round.
ฝากซูป
Fire
ไปหนึ่ง
Flux
แท็บด้วยนะครับ พินไว้ให้แล้ว
Their
นะ
mid
คาวิท
round
กับ
it
ยูทู
seems
บ
to
นะ
be
ฝาก
this
ด้วย
very direct play in the late stage, default
Oh.
to start. Let's see how they adjust to this pacier play by Heretics.
DP'si bende.
เฮ้ย อะไรอ่ะ
DP'si
Hı.
bende. DP'si bende.
เฮ้ย
Neyim var Utku?
ชิปหาย
Dönün A gelin.
Hava da bu arada.
โอ้โห เละเทะว่ะ
Canım var ha.
จ่ายไป2 อันติครับผม
Babalım var midde. Geldim kanka.
Volaç kapa birazdan.
Sen filan pushlarlar arkanızdan. Arkada
Kapa.
trap yok.
Kapadım. Soluna bakıyorum Batuş. Ahmet şu bombayı alsana giderken.
ไม่น่ามีเลยครับ
Dinle
2
beni,
ฟอนเรียน
dinle.
14.
Tamam,
Bir
dinle
tane
beni,
var.
dinle.
Paranoyam da var.
Bola aç kapama side'e girelim go. Var side. Cypher
Bekle
galiba.
sakin. Oku bekle oku bekle.
สายหนึ่ง
Paranoya vereceğim ona.
พี่เหรียญเอาให้แค่นั้นแหละ
Kör kör.
พี่เหรียญ โอ้โห พี่เหรียญแม่งรับทุกอย่างไอ้เหี้ย
Wallbang. Samet bombayı ver.
ทั้งบายทั้งบอร์ด
Solunuza bakıyorum.
Dolaşman lazım çık.
โอ้โห
Açtım.
Neon orada Cypher'ı bilmiyoruz kan.
Tamam. Arkaya bakıyorum.
Kapa bola kapa.
นี่จะไหวยังไงวะเนี่ย
35 on Fate.
I'm going towards Link now.
Yeah. I'm just aiming.
You're saving?
Just
Aiming.
Okay. I check your
Behind the box no?
bridge that. I'm playing.
Yan side.
One HP Viper still.
I'm walking outside. I'm coming towards you on shift.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go.
Wait, one main.
Come.
I'm with you, bro.
Fine guys.
Bro, we to stick. Ah, bro, nice try. It was really close.
And Fireflux come out on top. Good containment of that early pressure put on the Yoru Ult and the more direct approach.
เอเบนจี้โดนให้คม
And I think from Heretic's perspective, when a hit comes in, it's very direct. It's very clearly intended. But it's almost late stage. This early default, I think it's the first time they've gotten to see that out of Fireflux. They ran right into it, not knowing how ready the attackers were for that aggression.
Yeah, I think just maybe seeing the pause coming in and
แต่มันบัฟ
expecting
เดือดดี
something to come
ไฟ
out of it
ฟัก
when
อะ
you've got that many ultimates
พอดู
online.
มีรู้สึกให้
You
ไล
can
ออด
look at
กลับ
it
ไป
and go,
ใช้
okay,
รูปแบบ
they're
ขัน
they've got
เดิม
something
เหมือนส
here.
มัย
Just
ก่อน
being
เหร
a
อ
little bit more patient and soaking up
ใช่
the
ครับ
pressure
ผม
well. Like it could
ปี
be
หน้าไง
difficult,
ปีหน้า
especially when it's a hunter's
มาแน่
fury in combination
ผม
with
แอบมาบอกพี่
dimensional
เอ็น
drift.
ไม่
Like
ช
you
ม
expect the two ults to come out with an advantage, and in fact, Fireflux soaked up the pressure and went a man up. So very well played by them. It set Heretics back down to a lower purchase.
FF
And
ตุรกีครับไฟฟักครับ
there's been few teams that I've seen pick into this map and been genuinely confident that they will come out on top. But right now, it seems like Fireflux, at least in this first half, are the better squad.
Again, going down to the minute mark, they're spread, they're waiting for pushes, they're holding that space. Now it's time to make some presence towards the A side is where they do it, and Heretics have this idea. They want to flood back in, they want to take back that space. You want to fight for it? We'll give you a fight, except no one's here, no one's home. As they move back towards this B site, Fireflux have done this a number of times. The A pressure into the B hits. And most of the time they found their picks by now on the way into the B site. Benji's fallen, Koshmara's
รายการเยอะขึ้นไหม
Heretics are playing this much more slowly.
ถี่
much
ขึ้น
more
ต้องเยอะ
rapid.
ขึ้นรายการมันจะถี่ขึ้นครับ
Again, Fireflux freeze.
ถี่ขึ้นเยอะขึ้น
As a unit.
ดูกันเยอะขึ้นนะ
Destroyed them.
They or he? As a coil, again, didn't do too much in the first few rounds, and then I
13
think
แล้ว
just
ก็
almost got 5 kills in a row. That was very clean. Well, a clean round in general. An in-zone flawless coming through from Fireflux versus the Pistols. Again, we talk about Heretics, one of those squads that a lot of the time can win those rounds, could do a lot of damage with those rounds.
Yep.
But for a team, again, like I think you can look at some of
เป็น
the
เรื่อง
coming up from that
อย่าง
tier
มาก
system. Maybe go, okay, are they going to have the same sort of like structure? Are they going to have the same protocols? This was just very comfortable. Like you find where a player is. using the Prowler, you snake bite them out, you get an opener, you feign the fact that you're going in one direction, you double back into the other, and then you're just patient. They didn't overrush it, they didn't get super aggressive, they expected someone to make a move, cleared out a portion of the map and comfortably got themselves in a post-plant.
6-4 scoreline.
ใช่ครับพาร์เนอร์8ครับ
Very well played round and what has been
เกาหลี 2
slow
ญี่ปุ่น 2 ครับ ไปที่ฟิก
Again, Heretics seem to have a good idea. Against a lot of the teams that we've seen play this map, this would work. They always have presence around mid. You pressure one side, they're ready to push behind. They're ready to at least fight another leg. All the while, Benji's just delaying towards that B site. But Fireflux are not given the opportunity. They're not playing those deeper defaults. They're not poking for presence and poking for space unless they're ready to really scrap for it. And you'll see that here. Paranoia buys time, but Deadink goes down. Reezy spamming through the wall. One, but look, is not on their side. Every other fight.
แล้วไปเลยครับ ไม่ให้ไปฮะ บอมตก
Benji was still waiting on B just in case. But Hezekol won't even make it into the shadows before his light is snuffed out. Poor old Reezy has to save.
Well, I'm not even sure his save has any value. Like, they have an unbelievable amount of credits, so I'm surprised he's not going in trying to kill a few people. I guess because he's got his ult, he's going, I just don't want to give them an orb.
No one's close enough for that to matter.
Yeah.
One round to play for. I mean, if Rienz ends up with 4 more orbs, we have a bigger problem than the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. No, I'm a bit surprised he's saving it. Got to protect that
วันนั้น
5-4 KD.
มันลากพึ่งฝั่งใน
Yeah, if someone walks by, it could be 6-4.
Oh.
You know what I mean? So it's like, you got to really add the numbers up.
That would be your record, right?
มีพอมีทรงมาแล้วนัด
pages out there. Does he know? No. It's on the Viper as well, actually. But 6-5.
You would have saved there, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I would have actually, but like that's far from the point.
It would have been bad man for your team.
เลยคงอยาก
I'd be saying a
ที่
little
เพื่อ
closer.
บอก
I'd be
เรื่อง
actually
ของ
more
เรื่องนี้
I'd be looking for someone to walk out. You
Well,
know?
you didn't
I
even
want that
TP
exit.
away. What you did?
TP
คือ
from there? Come on.
ไอเรื่องพวกนี้มันเราเลิกคิดได้แล้วแบบโซนนู้นโซนนี้
3-1
กี่
down.
สล็อตอะคอมมูนิตี้มันโตมันเรื่องปก
Wouldn't
ติ
have been able to afford another gun.
Only 2.9
Yeah, his teammate only has 4.4.
and 4.6.
มันนานแล้วครับผม
Good
เรื่อง
job,
นี้
but this is their chance for a lead at the half of a map they were trailing to start with. I came in picking it. Oh, that's a freebie for Woot. Hezekol not quite wide enough the first time, and the second, Woot was more than ready for it. Nicely done. But Fireflux will lean back towards this B site, where the weakness has been for Heretics, where Cautious failed to hold a number of times. That's given the game away, and he's already retreating.
แต่ไม่รู้ว่าเกาหลีคนดูเยอะหรือเปล่านะพี่ดูวาโลในเกาหลีคนดูก็ไม่ค่อยเยอะนะเลยแบบสงสัย
Yeah, they're even
ได้แต่คิดแล้วก็สงสัย
sectioning them off from the site, making an incredibly awkward.
จริงๆชื่อชั้นที่เฮดดีกว่าครับ
The attackers have
EF เป็นทีมจาก Tier 2 ฮะ
other side of the site.
แต่ว่าฟอร์มดีมากเลยตอนประเดิมนัดแรกไปครับ
Teammates, but instead, the majority are already here. It has created a little bit of doubt in the mind of Heretics, but 3 players on this side. A reveal onto Cosmo is a problem. Swing actually doesn't get anywhere near as much, and that 3 stack is eliminated almost immediately, back into an advantageous position. The stack has failed, and now it's up to Woot and Boo to try and pick up the pieces.
And 2 minds about that pit. I think it actually worked in their favor. Heretics worried about that backstab coming out of it, not able to hold close to the wall, losing that info. Oh, but now having finding a nice shot onto Batu. Immediate response. No fear from Kachao. What if he has a teammate with him? Didn't even cross his mind. He'd take them both down. And now it's Boo giving the fight of his life to Deadink.
Okay, great trade again.
Kachao instantly on him for 7.
ย้ายครับ
No, I would say a decent half, especially you lose the pistol. It becomes a little bit more uncomfortable in those moments that maybe that could have slipped away from them, but no, coming out with the half, obviously for Heretics, definitely proving that there was maybe a little bit more on the attack side last time around, so it's still an opportunity. Either way, we will find out after the break.
ไม่รู้
Let's have a little bit of a chat with Benji.
คนรู้
Games are won or lost based on us, not based on the enemies.
And Benji has bested.
อาจจะเป็นเบสเขาเกาหลีมันเลยต้องได้2
And I think I did it today. I was screaming after every round, even when we were like 10-0 up, whatever. I was still screaming.
เดี๋ยวก็มีอนาคต
for me,
อะ
that's my role. I really like Boaster. I think he's a great leader. But for me, I try not to focus too much on.
อย่างนั้นปล่อยมันอนาคตหมองหม่นต่อไปได้ไหม
playing at our best.
ด็อกเตอร์
I think today, like we did play with bulls, like we've had a lot of confidence, and I think it's pretty hard to stop us when we have that level of confidence in ourselves and like with each other.
แต่สไปเดอร์แม่ง
I get energy
ตอนจบ
from
แม่งไอ้นี่
my
มากเลยอะ
teammates
ไอ้
helping me
เครดิต
complimenting
ข้างหลัง
me.
ตอนจบ
I'm a very like emotional person, and if I have my teammates gassing me up, it gives me a lot of confidence.
Let's go. Good job, work.
The VCT EMEA Finals breaks tradition and leaves Berlin for the very first time.
พี่เปิ้ลไม่ได้ไปต่อ
It is Barcelona's turn. So live one of the best
อ๋อไม่ได้
experiences
สปอยว่าอะไร
the
นี่
region has to offer
แค่พูดว่าตอนจบ
alongside
แบบ
the best teams in EMEA.
ต้องไปดูอะ
Because the best players ultimately deserve the best, most vibrant crowd. In the end, this is what they have been
เดี๋ยว
fighting
จะบอกว่าเสียเวลารอก็ได้นะ
Buy your tickets now. See you in Barcelona.
วันนี้เพิ่งมาครับพี่หมิงเพิ่งตื่นวันนี้ตื่นสายเนี่ย เพิ่งมาคู่แรกเลย
He's also the father of 13 O's, so he's been having to deal with whoever Heretics' opponents have been. But yeah, Fireflux, at least for now, not joining that club just yet. But you can join
อยาก
us
ไปบาร์เซโลนา
over
ว่ะ
Barcelona. Of course, scan the QR code, buy your tickets, and we will see you there at the end of the month.
Indeed, we will.
Not far away.
Have to find
คน
out
เกาหลี
soon
เป็นแสนเลยครับ
who
ดู
will
เจ
be
นจี
joining us
อุ้ยแสดงว่ามันก็มี
either
เย
of
อะอยู่
these,
นี่หว่า
having the possibility, and no doubt for Heretics, it means a lot to play in front of a Spanish crowd.
ก็
On the banner.
เทอร์มิเซโลไอโซโลเอาง่ายๆเลยก็คือ FPS No 1 ตลอดการของเกาหลีอะ ง่ายๆเลยไม่มีอะไรมาก
But it slowed down. They were expecting split plays from Fireflux, but they didn't get many. They got direct attacks every time, and a direct play.
แต่ว่าเทอร์มิมันไม่ได้แม่นเหมือนโซโล่ไงโซโล่มันเลยแข่งจนแบบเครื่องสุดท้ายเทอร์มิมันไปเป็นโค้ชก่อน
A little alone, but it doesn't look like he has any problem with that. Back up on the scene now in Rien's.
โอ้โหเรียบร้อยว่าโดนว่ะเฮียฮิลิติก แบบใครแมปมันปะ
The pistol round won't see any change.
Yeah, maybe we found the one Turkish team that the prophecy doesn't apply to. Maybe it only applies to
มีแค่ปาตูนแนกคนเดียวที่เอฟเอเก่า
teams in the tier 1. If it's versus anyone else, it doesn't count. I don't know. But yeah, he's 3-8 right now. I would call that, especially for Rien's, an absolute stinker. So I have to wait and see.
It could be the worst half he's had this season. I can't think of a moment where he was even under.
ไม่มีครับ 2-0 3 แมปอย่างมาก
Yeah, I mean, if you could pull that out, I'd be very impressed. But
either way, I think they desperately need a step up. And for Fireflux again, showing
โหด
maybe this
ไปดู
might
สาย
not
แข่ง
even happen.
ไปดูสายแข่งขันอีมีเทีย2ดิ
If you're going into
ทีม
the
เป็น
series
ล้านอ่ะ
versus them,
กว่าจะ
I think
ไต่
this
ขึ้น
is
มาได้แม่งคือแบบ
done that the
โอ้
hard
โห
way. Heretics have been. And well, they won the last pistol and then still struggled. Now, it is worth
เดี๋ยว
noting
จบ
that
แบบนี้
they
ไป
had a
เปิดให้
very
ดูเทีย
slow
2 อ่ะ
start in their previous match.
ตารางทีมมันคัดกันยังไงกว่าจะไต่ขึ้นมาถึงอะ
So there is definitely
โหด
potential,
มาก
especially on their attack side, that they can flip a switch. But I don't know. I'm yet to really see anything that makes me believe that. I think Fireflux have had the better individual.
ในไลน์อัพของเทอร์มิโซโล่ครับปีเมฟ็อกมีโซโล่ที่แบบขึ้นชื่อแบบดังกระชอนระดับโลกครับ ที่เหลือก็ดังในระดับทีม โซโล่เป็นที่พูดถึงแบบเยอะมาก
just not true. I'm starting to understand how Kukuka feels about the neural theft now.
ด่านนี้ดันกันครับ
Big round for Fireflux, putting themselves 9-5. Building up economy. Already lost themselves one, and the Ares recovered.
เป็นเรื่อง
Such a huge risk to give away such a powerful gun to someone like Rien's.
But it's not. It's completely fine. He's low HP, even with full HP. Him getting one more kill.
แต่ก็ยากอยู่อ่ะต้องได้ตึกพี่เหรียญต้องติดเคีย
In fact, I would bet against it. Anything in the world. Rien's dead to rights immediately. Facing off against a better weapon. Of course, he didn't stand a chance, but the classic, the Apex Predator, the great flash.
Oi!
Window. He's gone for the gate crash as well. The reposition, the fake of it, and he knows now. Kachow's got the read, but it doesn't matter.
เชี่ยพี่วูดสอนเชิงว่ะ
Clutch for Woot against all odds.
พี่วูดสอนเชิง
He's proven, if nothing else, the classic is a better option than the Ares.
Well, yeah, and the Bulldog and all the other guns that were bought as well.
No, but they got unlucky in their fights. I mean, Brienne's had
มุม แต่ว่า A กับ B มัน
With the Ares,
เข้ายากครับ
not been possible.
That's just not true. Easily picked up by the classic.
ไม่รู้อ่ะ
Just
มัน
so you know,
สถิติรวมๆเป็นกันนะครับ
Heretics,
ลองไปดูกฎ
you've
สถิ
got
ติ
the easiest free
ของ
access
หลายๆโซน
classic
อะ
ever.
ณปัจจุบันนะ
That is going in the compilation.
I'm not gonna
มี
lie, that
มี
was
ในบุก
sick,
กันชิบ
especially
หาย
if
เลย
you want to purchase it just for that reason alone, but
แต่พี่เล่นแล้วพี่ก็รู้สึกว่า
unfortunately, I am not as
กัน
talented
ครับ
as
แม่ง
Woot.
บุกโคตร
Probably
ยากเลย
any metric, but you know, 8-6, a much needed round. And I said a lot of the hero plays felt like they were going in the other direction, but Woot
แมปนี้
had
ช่อง
something to
ช่อง
say
เยอะ
about that.
เอาไว้ใช้ของไม่ใช้อะไร
It's now going to be them with the purchase, them with the extra credits in the back pocket as well. Boo will sit with 3K after
But
having a
then if he-
rifle in hand, and
เปิดล็อกตัวเขา
Wu even has himself an opportunity to earn up some extra orbs along the way.
Not a great start with Benji going down. Flank protection gone. It's going to force you into this B. Hit the drone, saw close right was clear. Well, close right wasn't clear anymore, but Kosh luckily dealt with that danger right away. Still haven't made it to the site. Taking their sweet
โอ้โห
time. Kosh Maris triple, but the ace will be denied by Boo up close. It is only an eco they're up against. More important to keep their
เมกซูวันนี้ครับพรุ่งนี้ผมไปมหาลัยแต่แบบมาเชียร์เทียร์ 2 ก่อน
Yeah, no, they keep that
เฮ้
one
ย
nice and clean. Put
เราต้อง
themselves
เชีย
in
ร์
a
ที่ติก
position
สิ
to buy back up comfortably into this next round, and I said it felt like at any point in the game versus Fnatic they could start turning it. Didn't see it happening in this one, but that classic clutch has definitely helped them out significantly. Of course, this is where Fireflux will
เฮ้ย
get their first buy.
ใช่พี่วูดเยอะกว่านั้น20มันหรอ
Probably a little bit more turmoil for them to try and deal with. Let's listen in to how they cope versus the 4-buy.
One, go, two. I do cadence on mids.
Nice side, nice side.
I'm taking mids.
Ui.
One more left. One more left.
โอ้โหยากไป
Bomb's down.
I'm going for the bomb.
ไอ้เหี้ยทะลุวันเวเฉย
Stay mid, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna take
Fade probably deep day.
Yeah.
I'm getting close short.
ระดับนี้มันยาก
Stay
ว่ะ
very hard.
Yeah.
They might move to Benji now, though. Care Benji, okay?
Yeah.
อยากเห็นเทียร์ 2 ไปแชมป์เหรอ
They are not doing anything.
Okay.
They gave up the spike, looks like.
Okay. I think I'll just try walk on short, bro.
Yeah.
เซฟเลยครับ
Go try.
I'm peeking.
I can smoke something.
Leo, not me. Can you smoke this?
Yes. Smoking, no?
I'm just walking, bro.
แต่ถ้าสมมติเทียร์ 2 ไปแชมป์ได้ก็โอ้โหปรากฏการณ์จัดนะ
I can break the door. We can go.
แต่ถ้าจะให้จิ้ม 2 ทีมที่มีโอกาสนะครับ ก็เนี่ยแหละครับ FF กับ EP เนี่ย2ทีม 2 วันเนี้ยวันเนี้ยที่จะแข่ง 2 คู่เนี่ยพี่ว่าดูดีสุดแล้วของเทียร์ 2 นะแบบศักยภาพทีมพร้อมจัด เอมแผนแท็กติก ทุกอย่าง
One more, care close.
พร้อมหมด
Could be.
Nice. 8 seconds.
Bro, you win this. Very nice, Hüsam.
Geçti sola geçti. Beyler.
เฮ้ย
Oğlum,
Wow.
Beyler enti.
พี่บู
Unbelievable. Wow. He got both when the smoke went down. I thought they played that pretty well, trying to
บ้า
delay
จัด
the time, trying to close the distance on him.
อย่างนี้
Then
ต้องอยู่
two
ต่อ
for
ว่ะ
one. They're peeking the angle. The smoke goes down. They've got him. They've got him dead to rights. How does Boo get away with that?
Yeah, and he's now moved himself up to the top of the board.
ดูดิ
Just
โอ้โห
an insane clutch. I felt like I've almost jinxed it at this point, saying that it felt like the clutch moments are going the other way. You have the 1v3 with the classic, then you have the what was that? Was that 1v3 in the
อันนี้
end?
มันบ้าไป
I don't even know at that point.
1v3, yeah.
And well, ending up with a 4K from Boo. Insane
เราจะเอา
stuff
ช็อต
coming
เดียว
out
มัน
from
ตัด
the
สิน
IGL.
ไม่ได้น้องแม็ก
Immediate pause call from the side of Fireflux. I could understand it. Like, you've now lost 2 rounds that really shouldn't have gone in the other direction. Some of that came off individual brilliance. And speaking of individual brilliance, a man who has been fantastic so far, again, has been Kachao. I just want to see if this is going to be that turning point once more, where he had the lights out start in the last match. I think it was map 1 again.
อันนี้ถือว่าโดนขโมยลาวไป2 ลาวนะครับโดนขโมยลาวไป2 ลาวพอหมดสมรรถนะพี่เจมปวดหัวเลย
It's going to start getting in your head.
Yeah, last half as well, though, it was a lot of success in the early rounds, and then Heretics were the ones to slow down. So almost look at them as keeping that pace going is going to be the important part. But here on the attack, that's where they stand the best chance of that happening. I think that's
แต่จริงๆนะทรงหน่องชิมวันนี้แม่งไม่น่าได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนแล้ว
push them further forward. Great early fight here. Wu
พูด
taking
ถึง
down
เจิม
Kachao.
คิวแม่งตก
Big
เฉย
danger removed. From this point, it's only the pistols grouping up.
ถ้าแบบหน่องชิมแต้มพอได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนตอนนี้คือแม่งไม่คู่ควร FA ต้องตบยับไปหลังจากเนี้ยเจอ QT นี่คือต้องแบบ no mercy อ่ะต้องตื่นอ่ะถ้าไม่ตื่นก็ไม่ทันแล้วตอนเนี้ย
Oh, it looked like there was an opportunity for Batu, but Benji was watching. Deadink trying to find the timing of his own. Good paranoia, but Benji still standing and now creates a gap for himself to play around. His teammates locking out the remaining players from escaping through this gap, and from this point onwards, it's going to be difficult.
คิดว่า Pacific ไม่มีครับคิดว่า Pacific ไม่มีมามืด
It's also devastating because that economy really is now starting to build up.
จากเท่าที่นั่งดูนะ
A flawless round would be
ยังยากอยู่
painful for this defense, as it will take maybe even 3 rounds for them to finally break their opponent's economy if they were to start a winning streak of their own.
Cover going out. Oh, they're going to get out with 5. No further damage done by Fireflux, and for Team Heretics, yeah, despite, like we said, last half they went missing a little bit, but don't see that in their future here. It's got to be a big solution for Fireflux coming into this next buy round. They've got an operator on Deadink. Finding him that early fight, especially having a chamber on this map. I mean, the amount
คือถามว่า
of
full sense โอกาสมีไหม
be it on mid,
เราก็เคยมีฟอร์มจนพร้อมชนะทุกทีมเข้าชิงได้อะ
and we'll see that position
นั่นแหละ
taken
มันอยู่
towards
ที่
A.
แบบ
Unfortunately
ตอนที่
for
ฟอร์มจะมา
VC,
ปุ๊บมันก็คือ
Heretics are set up to play the other side.
อยู่ดีๆก็เก่งเลยนึกออกปะ
Big investment
เก่ง
from
แบบไม่มีปีก
Fireflux.
มีคุย
Might have to be used in the late round.
ต้องหาจุดลงตัวให้ได้
Early
แล้วลัสบีเลยแบบนี้มีอันติโยรุเข้าบีแบบไม่ต้องคิดครับ
try and create
หรือให้หมด
Hunter's Fury going
ตอบ
through.
เคลียร์
See
ไซ
the
ด์เคลียร์
corner.
เอ้า
It might clip him, but even still,
โอ้
that
โห
corner's going to be checked.
เฉียบมากวินนี้
An important clear, and it doesn't look like the momentum on this attack side is going anywhere.
ขึ้น10เลยครับ
Batu
ที
does
เฮด
have
แบบนี้
ult, but it would be almost audacious to try and throw it in at this stage, and I'm surprised he's
นี่
even
แหละ
pushing
โยรู้แหละ
forward. His teammates are not particularly close.
โหแล้วมาวันเวนี้ด้วยเบนจี้
The second they're spotted, he has no choice but to fade away, and eventually Kachao is going to have to do the same thing. And nice, this is kind of what you expect
ถ้าพี่เป็น
to see
โค้ช
with
เหรอ
those two ults in a set play. Obviously, a
พี่จะให้
little
เล่นแบบ
easier
เนี่ย
on
ไอ
the
คอม
attack side
คอม
to make
FF
that
เนี่ย
work, but that
แล้วก็
was
เล่น
really
ยาวเลย
especially when
ให้เล่นไปฝึกคอมให้คอมฟอร์ตเลยครับ
I think that was the most important because it did look like
นี่แหละ
there
คอ
was
ม
an
เนี่ย
opportunity, especially for
เล่น
someone
ส
like
ไตล์นี้แหละ เมตาอีมีดีสุดละ
Yeah, they were very conscious of it. Koshmaris immediately dialed in when they pushed
โล
through.
มันลงตัวหมด
You can see the net spread here as Rienz is looking to hunt them down in the spawn. Remove a weapon if he can, but everything will be carried forward for Fireflux. Even still, that's not going to put them in the best of positions. They'll be able to get a decent buy, but shields are going to be missing. They might be minus some util. And it looks like they can just about afford everything.
ถ้าอีมีอะบุกอีมีบุกเยอะน้องสลิปลองไปดูโซนอื่นในโซนจีนแม่งกันกัน12-0 นะ ผมไม่ค่อยชอบคอม FF ทำไมอ่ะคอมเนี้ยคือที่พี่คิดว่าเหมาะกับ FF แต่เพราะว่า คอมนี่มันเหมาะกับทีมที่สไนเปอร์แบบว่าแม่นๆเว้ยเอาปะแล้วคือภาพพิมมี่ตอนที่แบบเจ็ดคล่องๆจำตอนเวียดนามได้ปะสไนแบบไม่พลาดสักนัดอะคล้ายๆกันครับมันกดดันฝั่งตรงข้ามได้ดีกว่าจะเข้าไซส์มันใช้ของเยอะนึกออกไหมมีครับกันเละเทะเลยครับผม
But counter stuns slowing them down. Eventually, we're going to see some of it fade, but now they're ready, waiting for their opponents. The attackers have held the line well. Woot and Benji.
คอม TH ก็ได้
And this is not the gun you want to try and
โลก็ลงตัวครับคอม TH
especially if your opponents are not being over aggressive, not taking too many risks. And while even if he was maybe caught on the way out, he's not even going to get a chance. Re-ends to close. 11-8. This attack side looks
ได้เลยครับพาเซอร์
and it seems like Fireflux are really struggling now with just the pace they're being hit by Heretics.
Yeah, it's funny because it's exactly what was working for Fireflux as well, except it was a little delayed in the round. They played slow, waiting for that aggression, which if you look at how they approach this defensive side, had Heretics have done that, they would have had a very uncomfortable mid-fight. 4 players looking to
เดี๋ยว
take
พี่
that
เปลี่ยนแปลง
control
ความ
early
เป็น
on.
จริง
But it was avoided completely by the attackers. They
คือเราจะบอกอะรู้เลยว่าเราไปทีเฮดครับตอนเนี้ย
not followed up on quite as quick.
แล้วเรากำลังจะ
It's the beginning of the
หวาน
really of this map. It should be secured for them at this point with at least 12 on the
แมป
board.
หน้าทีเฮดครับ
The buy is miserable for Fireflux. They have that rifle on Kachao.
เอาเป็นว่าพี่เดาถูกแล้วกันใช่ไหม
Deading the headhunter, 2 away from having his big golden gun. You kill for that in this round. And well, he's
EG
gonna
ไหว
have to
กับ
go for
NRG
it
ไหมครับ
if he wants it.
ไหวครับ
Heretics again. That first half wasn't the most exciting, but their attack side has been unstoppable, both here and in their previous game. And well, an opportunity.
ให้คัมแบ็ก
Deading, but
เม
one
งจุง
not taken.
2-0 นะ
Space going to be cleared out, although Kachao has done well. He needs to do so much
Ui.
more. Completely isolated, and the trade is quick.
ขออนุญาตขึ้น
Taking a risk, but there's
แมตช์
very
พอยต์ครับ
swift now. It's been 2, 3, 4 times attempted. Somebody going through the edge of a smoke. Somebody
ไอ้เชี่ย
trying
เป็น
to
จิ้ม
be
โย
the
นหม
hero.
วกเลย
You
เหรอวะ
understand it in these sort of rounds, but it's why Benji's either had a cam, he's had a smoke, a stun, something watching that angle, and then
มา
he's
ซิ
just
กี้เช็ค
facing
ชื่อ
it
ครับ
this time. A little bit too predictable. And well for Batu and Hezekiel. Oh, he even just tried to be a bit patient with the kill, ended up with absolutely nothing.
Yeah, gorgeous work. This second half has shaped up beautifully for Team Heretics. It definitely looked
คือ
risky.
คือพี่ว่า
around halftime.
ไอ้คอม
Fireflux
ตอนนั้น
having
ที่
so
เราออก
much
มาดูไม่ดีอะ
momentum
มัน
and
มี
winning
สาเห
the
ตุ
pistol
หลักๆ
play.
เลยครับ ลองนึก
Losing
ภาพนะ
round 2 in this half. They have not
วันแรก
been
เรา
able
เล่น
to
คอม
recover.
เดดล็อก
It
ใช่
has
ปะ
been a streak
เราพัก
now,
1 วัน
7
อีกวัน
rounds
เรา
in
เล่น
a
คอม
row
แชมเบอร์
for Heretics to get
คือมันไม่มีทีมไหนบนโลกที่พัก1 วันแล้วเปลี่ยนคอมมันแล้วทีมมันจะเล่นได้ดีอะในระดับสูงนึกออกปะมันให้เวลาน้อยเกินไป
to see this fight go down.
คิด
And
ไง
so
คือ
far
แม่ง
in the
แม่ง
second
เบสิก
half,
ง่ายๆเลยอะ
I'm not seeing
มันเป็น
why.
ไปไม่ได้ครับเป็นไปไม่ได้
No, they haven't been able
แล้ว
to
ก็
get anything going on
คอมเนี้ย
this defense.
มันใช้ความชำนาญของเอเจนต์สูง
Immediately losing the
คือ
second round to
พอผู้เล่น
Classic,
เปลี่ยนมา
losing the clutch to Boo, like,
มันไม่ค่อยมี
the
ไอเดียอะไรออกมา
opportunities
ที่
were
แบบ
there, but now they haven't been. The
ออก
last
มา
4
เล่นอ่ะ
rounds
มันกลายเป็นแบบ
have been clean.
มีแต่เดินยิง
For
กัน
this
อะไรเงี้ย
attack
กำลังทรง
side
งาน
through
หนัก
the roof, they're going to be
ใคร
buying
นะ
till overtime
พี่
at
บู
a
ทรง
minimum,
งานหนัก
and that's if they don't close it out beforehand. And it has just been much more clinical, much more direct in their approach. If they get ultimates
ไม่มี
online,
คำว่า
it
เปลือง
seems
จะได้ลาว
really clean, but even without,
แต่อันนี้เปลืองไปมันได้ลาวอยู่แล้ว
controlling the map and just moving as a unit. And this is the thing, it feels like when Heretics
ทีเฮ
get
ด
into
ตอน
this
นี้
flow
ฟอร์ม
state,
ดูดีขึ้น
they do feel
ที
like
เฮ
an
ดเป็นทีมที่พอ
unstoppable
ใกล้เข้า
force.
โค้ง
They
สุด
gain
ท้ายมันจะ
momentum like a boulder down
ส
a
เต็ป
hill.
อัพ
And I've yet to see anything from the side of Fireflux that convinces me they'll be able to stop that.
ลองไปดูแบบว่าไปดู KC เล่นคอมเนี่ยครับเล่นหลายแมปนะมันดูเป็นคอมที่เหมือนจะทำอะไรไม่ได้นะแต่แม่งทำอะไรได้มีท่าเยอะอยู่มีวิธี execute มีแบบเซตอัพที่แบบจะคอนโทรลจุดโชคพอยต์มีครับดูเหมือนจะไม่มีแต่มันมีแต่วันนั้นเราไม่มีเลยนึกออกปะเพราะว่าเราไม่ได้ซ้อมไง เรามีเวลาแค่วันเดียวกลายเป็นเดินคอนแทคเดินยิงอะไรเงี้ยกลายเป็นแบบเจนคินมันเลยได้เฉิดครับมันเลยได้เล่นง่ายถ้าเรามีเซตอัพเรามีอะไรเงี้ยเจมคินไม่ได้เล่นหรอกวันนั้นนะ
Benji's been able to slip through. Now they should be aware of this. The smoke down, no utility covering it, and you can already see the Kachao is going back, clearing towards cave. But the question isn't, will Kachao be ready for it? The question is, will Dead?
ไม่นะเฮียตัวพี่ว่าเขามี mindset ของเขาจะให้แบบปรัชญาเล่นเป็นทีมเลยพี่ก็ไม่ค่อยเข้าใจมัน
Oh no, Benji goes back.
Yeah, I'm watching to see if he can just find a trap in the spawn, maybe even go all
ถ้า
the
จะ
way
ให้ผู้เล่น
around
เหมาะ
for a
วันนั้นต้อง
backstab,
ไม่ให้ฟ้า
but
จับ
it
นีออน
feels
แล้ว
like the one spot he might miss is the one spot where there's a player. It's going to come down to timing. If they wait a few seconds, he might be able to get that kill, but they're not. They're going straight into the one man that managed to survive that clear. Deading's definitely been having a rougher time, but winning this fight's so important, and at least getting one is enough. It gives the information over to his teammate as well.
ตอนพอเห็นจับนอนพี่แบบโอ้โหกุมขมับเลยเดี๋ยวมันจะเหมือนวันที่ให้ THY จับเลสอะทั้งที่ THY ไม่ได้แจ้งเกิดจากเลสอะแล้วก็เหมือนพอไปรู้ตอนหลังว่าแบบน้องมันจับเลสเพราะแบบเหมือนน้องใจมันสู้อะง่ายคือใครให้เล่นอะไรก็เล่นอะมันใช้เวลาเปลี่ยนโลเฮ้ยยาวเฉย
Yeah, no, a great round from Batu. I think under some
เก่ง
serious pressure.
THY เอมโคตรโหด
Hold them off, and then the rest of the players reacting off of that. I think
เอมโหดเป็นคนเอมโหด
a little bit unlucky that like pretty much the one angle he doesn't check. But he doesn't want to overextend and get caught and give the game away. And Deading does what was needed of him. Even still though, it's another 3 rounds.
ยุคนี้นะยังไงก็ต้องทำแผนให้เหมาะกับสไตล์ผู้เล่นลองไปดูดิทีมไหนที่แม่งดัดแปลงแบบจับผู้เล่นเล่นพลิกแพงแม่งเก่งทุกทีมตอนเนี้ยถ้าปรับเลยนะถ้าปรับระยะยาวได้แต่ถ้าจะให้ผลนะเดี๋ยวนั้นเลยเก่งทุกทีมอะดูโยรุวันนี้เดี๋ย
Well, yeah, you're set at 12, 3 rounds to go. Why not? It's not like we're 0-1 down in the half. We're 0-3 down in the half. But for Heretics, I mean, obviously it's frustrating to sit there in the coaching booth and see small mistakes, see angles not cleared and so on. But I think the way that they've been able to fight their way back into some of these rounds is definitely a highlight. Like that 2v4 from Boo and Benji to close out in the previous half was sensational. Or in this half even it was on the attack, no? And like considering now they're losing one round after a streak of 7, I certainly wouldn't be too worried. This was a well played round.
แน่นอนอยู่แล้วน้องเจ้าเต๋า
But the problem has been those more direct
พี่ว่าจริงๆเก่าๆมาเป็นโค้ชจะทำแผนโหดกว่าโค้ชที่ไม่เคยเป็นโปรโลใหม่
are finding a lot of space. Now look at the start here for Fireflix.
เก่า
4 players towards the B site.
เก่ามันก็ไม่ได้หมายความว่าจะทำออกมาดีนะอาจจะแบบว่าแค่เรื่องตัดสินใจระหว่างแข่งอะไรเงี้ยอาจจะแบบเฉียบขาดกว่าถ้าแผนมันก็ต้องเบนสตอร์มว่าสมัยนี้ทำคนเดียวไม่ไหวหรอก
Rienz is very far away and he seems to be quite cautious. It looks like he's aware they could have this angle. And if he keeps going forward here, this could get dangerous.
Yeah,
it looks
Chamber,
like he's
yeah.
going in. Droning though, surely, and there it is. The drone's making it around. Kachao's got 2.
The trade back though. They had the right read.
แชมเบอร์แม่งแพ้โซว่า
Deading again put under pressure. Still has the rifle to
อุ้ย
fall back
จีจี
on
ว่ะ
Boo and Wu have won their fights. And even with them
แล้วเขารู้เลยว่าแบบ
HP, that's enough to get that dimensional drift on
โอ้ย
line.
โอ้โหจีจีครับผม
Okay, I thought Boo was dead to rights, but instead he's the one dealing damage instead. A fantastic map from him, 22 and 12, and a decent recovery in the end. Again, the attack half of Heretics
ทำคลิปแปลไทยของ
seems to be the demise of their opponents.
Yeah, they always talk about old boy Boo and his young guns, but this is the
โอ้ยกี่หลังเนี่ยพาเซอร์
ชื่ออะไรบอกว่าจะเปลี่ยนพี่บูบอกพี่บูเลยทรงงาน
แมตช์เดียวไม่ได้หรอกนะพี่บูต้องมีถ้วยมา เอาจัด
Boo,
มีแต่คน
I was
ใจ
just
ใหญ่
explaining to you. Our green room is covered in popcorn
เด
right
ดอิง
now.
บอกวันนี้เจอ
because
ของ
that
จริง เดด
clutch
อิง
you
ไม่ไหว
pulled off in the second half was wild. Can you talk us through that
ต้องชนะ
decision
เพย์อ
making?
อฟเข้าชิงได้ไปแชมเปี้ยน
I mean, first lucky shot, then we knew that the guy is outside, so we double picked with Benji,
เห็น
but
แล้วซิมเปิลโดนดีไวตบจบอะ
like he died. And then
สอง
I knew
ศู
that
นย์
I
ครับ
had to stick the
เชื่อ
plant,
ไม่
and
เชื่อ
I kinda lucky that I had two small gaps, seeing where they go, and later just, I don't know, it just happened. I mean, we needed it, you know?
Yeah, you did need it and you did it. So congratulations.
ปัญหาร
We
รัว
will see you on
ๆแม
sunset.
ปนี้
And we will see you guys after the break.
Alo girdi. Girdi.
Kalk lan var.
Nasıl girdi?
Sana girdi.
Okay, but now you speak in your language.
เบนจี้มันหลังๆมันหลับ พลาดอะไรน้องจ๋า ทุกคนใครวอชในคอมอย่าลืมฝากเปิดซุปอีกแท็บด้วยนะครับผม ฝากหน่อยนะ ฝากหน่อย พินไว้ให้เราใน อ่า ทวิตกับใน YouTube นะครับ พินไว้ให้แล้วนะ20 ไหวชิว ชิวจัด EP ไหวก็ M8 ใหม่ คู่หน้าน่าจะมันน่าจะมี 3 แมปเพราะ EP นี่เก่งสุดละของ Tier 2อะแต่มาร์ตินเอาอยู่อันนี้
This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
เพื่อที่จะลด เดี๋ยว เราจะให้เขาตบ 13-0 เลยเหรอ โอ้โห ซันเซ็ตไม่น่าว่ะ ไม่ได้เลือกฝั่งด้วยนิวใจร้ายเกินไปครับผม อย่าดีกว่า กี่หลังแล้ว กี่หลัง ถือว่า ถือว่าพี่ดึงคอเสื้อเราไว้แล้วกัน โอเคไหม อืมอย่าเลยน้องแม็ก ไม่น่าจะเวิร์กครับผม
โอ้เลยไม่ได้ดูพี่เปิ้ลเลยพี่เปิ้ลกดไป64อ่ะโอ้โหพี่เปิ้ลต้องการทีมที่ดีกว่านี้เว้ยพี่เปิ้ลยังไหวพี่แค่เขาใครมาช่วยโค้ดวะรอบนี้น้องเปิ้ลน่ารักFF เกม2ไม่ไหวครับไม่ไหวปีใหม่อันยองครับโหถ้าเป็นไลน์อัพนั้นนะ พี่ยอมอีโคทุกราวอ่ะมาภูมิพี่จะถามเอ้ยเปิ้ลเอาปืนอะไรเปิ้ลเอาปืนอะไรตาหน้าไม่ต้องกลัวนะเดี๋ยวเก็บตังค์ไว้ซื้อปืนให้ทันครับทันเสมอครับ
Cultural difference.
Totally. Absolutely.
But to be honest, he's got a point, right? Boo was the person who was responsible for that defensive side. And it was looking a bit ropey at times for the side of Team Heretics, Billy.
Yeah, for sure. I think they only managed to get 2 extra rounds in comparison to the last time when we think back to the defense. But it was actually Fireflux that I think were winning so many rounds where maybe they shouldn't have been able to win them. Team Heretics not being able to win out those ones, which was frustrating. It was mainly the Thrifties that we saw.
อาจจะเป็นดับเบิลโอเวอร์เลย์โอ้ย AWP ได้ครับผม
in very important rounds that, as you were saying, they look like they're going to go the Team Heretics way. I think their outcasters Tom and Mitch did a very good job in analyzing and saying that Fireflux were incredibly good at freezing.
แต่วันนี้เดดอิงไม่มานะไอ้วันแรกที่ FF แข่งเดดอิงแม่งยิงยังไงก็โดนนะครับวันนั้นนะต้องบอกว่าวันนี้ทีเฮดแก้มาดีอยู่นะทีเฮดแก้มาดีอยู่
This was going to be very different, especially Dead Ink was mostly missing for most of this map. At the beginning of the map, it was having so much impact, like with this ultimate being such a nuisance and something that Team Heretics had to deal with. Definitely brought them back on the board, and we thought that the momentum was all on their side.
Yeah, and then when we get to the second half, it's Fireflux that have some oops moments, and Team Heretics who have some whoop moments.
Yeah, I think that we speak about how momentum-based Team Heretics is. This is the perfect example and reason of why you should buy the Team Heretics bundle, because it is guaranteed that you can do this at least once per game. Insane clutch here from Wood, isolating all of those duels right after the pistol. And this 2v4 was absolutely insane. We even got a Samaya from Boo at the end.
Yeah, it was so nice to watch. The fact that we had the voice comms to go along with it as well throughout the round. So
you're like, oh, sure, for sure they're not going to go for this with a score like this.
Let's see. But the fact that Boo was able to do this, just showing exactly why the Astra is such an incredible agent.
โคตรคลีน
It was just so
ดู
nice
กี่
to
ทีก็
watch.
ใช่
And it's fair to say there was popcorn that went flying in the green room over our excitement when he won that clutch.
I am sorry. It did happen, but I did not expect it because when I
He
saw
hit กลับมาแล้ว
the
Legend
stars, I was like, oh my god, it's happening,
Yeah,
and
he's winning.
it was absolutely perfect. But looking into this, I expected when we moved on to the second half to be a little bit of the Kushmar show. We saw it at the first 2 or 3 rounds, and I'm like, oh, he's really going to be facing off against like a child that has been the talk of the town. And that was not the story at all.
พี่ให้ ติ๊ก
was having
จนจบเก
a
ม
much harder time. We can always bounce.
ใครหกก่อนนะครับ
Speaking of bouncing back, Fireflux will have to bounce back
เมื่อกี้
entirely.
เว็บก่อนไปแล้วรอบนี้ทีเฮดก่อนมาเครื่องติดละ
Interesting to see whether Fireflux can reset. I think they will be able to. I
Hit
know
Web
that they
แม่ง
had
กัน
an
เลย
easy time of it. That 2-0 was pretty smooth and very fast against Pacific. But having watched this team observing on the sidelines, this is a team that's not sweating right now. They're literally laughing in their Razor gaming chairs. The question is though,
เน้นฟ้านะฟ้าเขียวนะเน้นฟ้าก็เขียวฟ้าเขียว
and
แด
it
ง
looks like we're already seeing it, Billy.
Okay, yeah.
แล้วพี่วูดแชมเบอร์ไง
We get to see Woot on the Yoro here, but we're going to see him on the Chamber. That's an agent that he's played across a couple of maps, Breeze, when I think back historically. But it's Benji on the Sage that is
I
grabbing
really
my
like double
attention.
sentinel. I think that especially
Benji
when you're
เฟด
against
ประมาณ
a
นะ
team that plays with the double
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยว
dueling
คอม
extra aggressive
FF
and
แม่ง
how
บ้า
Fireflux
จัด
are playing.
แม่งอินนี่เป็น
I think
KO
that makes a lot
ตัว
of
เดียว
sense. Wood was also playing with the operator
อันนี้
anyway,
คือ
but
คอม
also
แบบ
in the
ไดคอมเลยครับ
previous map, there's a
จัง
lot
หวะ
of
เดียว
remaining
จบ
power
รู้
here.
เรื่อง
But to me, it's also the
ไม่แล้วหรือ
Fireflux has to show up.
เวเลเข้าไปหานีออนวิ่งเข้า
I will say, Neil said that they were going to be proactive on the defense. They were
อาจจะ
only
มี
proactive
KO ส่ง
in
แฟด
round 12. So I feel like
ป๊อ
I've
ป
been
แฟด
lied
ตัก
to.
ลูก
Do you think you've been lied to on Sunset as well? Do you think there's going to be proactivity here?
Listen, for the side of Fireflux, I am personally not worried because Summit is also a map that they had not played in an official before, and they had such
คอมแม่ง
a
เหมือน
show in
NKT
seriously
สมัยก่อน
the previous time around. And this one, there were those kind of rounds that you should have never lost. But honestly, on the attack, they were playing very well.
I think from my perspective, I want to see Deadink show up, and I think it's such a difference to go from the chamber on that previous map to now be on a Waylay on this map. It feels like almost a risk, but yeah, if you're Fireflux, you know that Team Heretics don't have any prep on you coming into this map because it was also a new one that's come into the pool that they've not been able to play.
But Team Heretics must have been expecting something explosive like the composition that Fireflux are bringing here.
สายล่าง
Benji going to be enough?
มีครับผม
It was two
น้อง
options.
มิว
Like
มี
they
ครับผม
either do the same and put Deadink on the chamber, or if
ทุก
something
ทีมแพ้ได้
else
1 ครั้งครับ
Yeah, so
Pay in,
do you think that Team
then
Heretics
pay
got
off.
the composition to slow that down?
Honestly, if playing their game is being able to turn around to B4s and all of that, and that's what they've been focusing on, it might be enough.
It is enough for Heretics, but it needs to be more if they're going to make it to Barcelona. So let's head back to Mitch and Tom to see if this is going to be a 2-0.
Frankie's been working on her pronunciation,
Yeah,
hasn't she? She's been in the mirror this morning.
And if you know any loners, she will bathe them. Or bath a loner. That's what she said.
All right. Well, I was trying to give her a compliment there. Tom, there was no need to turn that so
if you
negative.
would like to bath a loner, talk to Frankie, I guess.
I don't think she's going to appreciate the DMs that come out of that one. So for Fireflux, now map down, stepping into this map, and this is where Heretics wanted to fight. I remember hearing a thing or two about Heretics and Sunset. It was that they were all right at the map, if I recall.
Historically, yes. Recently, not so much.
It's changed. It's changed, indeed.
They definitely struggle when they played against KC. I think that's why we're seeing the compositional shift. I don't mind the changes. I was going to talk about Whoop, but he's already dead.
เชี่ย
Yeah, Deadink.
ไวมาก ทุกอย่างมันเกิดขึ้นไวมาก
He likes to get aggressive. I don't think there's any doubt this confidence
ไหล
is
ขึ้น
still
กะโอ้โห
there.
โดนว่ะ
The struggle bus of the last map.
เฮ้ยแต่เลี้ยวถูกทาง ถ้าเมื่อกี้เลี้ยวซ้ายไปเลยชิบหายละอุ้ย
Great paranoia. Deadink went to try and save him. Ends up going down and the trades thick and fast. But
ชิบ
it's
หายอยู่ดี
Kachao
ครับเหลือบูคนเดียว
come
บ
out
อม
on
ต
top,
ก
leaving just Boo.
สถานการณ์สิ้น
But
หวัง
after the last map, just Boo sounds like an insult.
Yeah, my guy coming out top of the
สถานการณ์
leaderboard.
สิ้นหวัง
And he'll be in the same position if he can manage to find this one. The spike, well, it can be taken. He's leaving it there for the moment. The bait now as he swings in. Nice shot onto Reezy, but Kachao is quick to take him down. A 3-piece for the youngster. Then a 1-0 start for Fireflux and Sunset. And like you said, recent memory for Heretics doesn't paint this as quite the powerful or the powerhouse as it was in the past. But this pick could still be deadly. As you said, yeah, Wook got picked off early, but his chamber could change how this map plays out.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised by the choice. I can only assume that, like in scrims with the compositional change, that things have been going well because you lose it a couple of times, and one of them to KC where you get absolutely bodied, and I sit there and go, okay, I'm surprised even if in the past it was a good map for you. But more importantly as well, it was talked a lot, and I think it was Pipson talking about preparation and how a lot of these teams haven't been playing since July, so everything could have changed on the compositions. And also that means the map would change. So there is nothing they can go on for what Fireflux are
เพื่อน
doing.
มีข่าว
They
ดีมา
didn't
แชร์
know
แม่
what comp they
ที่
would be
เจอมะเร็ง
running.
ปอดให้คีโม
It
ครบ
is
6 ครั้งหาย
basically
แล้ว
just
พี่
off
แต่
their
ไม่
own
หาย
back.
ขาด
Like, we believe we're going to be very good in this scenario, and that's why we've picked the map.
No.
โอ้ยดีใจด้วยครับ
Hasn't gone
ปีใหม่
as they wanted, but
ดี
these
ดี
second
ดี
rounds
ฮะ
have flipped
สุขภาพแข็งแรงครับผม
even on that previous map. Deadink under pressure right away. It looked like a good start, but that slow has certainly caused trouble. The rest of the squad not able to follow up quite as quickly. Kosh goes down. Your ability to close that distance very much nullified. And look at how Fireflux approached this. Batu sent out to contain this crew while there's 2 death squads waiting for this peak to come in. Easy cleanup and an in-zone flawless for Fireflux
clean
in
for
round
late
2.
ไป
Yeah, great round for them, earning up those additional credits and putting themselves in a position to a challenge at least. And well, from what I can see on the board right now, it seems like they're going for a little bit more than just challenging, because Deading's gone straight in for an operator. So they're going for the surprise factor. They want to try and convert this round. I do feel like this means it's going to have to be him manning one side of the map. If they go that way, great. If they don't, and they've lost players on the other side, he needs to save.
It's a gamble to see if he can find that early value.
มีตัวนี้คุ้มจัด
2-0 start. Investment here is well.
ป่าช้าไปหน่อยไม่งั้นเจอหมด
Operator on the B site, the rest grouped up on A, so it will be on
แต่ก็ยังไม่รีบโยนเมื่อกี้มันเจอแค่3ไงมันเจอ5เมื่อกี้เราสวยเลย
For Deading, we'll just be carrying that weapon forward. Paranoia buying a little bit of time, slowing down the inevitable push, but it is coming in regardless.
โอ้เชี่ยแม่งเล่นท่านี้ก็ร้องดิ
With Batu down, this really is looking like we might see more than the op saved even.
Yeah, the rest of the weapons can be upgraded though. That's the argument. It's like you can
Hot
turn
ยิง
that
บูท
into
ปาก
a vandal with the credits that you have, and maybe you can earn an orb
มัน
or
แน่
two while you do it.
ไอ้หนุ่มนี่มันรู้
Kachao is definitely still looking for that challenge. Of course, for Heretics, this is more about keeping everybody alive, making sure that those credits build in the attack side. We saw it in the last half, where they just built into things and started running away with it. And well, clearing Kachao. It's a slight upgrade, but at least Reezy will take one, and then he's going to opt to go down to the spikes so that he can buy up that trusty Vandal into the next round.
Yeah, I think it was worthwhile to try to take more
Not
weapons
way
out
up.
of Heretics' hands,
Yep.
but one kill here sets those attackers up perfectly for this early half. They've got some credits to fall back on, minimal reinvestment, and the man that will be looking pretty low on credits is Koshu. Very soon will have himself an ultimate to play with, so they can pad the gap there. They're very successful. Round 3 for the attack, but these are the building blocks of the early half put into place. This is really where things get interesting. Full investment coming in for Fireflux. The saved operator again in play, this time towards the A site. And that change is going to get Deading some action.
เนี่ยวันนี้พี่ก็เล่นแชมเบอร์นี่ยืนแบบพี่บูธนี่ไอ้เหี้ยดูพีกออกมาพีไฟให้หัวเม็ดเดียวงงโหชิบหาย
This round at least. A bit of a slower walk up after the last round, but it seems like they're going to go right back to the same operator this time in the right place, but it
ไม่
doesn't
ได้เล่น
Rienz
เดดอิง
has ripped Deading's head clean off.
แต่โรเทตมาไวอยู่ครับ FF
Now they wait for that swing to come back.
วอลสูตรเดิมฮะ
He's managing one, and the HP on Boo is desperately low. Hezekiah maybe
ล้ม
not clear, but Rienz is just taken
แล้ว
over.
พี่เหรียญเอาไปแล้ว
To previous map, but now he
พี่เหรียญ
gets
มี
the
สิทธิ์
knife
เอ็ด
for
ดิวินนี้
Now maybe even has
พี่
to
เหรียญ
do
มี
it
สิทธิ์
all
เอ็ดบินนี้
himself. We spoke about him as that final boss.
37 วิ
Over in Turkey,
เวลาได้เล่น
Turkish
อยู่
teams
มีเวลาได้เล่นอยู่ครับผม
struggle to deal with him. But he needs to try and ace this round to clear it. The first goes his way, and he uses the Sage Wall to get himself back out of there. Trying to realize where the last player is, and he's done just that. Him facing off against Reezy, a chance for that ace. But just waiting for his opponent. The problem now is that time is ticking. Hoping for that final kill, and he will clear it as well. It might have just
อย่าคนบ้า
been a chance. It
ลาย
might
บุล
have
เลต
been
เข้า
one.
หัว
Rienz is back to
ไอ้
his
เหี้ย
old tricks.
Yeah, this is the Rienz that was promised today up against the Turkish team. We know
เหี้ย
he
บ้าจัด
finds another gear, but he was stalling out.
ทำได้ไงวะ
2 kills for the majority of that previous map. Finally,
ยิ่งบ้าไป
we're starting to see him wake up, and well, it is.
ไม่ทำอีกทีทำได้ปะนี่
That's the round that puts
Yeah.
Fireflux economy in the bin. And it's one that never should have been without this man. It even looks
Oi.
shaky towards the end,
Yeah.
but he connects it just in time. For Heretics, a lifeline. That's the advantage
โอ้โห
now. Almost definitely as they come in up against this eco. Let's see how they handle it.
สถิติเวลาพี่เหรียญเจอทีมตุรกีวินเลจเกือบร้อย
We cancel, okay?
Okay, chill. Just relax.
Cancel, listen,
บอกแล้ว
listen
วัน
to
นี้
my
มัน
push.
เอาแน่
Leave me here, okay?
They can tiles push, okay?
Let's go retake mid, guys. Listen, Boo, can you give us smoke on top mid?
Guys, you need to clear tiles. I'll do your tiles. Go pick.
Okay.
I
Guys,
reveal mid.
smoke top mid.
Top mid, yes.
Top mid. I'm gonna slow it.
Big one.
One, two.
Listen to me, guys.
Still check left.
Yes,
Check
but let's-
everywhere, please.
Listen to me. Can you just go B splits with this wall?
Yes,
Yes,
push
okay.
good. Guys, meanwhile you break door, I wanna just
Go
prowl,
4
okay?
people there, okay?
Okay, guys, come close
Not
to the
yet,
break.
not
Okay.
yet. Yes.
Yes,
I'm gonna paranoia like this for you guys, okay?
Okay, guys, Play. go.
You ready?
Ready?
Break,
Three,
you
two,
put trap
one.
somewhere.
Let's go now.
I paranoia for you guys, go.
Yes.
I do wall. Still carry neon.
Dead.
One more.
Hammer.
Just follow.
Dead.
I wall.
Oi, oi,
Go
oi,
B,
oi,
one
oi.
more side.
He's
Yes.
behind the wall. Guys, I on the wall.
Go
Go
side,
together,
yeah.
go
Ready?
first.
Yeah, keep going. I slow CT.
Go, I check behind the box.
Neon backside. Two, neon by
That me.
I'm holding with you.
Neon backside.
One market, one market. I will go push backside.
Yes.
Wait, one.
I'm coming up as well. I'm
One
with you.
market, market.
อุ้ย
Come, come.
ชิปหายแล้ว
One market.
CT by there.
He has up. Market guy.
And it's another big play needed from Boo. 28 HP to recover, and he's found himself another Dead Ink, the only man on the other side, but a Frenzy could be the perfect weapon. Look how low Boo is, and he's got him off guard, and a Moda Thrifty for Fireflux. What a round.
Yeah,
Top
it was
gun
a great round from
ที่ทำมา
Fireflux, but an incredibly messy one from the side of Heretics. It seemed like definitely mistakes made in terms of communication. Like it seemed like they were desperately trying to get each player to have their own idea, their own call in each moment, and they end up getting caught off guard for it. One going forward, the other going back, and a little bit of delay, and well, because of that. Even a whiff shot as well from Wu. It's one to forget for one side and definitely one to remember for the other. A huge boost to the economy. And what it seems like right back to the same strat as before. Pressure put on, the bait thrown in. Nice work from Hezuko to get, or sorry, from Dedic to give a free kill. Even still though, they turned this back.
ละชุบเลยไง
Got Batu, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. The spam for Boo made it
อุ้ย
impossible. But
เกินไป
Coil again.
แล้วคนดีคนเดิมครับ
From that Omen. And a 2 versus 1, Rien's having to step up
ค
to
น
the
ดีคน
plate
เดิม
and knock this one out of the
ไม่
park.
ได้รอบนี้
It will not happen this time around. And Heretics' direct approach falls flat.
Yeah, it
อื
looked
มไม่
for a
น่าโดน
moment
นิ
like
โค
that
โด
was
นนิ
gonna
โคจบ
work.
จบ
I
เลย
like the bait play, but the
โดนนิ
player
โค
with
ผ
the
ม
judge in the corner had no escape from that point onwards. And even after the res,
โดนนิ
but
โค
it
แล้ว
is
โชกเลยทีนี้
Hezuko. He seems to be a man of moments. Like he's not going to consistently like get you a multi-frag all the time, but when he does, it seems to be as clean as ever. The individual skill, no
ไม่
doubt.
เสียชุบไปด้วยไง
And well, from I think rounds where there's been opportunities, rounds where it's been a bit messy for Heretics, it's no surprise that we're seeing a pause at this point.
วันนี้เพื่อนผมโทร
I think it makes sense early.
เพื่อนเราคนไรน้องมอกกะโรนีสวัสดีครับผม
Going in, 2 opening picks by Rien's. They get into the B site. One player's peeking backside, the other's posted, holding. Like there was no cohesion in that moment. And they gave Kachao an opportunity. He ends up claiming it, now sitting 10-3. So it's no surprise that they take a moment to reflect on things. One good sign though. Well, it's good and bad. Rien's is having a lights out start, right? He was missing in the
จริงครับผม
previous map early on. Now we're starting to see that he even looks like he's angry looking across that stage. But the rest of the squad right now, Tom, while he sat there, you can see the stats are impressive. 400 ACS. He's got 9 kills and 4 deaths. The rest of the squad has got 9 kills between them. Very slow start from Woot. Very slow start from
ก็หลอกอยู่ตอนนี้
We need to see that turned around.
เดี๋ยวเพย์อินเลิกหลอกละ
They'd probably be 6-0 down if it wasn't for Rien's thus far. And that's
ไหว
not a great sign on your own map choice. On the attack
บุกสัก
side, which again
สัก5ขึ้นไปโอ
back
เค
to their historic route. It was Paditek
ตอน
flushing
กัน
in
น่าจะ
Woot
เฉียบอยู่
and him pretty much killing everybody. That was how the game went, and a very different look from this side. They didn't at least seem like he was in the right position, but for now at least.
โอ้โหแม่งกลาง4ครับดูดิมันกะซัดเลยนะเมื่อกี้อะ
And that will give Benji the pick. The Nightfall goes through the space again. It seems like that's the plan. Deadin can't kill us if we keep blocking him with smokes and walls.
เอ้ย
Unfortunately, there are
โอ้
Chao again. This young superstar taking over the
หมด
round and 4 again from the youngster. Insanity from Kachao.
Oh, what a round. That would have been the ace as well. Reezy and his bullets must have
Dang.
landed at the exact same time onto that other, the 5th that evaded him. Or the 4th as it would have been. What a hold. You see they bypass Deading with the wall. They get past the operator and it feels like that should make things easier. But all it took was a rifle in the hands of a man who's currently set 14-3. And we talked about this already. In previous rounds, they gave him opportunities. They didn't peak together, and he was able to convert them. Now, you see what happens when he's got that confidence. Sure, you fixed it. You swung together. You looked to trade. It didn't make a difference.
Well, yeah, you saw we had the live stats for Ian's. Kachao currently has a
ให้ M8 นะพูดออกไป
per round of 2, which is absurd. He's running away with the
มา
game.
ตินยิงหมดวันเนี้ยเดี๋ยวดู
We've said it already. The Rians in the past has been called
วันนี้ให้ TH M8 ครับ
of Turkey.
หมดเวลาของอันนี้ละ
Seems
เทีย
to
ร์2ละ
perform
วันนี้
fantastically versus Turkish opposition. Quiet first map. And a decent, already an ace in this one, but he is being outshined by Kachao, a 17-year-old superstar, and he's still going! He's looking to try and break some sort of record for kills and a half versus a team that's been there and done that. Well, he didn't get the ace in the last round. Reezy, don't be the man to steal it again. Don't take away the chance for the ace. Maybe even more impressive a chance for Nike. He's going to take it again. He's going to take it again. Give the this time Kachao will do it. 4 in the last round.
Oh my
lord. There's only one man that Fireflux needs.
เฮ้ย
Gotta give credit to Reezy there as well. He did fire some shots.
He almost did a fizzy.
But then he fell back. Yeah, I like that. I like that it's a fizzy. I'll never forgive him for what he did. But
โหมันคีนจัดแต่ละช็อต
forgive Reezy for the other round now. Now he's a good teammate. You love to see it.
19-3.
Listen to them celebrate as well, man. Yeah, like this means so much to them down on that stage, and doing it against a team like Heretics. Yes, we talk about recent history and so on, but this is the iconic Heretics map. It's beating Fnatic on Icebox. Something that Heretics
Okay,
are
there
all
we go.
about.
He's died. They finally killed him. I was going to say, when we saw the 13
เมื่อกี้มันยิงพลาดปุ๊บมันก็อันนี้เราปล่อยให้คาชาวยิงแล้ว ซัดไป 19-4 คาชาว
He's just got 19-3.
ลั่นสุดในชีวิต
Just got the numbers delivered. His ACS is 620 right now.
Yeah,
obviously,
it's going to drop a bit.
The half isn't over. It's going to go down. But as a peak, that's bloody impressive. At 6-2 up, this defensive side is standing entirely on the shoulders of Kachao. And without Rienz,
ไม่น่าว่ามันน่า75มันน่าจะ
well, maybe
84 ว่ะ
standing even taller. For Heretics, this is a disaster.
เกมนี้
Map
30 ไม่เห็น
3 already looks like it's on the horizon, but there's plenty of time for things to change. They're moving. Oh, that's awful.
โอ้โห
The Prowler doesn't see them.
เฮีย
Not
แตก
only
ว่ะ
is
เจอ
there
ค่ายกล
not
ว่ะ
Drop has backup of Hezekiah.
ช็อตนี้บาตูแน็กได้เล่นอ่ะ
Backup of Batu. Off runs away. They think it's clear, but Heza's standing by. And guess who else runs in to take a bite out of Heretics? It's a feast for Fireflux as they find themselves 7-2 in the lead.
ทำไมมันทำอะไรก็ดีวะ
They're setting these traps. They tried it a few rounds ago versus the low buy where they had the bait from Dead Ink where he's taking the angle, falls back, there's a judge there. Then they're going like, hey, you like that trap? We're going to add another layer. You thought that you had it solved. Oh, we got that first player. Now there's another around the corner. And then Dead Ink goes, hey, I've not gone anywhere. I'm back for a little bit more. These trap setups look fantastic, considering that we have not seen them yet on this map, considering when they qualified for this event, it wasn't in the pool. This is looking very, very comfortable. And there you go, the big brain of the operation, Batu, had the read on them in that round. Really impressive Fireflux so far.
And immediately a timeout from Heretics. A timeout
That's
after
the second
losing.
one already.
Indeed. The first half has had a lot of stress for this squad, and this guy is the one causing it.
Only 557. Only.
Come on, man. We're going to need you to step it up a little bit. I mean,
ต้องบอกว่าสวยว่ะ จิ้มเจอต่อรัว
I mean, yeah, he's pumping out 2 kills around. We're 9 rounds in. He's got 19. That says it there. 2.1 indeed. 19 kills.
No, I mean in terms of damage.
แต่การน้อยไปว่ะ
even more than that.
ไปบุกน้อยไป
He's probably assisting a kill or two.
ตีจะถึงหรือเปล่านี่
He's taking a chunk
Why
out
didn't
of
we
the
do
health and
KDA?
armor.
It would have been loads.
Hold on. Relax yourself. We don't need that. 7-2. Fireflux with an incredible display so far. The thing you always think
ทำไม TH เป็นบุกกันเป็นกระจุกเลยวะ
okay, you're winning because Kachao is just I mean, he could take the Piston Cup on at this point, but the reality is that can't last forever. Everybody slows down. But when will Kachao take his foot off the gas?
We immediately died in the last round, and I'll be honest, it didn't help.
No, it didn't.
And while wherever they go, they'll see Dead Ink. He's in the right place at the right time. He's got support from Kachao. Boo's at least managed to get one and push the backside, and Kachao has maybe overstepped a little. The flash good enough to catch both players, and while Batu takes a second bite of the cherry. Woo. His gun's gonna go. He was just using the tour de force. Well, hello, Hezekiah. Slightly overshadowed by Kachao, but he's having a great game as well.
Well, that's it. It feels like there's no shortage of players who can have that impact. Dead Ink early on, that operator's a big problem. Kachao, the entirety of the time, he's 20-5. Man's got a 4 KD, 10 rounds in against Heretics on Sunset. And then Hezekiah has been there. Think about the round towards the A side. As you said, he's a man of moments. And this was his moment again. Swinging back in, taking 2 individual fights, and this one was quick and clean to get the 4K. Certainly earned himself that spot right behind Kachao, but taking over is going to require a lot.
He's earned him the spot.
อาจจะต้องมองมาที่แมป3ตัวนี้โหดไป
Earned him spot.
2-0 ป่ะ
อุ้ยน่าจะ 1-1 เลยไม่น่า 2-0 ดูทรงตัวนี้เลย
For Benjamin Fish.
ทรงหนักเลยนี่หว่าเฮเลติก
หนักเลยอ่ะ
It's Rians who's dead.
ไม่ชุบหรอ
ไอ้คาชาลั่นอะไรกัน
Not bringing back Rians. We're not saving Rians. We're not saving Rians. How dare you?
เฮ้ย
Well, the trade back leaves it even. Spike has been retrieved. Could have been a 3v2 if they had Rians, but you know.
ใครก็ได้ตอบทีทำไมเบนจี้ไม่ชุบเมื่อกี้ตรงกลาง พี่เหรียญบอกว่าไม่ต้องชุบหรือเปล่า
The problem is Hezekiah stands opposite you, a man who hasn't let many rounds slip at 8-2. Fireflux would be hammering a nail in the coffin of Heretics, and it's bad from Boo.
จะอ้วกช็อตนี้
He was the star of
Yes.
but here on Sunset,
พี่บู
it's a dark
กูลืมหมดแล้วที่เมื่อกี้มึงทำอะไรไว้แบบแรกอ่ะถือว่าไม่เคยเกิดขึ้นละกัน โอ้โหแม่งไททันมาเลยครับ
Moment from Hezekiah.
What the fuck
He hit his notepad, not the death.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Oh, you got Kachao talking smack. 9-2, and you can understand why.
He's got Koshmars and Woot on 3 kills. And I say he because like yeah, some of the others
ได้แต่คิดแล้วก็สงสัยทำไมพี่เหรียญไม่ชุบพี่เหรียญตรงกลางเมื่อกี้
And it won't be on the killed.
พี่เหรียญนั่นจะบอกไม่ต้องชุบกูพี่เหรียญเล่น
Whether they get there or not, this
กู
is
เดิน
a
เลย
half that Heretics will have a
เหี้ยพออะไร
lot
วะ
to learn from. They've both timeouts already used.
เกมแบบแรก
Coming
มีเลือ
into
ด
this
เข้าสั
last
ส
round.
ๆแบบอันนี้อะไรไม่รู้ตอนนี้
Regretting not using that res. They might not get a chance this time. Kachao, only a double. That's a quieter round from him.
พี่ว่ามันจะชุบกี่โมง
เนี่ย
And
ชุบละ
Heretics will be able to res back to the 4v4.
Boo has kindly been given a judge by a teammate, but eventually he will be able to upgrade. Brings things back. They're walking up on this.
เนี่ยเอาไอ้คาชาเข้ามาแทนคอร์สมาลาดเนี่ยจบ
This
เลย
is so much information. Rien's only going to be able to get the one. The immediate trade. And 3 players spotted, but if anything, the steps are going to be heard. The operator's going to be primed and ready. It's 2 for Nick. Boo may come back, but the second time he dies, Woot goes with him. It's left all onto Benji. The wall up, he wants to try and fight them. He needs to try and turn this.
เป็นเรื่อง
Well, he might just get himself a plant. That's something at least. Get the clock ticking in his favor, but there's not really anywhere to go. Utility being sent forward, and well, Batu's there just in time a perfect peak at the perfect time, and a nigh-on perfect half from the side of Fireflux. They dominated the defense.
The best round they had was an ace from Rians over on Heretics, and they needed him to get that ace to win the round. That is a tough one for Heretics, but for Fireflux, they've got to feel on cloud 9. That collateral from Deading certainly made him happy. And speaking of which, we actually talked to Deading before the match here today. Let's take a moment to listen to it during this halftime.
มีครับมาร์ตินเอาให้วันนี้
Tell me how long it took you to become so good on the operator.
iyi oynaman ne kadar sürdü? Ne kadar zamanda operatör oynamaya başladın?
Yani ben bayağıdır oynuyordum AP'yi. Sadece AP oynuyordum.
ไอทีมนี้มันโหดกว่าทีมเก่าที่บาตูเน็กมันอยู่
Yani
เนี่ย
bir senedir
เอฟเฟก
falan
โหดกว่าดิ
bayağı gelişti bu kendi takımla beraber.
เอฟ
นั่น
เฟก
ทำทีมมา
I
โห
was
ด
playing
ไม่ไหว
operator for a very long time, and now with a new team that I've been developing and investing on the playing on operator.
And you're playing with Kachao as your fellow duelist. Tell me about how you've been working on that relationship.
เติมไปแล้วครับผม
oynuyorsun. Arandaki ilişki
Tıyorum
Kaçao'la
M8
nasıl?
be.
Nasıl gidiyor?
Ya çok güzel zaten ben deşiyorum sayda geri geliyorum.
สรุปที่เราดูอีมีกันทุกวันนี้นี่เทียร์หนึ่งคือของเก๊เหรอ น่าคิดครับผม
We are playing with Kachao really. We are playing together. I'm dashing inside and I'm going out and
ไม่
Kachao
แต่
is
สาม
taking
รวม
the
พัก
trade.
คือมันคือ
So right now it's
เป็น
going
เรคคอร์ด
very
ครับ
good with Kachao.
เรคคอร์ดเห็นไหมมัน
How
ขึ้
do
น
you
สาย
feel
ล่าง
about your job being to die for a 17-year-old?
17 yaşında bir çocuğu ölmek için nasıl bir şey, nasıl bir his?
Ya güzel, eğleniyor çocuk zaten. Çocuk eğlendirmeyi çok seviyorum. Çocukları çok seviyorum. Çok tatlı çocuk.
He's a really funny kid. I really like to make him enjoy the game, and he's really. I'm always like this. One of my motivation as well. He really enjoys that. That makes me also enjoying the game.
And today we're going to get to see him face Rians for the first time with Team Heretics. Rians known for taking down Turkish teams. Have you given him any guidance for this?
Rians Türk takımlarına karşı galibiyet alması da biliniyor ve bugün de ona karşı oynayacak. Ona bir guidance, ona bir rehberlik sağladın mı?
Yani bugün ona karşı farklı bir tarz oynamayı düşünüyoruz. Bakalım serverda göreceğiz.
Today we will play a different game to Rians, and we will see in the server what will happen.
Oh, I love it. I cannot wait for this one. Also, fun fact for everyone watching at home, Kachao
บ้าน
and
ร้อย
Razy
หลัง
were
เลย
standing on the sidelines just watching Dead Ink during this interview, which I love.
Well, they're supporting Dead Ink in his interview, and the whole team's supporting Kachao on this server. 23-7. They said that his energy, his vibe, and how much he's enjoying the game is something that's driving all of them. Well, this is certainly going to give them a lot of fuel, perhaps enough fuel to make it all the way to Barcelona, which you can do if you scan that QR code. Get your tickets for our Stage 2 finals, but maybe wait till after the game.
I was going to say,
เราจะไปแข่ง
driving them all the way
ที่
to
บาร์เซโลนา
Barcelona
ในบ้าน
if
ที
he's
เฮ
got
ด
his
เลยนะ
license yet, 'cause,
Yeah, exactly.
it's only 17 years of age. Might not have had time to do the lessons just yet, but
I still haven't.
yeah, and you are also just 17 years of age plus 10.
Mentally.
Either way, quick trades out. Pistols and more kills for Kachao. You guessed it.
No. No. A pistol
GG
here
ครับ
for Fireflux is a death sentence for
GG
Heretics. It has to be.
หมดสภาพ
Kachao as well,
แมปที่เลือกมา
continuing that momentum.
ไม่รู้ซ้อมเยอะแล้วเลือกมา
Root
หรือว่า
11.
เลือกมา
Long time since
แจก
we've
หรือเปล่า
seen
ไม่รู้
him
นี่ง
struggle
งไปหมด
like
แล้ว
this, and it'll get a little bit better.
น้อง
More
ชอนอล
times,
เลยครับผม
better ratio, but well, 11-2, not so much.
He's genuinely still close to having 2 kills per round, by the way.
Yes.
Like, that's mental. Like, you see that in the first, like,
หมด
10 rounds, really impressive. You see that go on any longer in the game, and it is just absurd. And it's sad because I think otherwise we'd be talking about Hezekiah and the clutch rounds he's had and the insane moments, but
แล้วคือคอมแม่งไม่น่ากันได้เยอะแม่งกันได้โคตรเยอะเนี่ยไม่จะกันยังไงนี่
oh, taking our breath away, there's no doubt about it. Surprised we don't actually see more of an investment here from Heretics. They're going to go for the buy in the next round. It is a pick your poison, but this poison seems stronger than the other. You're basically going down to, can we win 10 rounds in a row?
ไม่การันตีครับ
Or can we make
ที
it
มนี้
work
ไม่มี
with
ใครการันตี
very
แชม
little
เปี้ยน
in this round?
Well, they've got players in the right spot. Just to be clear, I don't believe in this round, but they have got players in the right spot. 4 here, Headhunter in position. No slows on Benji, but a wall perhaps can segment off the crew. Nice start by Woot. Not a great follow-up, but trading not as good as you could hope for in this moment. Koshmaris gets in there with another. Has to be traded back by Deadink, but they've spotted Rienz. They don't know about Boo, and Boo's on the wraparound. He might get a freebie here. Swings in, but Denning's more than ready. Patience here from Fireflux, and Rienz is under pressure. Deadink with a 4-piece, puts 12 on the board for the attackers. At this point, it feels impossible for Heretics to get even close to the scoreline Fireflux have put up.
Yeah, it's basically not so much like how they bring it back, it's when this game is over, and if they could maybe just
เกมแบบหน้าบุกก่อนก็
build up a bit of that confidence again. I think they'll be able to resell this and just go, okay, we came in with a comm that was probably working in scrims, we didn't know what we were up against, a kid has just obliterated us.
But Kachao might get a 30 bomb in a 13-2 game. It's not.
They might need to lose a round before that happens, unless he's going to kill everyone here.
A 4K from Kachao would be pretty much a normal round at this point. I don't know. I believe in it. Even without the round lost, it will be Deadink, though, to steal the first. Kachao's got some work to do if he wants 30, but there's 28. A double already. Now it's looking a little bit more doable. It's all I really care about in this game at this point. Heretics are not winning. I'll tell you that. Maybe they might not win the second. Certainly, if Kachao keeps
They're
this
giving him ult.
he's gonna get the ult.
นีออนแม่งลั่นที่สุดใน
They
ชีวิต
want
อะ
the 30 bomb, but Deading's stolen it.
เอ็ดเป็นทีสี่
29
เป็น
max,
ที
and, well, Deading's getting in the way of that as well. Look at him go. Keep the kid humble. 10 HP. Here come the laser guns. And it's
13-2
Kachao with a 3-piece, one away from a 30 bomb in a 13-2 map. Is outrageous.
Yeah, and he was so close to keeping that 2 kills per round going. He's off it by a very small
ไม่ใช่ครับผม
percentile. But I think he'll be okay with it. Oh,
เซต้าแพ้หน่อยทีม
499 ACS. It's one off the 500. There's nothing else really to talk about here. And wow, I think we're pretty much ready to go down to the sideline. It's not with Kachao, it's with Reezy, but I think we know what we're talking about.
We've got to talk about the ace. The first time Kachao nearly took one, Reezy, your bullets accidentally stole it. The second time, though, you hit your bullets deliberately to push Boo into Kachao's crosshair, right?
In my purpose in that situation, I just wanted exact spot for assist Kachao, and he gets it delivered.
You played them like a fiddle. Congratulations. We'll see you on the next one, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
อันนี้-2 นี่-1 -3ทำไมแบบดิฟหน่องชินดีกว่าไม่ใช่หรอโง่แชมเปี้ยนนี่ครับเดือน9เริ่มเดือน9วันที่24ครับจบเดือน10วันที่18มันไม่พี่ไม่รู้น้องจ๋าไม่ได้ดูทำไมมันออกอย่างนี้วะเซต้าหน่องชิมแต่มันไทยเบรก3 ทีมปกติไทยเบรกมันต้องดูแมปดิฟใช่ไหมเซต้ามัน-2หน่องชิม-1 RQ -3เข้าใจถูกไหมไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันทำไมมันจัดอย่างนี้บางทีวิกิพีเดียมันก็ไม่ตรงนะบางทีวิกิพีเดียไม่ตรงอ๋อเข้าใจแล้วมันใช้กฎมาก่อนใช่ไหมที่เอาแค่3 ทีมแมปดิฟของแค่3 ทีมที่เจอกันเข้านะแป๊บนึงนะ ซื้อกาแฟร้านนั้นให้นี่ใหม่ได้นี่ใหม่มันเสร็จทุกแก้วถ้าโชว์ปีหน้าจะโดนดึงไหมถ้ามันลั่นอย่างนี้ต่อเนื่องก็เป็นไม่ได้นะต้องดูยาวๆดูแมปเดียวไม่ได้หรอกแมปแรกมันก็ยังไม่ได้เวอร์มากตอนนี้ซิมเปิลกลับไปเล่นเทียร์ 1ไหวไหมไหวแน่นอนดูมันยิงเละเทะเลยครับ TSD น้องหยำพลิกเตรียมรอบไฮอินเล่นๆเหรอตอนนี้ตอนไหนพลิกได้แล้วบ้างอ่ะมันยังพลิกไม่ได้มาเพย์อินอ่ะยังไม่มาให้พลิกเนี่ยทีสองอีมีโหดมีแต่ใช้หน้าเพย์อินมันยังไม่ทำอ่ะไอเพย์อินของไปซิฟิกเอาปานันยอง
go anywhere in the world and say like, listen, you should have me. This is what I can do against a team that has been runner-up for champs, against a team that this was their home ground for such a long time, against a team that decided that they were going to play their game. Yeah. That's what Kachao did to them round after round after round. Dedink as well had also very impressive ones, but especially when we put it head to head against Koshmaras. Okay, Koshmaras, not good performance, but seriously, this man got almost 500 ACS.
Have you seen that before? Very rarely.
Over 300. I don't think I can remember.
ไม่เปลี่ยนหรอก
We showed a stat. I think it was round 10 as well, where he was like 500.
แต่พี่กำลังงงว่าทำไม TH มันบุกอย่างนั้นวะ
like 19 and 3, finished plus 21.
Captain count, get working.
Yeah, for sure. I think you could definitely see that Kachao carried Fireflux throughout that. As you mentioned, there was a couple of players that stepped up, but we were talking about Heretics not even making it to double digits. There was like 2 players on Fireflux that didn't even make it to double digits. That's how much Kachao was able to take over that map.
The thing is,
น่าจะเขียวอะครับผมตัวตึง
if he wouldn't have been shooting, I don't think that the rest of the team would have had that much of an issue. But it still, to me, is the grace in which they have absolutely no respect when they open the angles, when they go into these duels. And very clean for them. It's first they did it with Summit. Now they've done it with Sunset. A very, very scary team to have coming in and play as some challengers.
This is a challengers team who have just taken down the winners of stage 1 on their own map pick. 13 to 2. naturally we had to check
เชี่
in
ย
with the
30
coaching squad
51 ตัวแล้วตอนนี้นะครับ
to see
2 แมป
how they reacted to that map.
2 แมป 51 ตัว
Tough times on Sunset. What went wrong there? Lots of micro issues, I think. Not a great deal more I can add with that, I would say. I think we did a really poor job of dealing with our reclares. I mean, communication wasn't great either. There's a lot of things that went wrong. I mean, there's not a lot that went right when you lose in that scoreline, so nothing more to add, really.
So here's one of my concerns for Team Heretics right now. Not just the scoreline on Sunset. It is who is going to be picking up this team when they're down, because this match, it is not over yet. They can remain in the upper bracket if they're able to win on Ascent. But they need
คน
someone
ตุ
to
รกีเรียก
mentally
คาโชว่า
reset
ท่าน
them. Yes, Benji is the person when they're doing
เอา
well
มา
on
จากไหน
the server who's hyping up the team. A loss for him, it's like water off a
เปิด
duck's back.
เทียร์
But
2
for
อี
the
มี
rest of the
ให้
players
ดู
out
ได้
there,
ได้
they're
ครับ เทียร์
extremely
2
quiet
อ๋อ
right now.
ได้
They
เอ้ย
forget what they
ลื
can
มเลยขอโทษ
do
ทีครับ
because
ตอนแรกว่า
they're
จะเปิดให้
facing
ดู
off against a 17-year-old who just
อ่า
destroyed them.
จัดไป
I don't know how they can get through this next map if they don't have a word with themselves and they haven't got anyone to do that for them right now.
Their fault, I say. At the map 1, they were like, "Oh, Benji, why don't you shut up? Why don't you shut up?" Now he shut up. Who's going to be the one cheering for the team?
มีอยู่ 3 อันนะ
Seriously, things can
อันนี้
can
คือ
get
ของอีมินี่เขา
difficult,
คัดกันมา
especially because with
อันนี้คือ
Fireflies
กรุ๊ป
now starting on the defense with the momentum that they have.
อันเนี้ยคือ
they also
Challenger
have the chance to prove
อัน
that
หลัก
what happened against Pacific
มีทั้งหมด
wasn't
4 กรุ๊ป
a matter of their
มีบาร์เซโลนาด้วย
opponent,
อัน
that
เนี้ย
they're here
ที่
to
หลัก
be
ๆที่คน
winners,
ดูกัน
teach the rest of the world what they can do.
16 ทีมนะ
On the
แบบ
plus side, you have a Team
ตึง
Heretics that 13-0'd Fnatic on this map when we think back to the regular
อันนี้เป็นอี
season.
มีลาแชน
And
คน
not
เลย
only
ไป
that,
นะครับ
if they do stick with the composition that they had in that game, Fireflux have experience of playing against this composition on Ascent. When I think back to Challengers Stage 3, they played against Enterprise on this
เฮ้ยลา
map.
แชนเข้าไปก็เหมือนกันว่ะ
They have
ตอนนี้
experience
นี่เพย์
playing
อินอัน
against
นี้
it. It was a 2-13 loss. I don't know for Heretics though. I agree with you. They need to be able to bounce back.
They're also teasing us, Fireflux,
New team
right
there.
now in Aegis Select, because last time they were playing this map,
มันจะมีทีมจาก Dash Evolution ก็คือของเยอรมัน 3 ทีม 5 ทีม
because they do need a controller.
เนี่ยมี
so
แฟ
we
งไอ้
can
ที่
assume that this is
ไอ้
going to
ที่
stay the way
ไอ้
that
ท่าแฟงเปิดมา
it
5 ทีม
is.
แล้วมีจากของ Frank Revolution 5 ทีม
Please don't. I'm
คัดกันมาเหมือนกัน
It's actually the opportunity of a redemption arc.
Frank
So you're
Revolution
basically
เห็น
saying
ปะ
that now
ของ
Battlenet
Challenger
has had his
คือเป็น
first
Challenger
ever
ของฝ
VCT
รั่งเศสอะ
win. He's running things back to try and rewrite the
อันนี้
past.
รัดแชนนะ
I'm not
แล้วมี
winning
สเปน
anything
ไล
playing
ซิ่ง
them.
อีก
So just because Battle wants to
5 ทีม
everybody swaps around amongst them the agents that they were playing just so they can put this
มี
double sentinel on the side of
เตอร์กี
I mean with them starting on the
อีก
defense
5 ทีม ไม่กำลังยังมาเลยรัดแชนนะ
This is a last minute. This is a last minute.
มีของมีนาอีก
Net yourself. I'm sure that's all he used to do when he was on Apex. Like,
มีนา มีนอตแอฟริกา
they have questions. Kachao on the Omen. Hello.
มีนาอะไรเนี่ย
everybody moved around so this could happen
นี่
and
ทีม
now
แม่ง
there's
เต็มไป
no
หมด
double
เลย
duelist and the duelist is winning.
ทีมแบบมีชื่อตรงนั้นอะ
If we're going to talk about Apex.
I'm genuinely speechless. I was thinking Kachao's going to be back on the Euro again, but they've changed things up.
แบบ
I
3 ที่
know
เฮ็ด
that I
ครับ
have to go back to Mitchman and Tom, but I desperately want to talk about this.
ใช่แล้ว
I'm
นิ
just
โอ
going to ask what Mitch and Tom think about this one. Mitch, are you going to be screaming during this game?
โหดคือกว่าจะขึ้นมาได้คือแม่งล้มลุกคลุกคลานอะคนแย่งกันเยอะครับผมคนนี้
What I'm looking at here, that's about all I can say.
Hey, you know, they've had a lot of time to work, a lot of time to practice. That's what they've come out with. And to be honest, like, I'm not looking, I don't really, especially after the last map, I think seeing Kachao not on a duelist is
สูง
weird.
ที่เฮ็ดปะแบบนี้
Evidently, this must have worked. So I'm
พี่วุฒิ
gonna
จับเก็ตโนเมอร์ซี่ครับผม
I want to see what they've got planned. I think they had a lot of cool trap setups on the previous map. This composition gives them a lot of opportunities for very cool trap setups. So why not?
I've always said I really appreciate teams and players who have that flexibility. It's strange to see this level of flexibility, but I suppose in recent times.
มันต้องโดนเนิร์ฟ
Oh my
เฮ้ย
goodness. Was that blind? Did he see something I didn't? Well, either way, big
Ui.
advantage found. Great shock dart. Rienz is done. Oh, locked here.
Oh.
Reload. Let's him fire back onto Deading.
Oi.
Missing. And Rienz in
พี่เหรียญ
form. puts us in to a 1v2 where I don't think Reezy has a chance. Nice work by Rienz in mid.
ไม่เชื่อน้องนนท์
To save them multiple times. One of the couple of rounds they got in the last map was him getting an ace. Clearly feeling pumped up going into that third map. And I think it's important that they got off to a strong start.
เผลอๆไม่สูงด้วยนี่ตัวลั่นจากโอเมนโดนเนิร์ฟ
I think we've seen, I think even Benji in the clip earlier spoke about how he is an emotional player, and I think getting control of those emotions or even harnessing them is going to be important.
พี่เหรียญแม่งทุ่มเทอีกแล้ว
After that last map, you need a reason to believe you're still competing. And if you find it, it's very easy to forget the last map. It was so quick. It's a tiny little space in your memory. Probably a little scary when you see Kachow. Again, just the flashbacks, but at least now he's not on the Neon anymore. Can't take those fights in the same way. For Fireflux, well, the start hasn't gone according to plan. One man they couldn't kill is given a 1-0 leg up. And for Heretics, coming into Ascent up against the Turkish team and having Rienz be tested for his real, what has been talked about as a Turkish player's kryptonite. Well, this would be a poetic way to prove the point.
อุ้ยแย่แล้ววะ
Slow round here in the anti-eco. Heretics very cautious not to give over free kills, and they have avoided the stack, which they're about to find out very soon.
Walking in, there's the coil, there's the realization, and Molotov holding them back a little bit extra. It'll be some time to just clear everything out for the side of Heretics, but now it all comes about optimizing not only those orbs, but making sure the credits are kept. Like, I kind of want to see maybe the rifle given over to Benji and Kushmara start to go hunting. Obviously, it's a little bit more difficult to get that Phoenix ult as it was just a week or so ago. Damn you, Durka, ruining our Phoenix ult.
It'll be damn near impossible to get if he's having the same kind of game he did last map as well. Like, that's one of the main things for me is Woot and Caution. Two duelists here. They have to show us confidence early on. They have to
ขอฟาร์มเม็ดหน่อยเว้ย แต่ฟินิกซ์มี7 เม็ดแล้วครับไม่ได้ OP เหมือนเมื่อก่อนแล้ว
It was really tough in the previous map. A really tough showing for them there, and even saving all the weapons forward in this has its value. Will be obtained. Clean enough early start for Heretics.
Yeah, they've at least
วอร์ม
managed
ก่อนกด
to
แรงเหรอ
make sure all of the players are going to come in with rifles for this next round. It's going to be too expensive, and an opportunity to start this attack side off strong. Of course, when they played it last, it was their defensive side that was incredibly strong, but I don't think we can take too much away from that because they did win 13-0. It seemed like Fnatic didn't really come to party at that point. But as I was saying, that bonus round is going to be pretty important for them. A strong one at that, and an early challenge on the fight. Let's have a listen in to the comms.
There is no deadlock net and...
Get more foreigners.
No, you already took him.
I'm just gonna watch my mid push now, Boo, okay?
Okay.
Just out push. They don't have only air flash. Yeah.
Listen, guys, can you just wait a bit?
Yeah.
Yep. Listen, I'm going left. You can pick
Enes,
me. Shoot that short, bro.
Yes, Enes, you're gonna go drone short by yourself. You're gonna hit 4
1 mid. One mid. Okay, I'm coming back.
Yeah, one dash, one smoke. I'm gonna dash close right side, okay? Also, be ready time to push. Can they be like mid, really close mid? Also,
yes, they can.
Can we play a little bit faster because of the...
แบบนี้ให้เทียดครับ
We will have it back in...
I wanna drone. Yes, we don't. Get closer.
I'm running.
Get closer, get closer.
Yeah, get
Can
ready.
you drone now?
Yep.
I'm gonna put it on the drone, guys. Okay?
Yeah, I will dash right. Can you flash this?
Go, 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 go.
Let's go.
Only heaven.
Under right side.
Yeah, I see him.
Get out.
โอ้โห
I died. I'm aiming heaven. Wait, I dodge paranoid.
Dodge also.
Under right
เฮ้ย
side.
เบรก
I'm in that.
เข้าไม่ได้
I'm in that. I can't.
เฮ้ย
Peek now. 1, 2.
Bro, he's still
That's very real. I'm
Move.
dead heaven. Nice, bro. It was both bullets. Oh, bro. Good bonus, guys.
อะไรของบูอ่ะ
Held the line from heaven for Fireflux to get there first onto the board. 2-1 scoreline now. Denning picking up a little bit of momentum, but Rienz also seemed to start hitting some shots at the end.
Yeah, I will say Dedink is one of the more interesting changes.
เม็ดเดียวมีผลเยอะมาก เม็ดเดียวอันติฟินิกมีผลเยอะมาก
Again, since we've seen them last play, the Yoru has
คือตอนนี้เมตาที่มันเกิดขึ้นคือเอาฟินิกมาใช่ไหมลองนึกภาพนะบินปืนพกกับบินอีกบิน2สมมติชนะปืนพกเสร็จใช่ป่ะบิน2 มีปืน
aggressive fronts.
แล้ว
and
ฟินิกซ์แม่งฟาร์มออฟได้เต็ม
he's very happy to sacrifice himself for
แล้วพอ
the
ลา
space.
โบนัสอะ
I'm
ฟินิกซ์
sure
มีอันติ
Kachal and
มี
Omen
ปืน
maybe got the
บางที
most,
มันเปิดไซด์ได้แล้วมันแต
I
ก
guess
อะ
logical pick for him.
แล้วมัน
But if
ส
he's
โนว์บอล
still
ยาวเลย
going in
6
second
เม็
or
ดมัน
third,
น้อยไป
I
ครับ
actually don't mind
แล้วมัน
it.
เกิดขึ้นบ่อยครับตอนเนี้ยฟินิกซ์อันติเต็มวัยอะ
It might not have the neon slide, but he's that good at opening. Imagine how good he is at trading for Kachal.
เฮ้ย
Damage through the
ขอบคุณ
smoke,
ตัว
but
ตึงนะ
Savage
สำหรับกิฟ
done
ต์ซับ
quite
นะครับ
a
ผม
bit. Wood and Kosh both tagged heavily.
ทำไมเสียง
They get
ทำไม
nothing
เสียงกิฟต์ซับใน
to
คลิก
show for it, but they might get
ดัง
some aggressive
จัด
at the moment. That judge
ขอบคุณครับผม
unlikely to go for a deep swing, and in fact, if it did, it might just have a double kill.
อาจจะมีอินนี่ครับแชมเปี้ยนอาจจะมีอินนี่
Likely to be rewarded as well. I think the only real danger is a Phoenix Flash coming around that
เดี๋ยวต้องไป
corner.
ตั้งไม่ค่อยได้มีซับในคลิกเท่าไหร่เดี๋ยวต้องไป
You can see Heretics are already shifting back towards this B side.
ตั้งใหม่
They're
ครับ
gonna look for deep mid control. I assume Kosh is going to put some fake pressure towards this A side alongside Rienz. There's the reveal going up and over. There's the flash. Is he going to swing? Yes.
อาจจะต้องยุบทีมแมนถ้าแพ้แบบนี้
Batu finds him immediately, and the Hunter's Fury. It's only used as a distraction here. Nothing found off the back of it, but Fireflux are
ใช่
still
ครับ
ready
ยิง
on
โหด
B.
มาก
Yeah, it didn't do enough to sell that ruse. Wasn't any follow-up behind the Phoenix, and they know it as well. And now with 14 seconds, this needs to be so incredibly quick. And that's the spike down. That's an even bigger problem. It has been retrieved, but they need to get onto the site. Benji's done incredibly well. He might have just bought them an opportunity. In fact, he will defend the line. Deading could have ended the round in his tracks.
อ๋อระวางไม่ทัน
I think, did he let go? He must have let go. He had time. There was 5 seconds when he started planting and he let go.
No faith. I was so locked in on Benji that I didn't even realize he let go.
I mean, Tom, let's be brutal. There's no excuse for letting go there. You shouldn't even be considering
แบบ
it.
2 มัน
When they start planting,
บุกไปไหนก็เจอ
there's
แท็บ
5 seconds left. You can't
เจอค่ายกลครับ
possibly. What are you doing? You can't possibly win the round. Who cares about the kill? That's such a silly mistake. And they get exactly what they deserve for it. Benji,
พี่เหรียญไม่ไว้ใจเพื่อน
man,
ว่ะ
I need to pause. If I was Benji,
พี่เหรียญไม่ไว้ใจ
he
เพื่อน
dragged at them, kicking and screaming through that round, out of the depths of darkness, and then they just extinguished the light themselves. That's tough.
ผิดหวังว่ะไม่ไว้ใจเพื่อนเฉย
Well, a round that Heretics are going to live to regret, I'm sure. And
แล้วเป็นจีสวยอะไรเงี้ย
it's given one over to the other
นั่นไง
side. Well, Benji's now going to get
โดนจับ
cleared.
กุม
If
เลย
he
ครับ
didn't pause before, I think he might do now. That's going to be frustrating. Rien's looking to
แล้ว
try
พี่เหรียญโมโห
and undo the mistakes of the last round. Taking down Kachal. But there's still plenty more defenders on this B site. 2 players ready and raring.
เล่นในไซส์
No opportunity for Deading to teleport in, but he's instead faked the move towards middle and instead waits towards the spawn.
30 seconds left.
Damage there from Hezekiah. He's unscathed somehow. He's taking
Oi.
a lot of fights, and he's winning so many of them.
โอ้ย
The kills
นัดเดียว
might not have followed on the first 2, but look how low they were. Look how easy the cleanup for Batu. The lead falling into the hands of Fireflux now for Heretics. It's got to be upsetting. That's a lead that they know they gave away.
God, no, that is painful. And that was kind of what I expected to happen in the last round. Like, I think Benji did
มัน
such
เอามา มันเอา
impeccable
มาเบร
work
ก
to get them in.
เกมไวดีครับโยรุ
Clean
อันพิดิก
early, and you can see what
เหลี่ยม
happens when
เหลี่ยม
he's
แอส
not
เซนต์มันเย
there
อะ
to get them in anymore. As the defenders made that one look relatively easy, set the Heretics economy back to a pretty awkward position. Some pistols. Koshmaris has a rifle and his ult, but it would be finding the right place to use it. And when you have this sort of more contacty flash style play, it can be a bit more difficult when playing up against that deadlock and those sensors. And it's definitely a bit worse when you just get spammed out at the beginning of the round. Reese's just frying.
Oh, they've got a second deadlock trap. They've got a second trap. So the first would be broken, and the second might catch them, but it was baited out. Heretics ready for it. Big pickup by Batu. The ult might not have connected, but every headshot did after, and it's an in-zone flawless. Batu trapped in a corner, but He fights his way out of it, and 7-2.
M821
Billy's hesitance at accepting this agent select for Batu, but
แปลกละ
I haven't seen him net himself.
That sounded like pure disgust.
I'm saying I understood her being a little hesitant. I was also worried we'd see Batu hitting the net on
วันนี้
himself,
ฟ็อกซี่นายแบกเพื่อนๆไปบนบ่าครับผม
It's more about
แล้วก็ออกอย่างมาอย่างที่เห็น
where he is and what he's doing with it.
I genuinely thought she was going to walk onto the stage and unclick the agent for him. Just be like, no, we're not having this.
I think she would have if she was allowed. We have security, thankfully.
Do you think they can stop her?
แต่ก็ต้องบุกด้วยครับ
She might be small.
กัน
She's Mike.
เป็นอย่างเดียวไม่ได้ ต้องบุกเป็นด้วย 200%วันนี้เปอร์เซ็นต์แม่งคาดเคลื่อนว่ะเปอร์เซ็นต์คาดเคลื่อนทั้งวันเลยวันนี้
Also good within the region. The map becomes more of a 50-50. They've clearly been at work, changing up what they were running drastically as well. And it's going to be up to Heretics to find that solution.
Indeed. The runway is approaching its end for this attack side. Credits on the line. And a run it back available. If ever there was success to be found, this should be where Team Heretics can unearth it. Kachao, hey, they're 4-2 up and Kachao's 1-4. A tough start for him considering the untouchable performance in the previous map. But he has not been needed at any stage. He has not been called upon so far. And for Heretics to take him down, it will make it sting a lot more if
เรา
they
ได้
end
นั
up
กเตะ
losing
ใหม่
this
ตำนาน
round.
บา
This
ซ่า
has to be
ใคร
where they
อ่ะ
find it. Look at the trap positions as
ยัง
well.
ไม่ได้ตาม
These
ข่าว
have
หนุ่ม
changed.
ส
Last
ปอย
round,
ให้
remember,
พี่
it
ฟัง
was
หน่อย
2 in this position here on short. So they've completely swapped it up. And that could slow the momentum, but in fact the run it back's going in the other direction.
Oh, I don't think it's going anywhere. The net's fantastic. Immediately eliminated by the Hunter Fury. The timing not bad on the swing out, but somehow survived a while, and that transfer from Batu was perfect. Clean shots from him. Even still to equalize. Going for more though, and Batu is on fire. Whether you believe in the agent or not, you've got to believe in the man.
Oh, without a doubt, the net perfect. The
นี่บาตู
second
มัน
the
เดือดจั
running
งวะ
back is activated, he's stuck in position. There's a Hunter's Fury on him. If you can trade out those 2 ults, that is just fine for you on Fireflux. A Sova ult has its value. And let me tell you, it's quite a lot. And when it comes to that running back,
Oh, the second is like it's so nasty. It's just a small correction.
keeping Kosh down as well. Going to be such a big deal for Fireflux. It has been a while since Woot or Kosh have been able to feel confident in any battle they're going for. An awful map for them on Sunset and a pretty poor start for both of them.
ขนม
Here,
ไทย
I
อะไร
think
ไม่
they've
รู้ครับ
got
ผม
2
เหมือนข
on
นมผิง
Kosh
แต่เป็น
and
รูป
1
ดอกไม้
kill
อะ
on Woot. Like, considering Kachao is now incredibly quiet.
He's 1-4.
He's 1-4, exactly. I mean, imagine he wakes up. It's over.
Yeah, but that's kind of what I like about this Fireflux side, though. You have this.
Oi!
Oh no! Kosh is gonna break something. I can't even blame him.
Something.
A random if he sees that he was
ทำอะไรก็ไม่ดี
running
ว่ะ
as well,
วันนี้
he's gonna full tilt. He's gonna be out of there. Luckily, it's in a round where there's not that much to play with anyway. You kind of expect to lose it, but Batu, I don't know.
คม
I was gonna say he should be thanking his lucky stars, but maybe Benji Fishy has something to say about that.
Oh, he's giving them a chance. After a random kill pulled out of nowhere, the advantage taken out of the hands of Fireflux. The B site now under pressure. The rotate from Batu is perfect. He's getting in here just when he needs to, and that kill gives him the ultimate. Now a safety net. to fall back on. He's instantly hit one. He knows the ult's going to be sent through. Rien's stolen away, and Woot doesn't have the ammo to
ช่วย
break
ไม่ได้
it
ด้วย
free. One kill for Woot
โอ้
so
โห
far, and he'll get nothing more.
บาตูเน็กหัวกลางอากาศวูด
4K sitting back when he finds the final, and it's 6-2 here. Firefly, their previous champion, has gone quiet, but Batu, he hasn't filled his shoes. He's broken them at the seams.
That one's I want to see the last one he gets over the top, because it looked like it was just crazy.
Oh!
I almost spit out my drink.
Oh, he knows it as well. He is on one. Potentially, he's trying to overshadow Kachao. And honestly, like,
he's on track.
You've got the story of Kachao, this youngster, but you've got the redemption arc. A man who was 0-11 in wins, playing on Apex, almost a laughing stock. And now he's looking like
แม่งเดี๋ยวคนนู้นลั่นทีคนนี้ลั่นที
insane couple of days. It doesn't seem to matter who's in their way. Benji Fishy is trying his damnedest, man. The guy has been performing
พลาดหน่อยเว้ย
but there is no one there to help him.
นึกว่าจะพลาดไม่เป็น
Steps up to the plate, and they have an advantage again. And they're even Rien's is going to plant the spike this time.
Hunter's Fury available, man advantage to work with. Tag in onto Kachao, but they're not worried about him.
Caught.
Misses the shot, the spam takes Kosh so desperately low, and Kachao's ready to strike on the swing, but he misses.
โอ้คอนไม่เดินหน้าตายมากอ่ะจริง
Not able to land those shots, but he'll pop his smoke, make it uncomfortable for Kosh Maris. Fake the TP across and swing in for Rien's. The first found, 2 more to go, but he's tagged so low. Batu will have to carry this on. 4-2, and he gets the jump on Benji. The net lands on Kosh Maris, and he's up close with the shorty. Batu next.
มันดูทางเดียวกันเฉยเลยทุกคนไอ้เหี้ยเอาไม่ทันแม่งหันไปดูทางเดียวกันเฉยเลยรั่วเลยช็อตนี้
It's around though. I think that's all that Heretics can look at this point. We know the defensive side on this map has been strong for them and strong for many as well. But the fact is that, yeah, maybe they celebrate a little bit early, lads. But the fact is, I also look at the composition as being run by Firefly, like, okay, this is going to be tough to run on the attack. Like, you're going to have to be very well-oiled machine to make this one work. But at the moment, it just looks like they have the individuals. Even a round that Heretics win doesn't feel like a victory.
No, of course it doesn't. Oh my goodness, the net goes through, but that paranoia might just have saved the day. Batu tastes his 3rd death at the hands of an opponent. Kachao, slow as he's been, this has to be the step up. His hero moment, of which he had more than a few in that previous map. And it starts here. He's dodged the flash, but he's been spotted. Doesn't matter, Boo goes down. Only the one for Kachao. The trade-outs there for Deadink. He's already doubling up, looking for more and finding it. And the last man standing on a long flank.
I know exactly where he is.
And he will be found.
Oh, the reposition as well from Deadink. He's now backing towards that spawn. They're waiting to just try and lock him in. Look at the gun on the other side. The gun is a judge. The gun waiting for him. The spike's been taken though, but there's no escape. What? Okay. Deadink just read that one perfectly. Is he cheating?
He didn't see anything. He just shot through the cage.
Did he see the spike go, maybe?
No, the spike was in the cage. I don't think he could have.
เนี่ยเดดอิงสไนโคตรบ้าลุมยิงสไนดิ
I think that was just a random shot. Yeah. All right.
ช็อตนี้ไม่นับคือมันเป็นคนที่ควิกสโคปยิงโหดมากอ่ะ
7-3. And then you think about the round before, when Heretics find their 3rd, when they break that streak from Fireflux, they still lose everybody. Batu still looks invulnerable. Here, Batu falls early. It doesn't matter. Fireflux still come out with the round. Like, this has not felt like Heretics have won a round since round 2, and they basically haven't.
Oh,
that is a lot of information for Reezy. Sat in the corner. Yep, Woot didn't realize he was there, or at least going to get one, but the expectation of this round is not much more.
เก่งเก่งมาก
Retrieve the rifle for Benji Fishy, but the paradigm from Kachao is sublime. Boo has also managed another, but even still, it leaves Boo with an impossible task.
ไม่พอว่ะ
Unfortunately, it seems like his completion of
ไม่พอ
impossible tasks left
8-4 ไม่พอทรงนี้
map number 1.
Yeah, he was the top fragger over on map number 1, but things have certainly changed here. Back to Nax. You talked about his redemption arc, and this guy, although he hasn't gotten a kill for a round or two, this guy you said
จะ
was
ตอบ
a
ในตัวตึง
laughing
ไว้เดี๋ยวพี่
stock
จับ
at
ให้ดู
times.
แล้วกัน
It was on this
นะ
agent that he was.
เนี่ย
There were some very
สัง
funny
เกตทุกคน
moments
ดู
when
ส
he
ไน
came
เด
to
ท
step
อิง
up.
ดีๆนะครับดูวิธีการยิงของมันนะแม่ง
The
โคตรแบบ
redemption arc almost completed for him now, 16 to 3.
ดูไม่เหมือนชาวบ้านในวิธีการยิงน่ะคือมันเป็นพวกควิกสโคปอ่ะซึ่งเกมมันควิกสโคปยากครับแต่เดทอิงมันควิกสโคปเป็นเรื่องปกติ เดี๋ยวดูนะ เวลามันยิงนะมันจะควิกสโคปยิงแต่แบบ
From bad to worse to worse again.
เดี๋ยวดูเมื่อกี้มันช็อตเราเป้าช็อตที่มันพีคไปยิงเวลาแบบบูมเมนต์อ่ะไม่ควิกสโคปแบบเป็นเรื่องปกติเลยเว้ยโอ้โหพี่ว่าซีเน็ตมันเก่าไปแล้ววะ
The final boss in Rien's, he's been shut down.
รุ่นใหม่ๆแต่ไม่โหดไป
Tried his best, but it's been Batu. Well, okay, he'll lose his life. But every
อย่า
time
ปิ้วเลยครับผม
Aesthetic has stepped up, he's having an insane game on the Yoro as well.
ก็มีสิทธิ์นะเวลคัมแบ็กมินิ
It
บู
leaves Kosh 4 and 10, 3 needed. A plant gets him. Well, a plant, that's it. There's nothing else.
อย่างนี้ไม่ได้วางละ
Not close. Not that he'd really have an opportunity to use it. And now they know exactly where he shall be. Other than an overextension, it should be impossible. And even the first man's going to clear him out. What a half from Fireflux. A 9-3. It was a pistol loss as well, right?
Yeah, they went 2-0 down.
โคตรจะเหลือเชื่อทุกคน
4-8 closing out this half. If you were to tell me that Fireflux are going to dominate like this, well, I'd say of course they are.
มีสายล่างครับมีสายล่างครับยังไม่ตกรอบ
In a 13-2 map. But he's been slow, yet the rest of Fireflux have picked it up. Batu's redemption arc almost completed. And for Kosh and Woot, it's such a slow start. They have to pick it up. Speaking of which, we spoke to Woot before this match. Let's take a listen to what he had to say during the halftime.
ตอบยากเลยของคนเราประมาณไหนแต่ที่ฟังมานะวันนี้มีคนมาเล่าให้ฟังเยอะอยู่นะ
Trade. You started your career with Fireflux Esports. What's it like playing against them today?
ผลซ้อมกับพวกเทียร์หนึ่งอะผลซ้อมมาดี
Like organization, whatever you call. I don't know. It's something different and something special, but nothing is gonna change in game. I would say. Like we will stay play our game. We are Heretics end of the day, not Fireflux anymore. So we will show.
Well, you've got Rien's playing against the Turkish team. I know you're obviously a Turkish player yourself, but we know what happens when Rien's faces the Turkish team. But how do you feel about playing them?
I think they're like strong individuals, but I don't think they're.
ใครที่ดู Watch Party กันในคอมนะครับอย่าลืมฝากซูปไปแคปด้วยนะครับผมฝากด้วยพินไว้ให้เรานะบ้านวงบ้านแดง
Like take solo deals. Like I think they're really strong as a like individual aims, but we are really good on team play. So
we know how strong Team Heretics can be, but sometimes you look a little bit bunkered down on your defense. You know the Fireflies are going to come out all guns blazing. So what's the plan for you guys in your defense today?
ชนะ GE ด้วย
Play together, play with utility, and don't give them cheap kills. I think they're relying on it so much.
จับไปครับพี่หมิงฝากด้วย
Who knows?
Maybe you can tell me after this interview.
AMP AWP หรือเปล่า
Tell me.
No, yet.
ทุกคนคิดเอาแล้วกันว่ามันกี่ปีมาแล้วที่แบบเทียร์สองไม่มีสิทธิ์มากระทบไหลเทียร์หนึ่งใกล้ชิดขนาดนี้อันนี้ไม่เหมือนแบบอัดอ่ะพวกมึงโดนกูพวกกูมาแล้วเตรียมตัวมาทั้งปี
You can be there too. Scan that QR code to get your tickets, and maybe that's the only way
On-site
Heretics are going to make it there. Playing like this,
QT น่าจะวีคสุดละ
looks like the last two maps are ones to forget. Unless this half
มันตบเลยมันไม่กระทบธรรมดา
Well, yeah, I believe if they lose this game, they might need something like 7 in a row.
เฮ้ย
Though does not want to let that slip.
นี่อ่ะ
2 kills in the first
แล้วพี่วูดเอาจริง
3 kills already in this one. and he is not letting it go just
แล้วพี่
yet.
วูด
He
เอาจริง
spoke
ฮะ
earlier that he thinks they've got the individuals, but maybe not the team play. It's time they show it.
Exactly.
ดีครับจะได้ดู
This is
ทีม
their
ใหม่
moment,
ๆบ้าง
a
จริงครับ
9-3 half, a tough task for anyone to bounce back from. The thing is, I'll think back on that half. 2-0 start. They found the pistol there as well. They found some early success, and then they didn't find anything else to write home about from that time. This guy is the reason they've got anything on the board. Other than the round just
should have had one more as well.
Exactly, yeah, very much should have. Very much should have. So for Benji,
อุ้ย
yeah, we know he's delivering, but the rest of the boys, we haven't seen them since
ไอ้
Summit.
ไอ้ช็อกดาบลูกเมื่อกี้แนะนำใครเล่นโซวาให้กรอบไป เวลาเล่นแรงอ่ะ ยิงได้
Not
ประมาณ
much to play with.
ที2 ที
And a chance to
กะเอาว่าจะ
build that
ยิง
confidence,
ราว
build
ไหน
the credits, build the orbs. And
คนไม่รู้แม่งโดน
for their
แน่
sake
ๆ ครั้ง
not
แรก
to lose too many players doing it.
เคยเอาไปลองยิงเล่นอยู่
Rians, it's a little bit less of a risk in this round, and they will only lose the one. Not bad at all from Team
จีน
Heritage.
ไม่มีเทียร์
This is the
2 ตก
half
เลย
where
ครับ
I
จีนมันมีเทียร์ 2 ให้ 2 ทีมเองครับผม
Okay, what have you got planned? Because I do think the deadlock, especially on the attack, still has a lot of like useful pieces of utility. I think especially for setting up someone like Dead Ink, if you can catch people with the nets, if you can have if you get into a post plant, for example, those sensors are filthy. They block so many angles on the way back in. But you have to get there in the first place.
And how do they plan to do that? The question soon to be answered as Fireflux step into this round. A full buy up against Heretics. Their first full buy on the attack. Let's see how this goes.
Tam sakin.
Outlaw var hala.
Gel A'ya.
Başka çok dardım yok abi.
Yürü yakına bakıyorum.
Beyler beni bilmiyorlar, ben ghost davranacağım yanınızda.
Samet yukarı zıpla da vur şunu. Main'de bir tane. Kol atıyor galiba main'de. Vur onu. Bekle.
B main drone beyler.
Yok.
Kameramı gördü.
Oo tamam atsın.
Gidelim mi aynen gel.
Bir dakika dinle verin. Mide bir tane daha smoke at. Mide bir tane daha smoke at.
10 saniye ikinci.
Tamam ikinci smoke'la giriyoruz.
Sovanın drone'u yok.
Tamam. Vine'e bakın sadece.
Bakıyorum ben. Dönmenize gerek yok.
Hazır ol. 4 smoke geldi mi?
Geldi.
At spin'i.
Attım.
Attım.
Kör çık.
Andreven.
Uy.
Çıkamıyoruz, molly var. Gece atacağım, çıkacağız.
Samet girme dur.
40 saniye var.
Cece al dikkat cece var.
Kanal drone aç. Samet side'e tipi açacaksın.
โอ้มันยังเหลือโดนอีกเหรอวะ
Bak girdi.
อุ้ย
Kaçtı. Beraber arasana kill ara.
พี่วูด
Tifte.
Sol dikkat.
ทุ่มเทไป
Solda
Sola
var
bakacağım.
vuracağım.
Sol yok. Cem bende. Dağıl.
Undersa.
โหตอบไม่ได้ครับ
Gece açtım.
ตอบได้แต่ว่าทีมไหนตอนนี้ดูดีอ่ะ
Traplerim yok
ยัง
beraber.
ไม่มีแบบว่าเก่งสุด
Oku yok kanka.
มันแบบเบียดกันหมดเลยครับ ถ้าจะให้ยกมาก็จะมี
There might be trap.
Vitality
Chill.
BBL
Yes, I'm disaiming.
Liquid
I don't see anywhere. Ardis one. It's on him bro. Fuck.
โอ้โห
Empty, bro. All good, guys. It was a good bonus.
Great recovery there. I love that little slip in by Woot though into the
Epnothic
smoke.
อาจจะยัง
Dodged
ก่อ
the
น
drone,
นะฮะ
took down the man with the drone.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณตัวตึงนะครับสำหรับเมมเบอร์ด้วยนะครับเพิ่งเห็นนะ alert มันบั๊กอยู่นะไม่มีเสียงนะคนนะครับผม
So well, another great round from Hezikoil.
The only thing that does surprise me a little bit is that the Heretics don't gamble a little bit more. Like you got a low buy,
They still have two players on B.
you're still fully committed. I understand that you might expect them to rotate, but if you're in a 4v3, I think play the 4v3. Play the numbers. If you end up having to retake the other side, I think that's fine. But splitting it, especially again, as you said, when you have a judge, it's gonna be so hard to hold that site. And once they're in the post plant, it became even more difficult. As I said, you got that double sentient post plant. It's tough to break back in.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think for Heretics there, it was a little bit of a head scratcher. Still sat in the 2-2 after
ถ้าเมื่อ
first
กี้ได้
contact,
โบนัสแล้ว
after
จบ
the
เลย
drone goes down, after the dash back from Woot, nobody moves. And
ยัง
look,
ไม่
a
ได้
lot
โบ
of the
นัส
time, you're probably right to do that. You probably are going to go back. This time it didn't work out.
Yeah, I did. It doesn't. I wouldn't have even been mad if they gambled the other way.
Yeah,
I think it's just like
exactly
playing those
Group
numbers
up.
a little bit more. But
กลับมาที่ B
evidently, I
ครับ
also think if you have the 2 rifles and they do hit B, that might be enough to get the job done. So it's understandable, but it leaves them at a larger deficit. 5 rounds behind. purchase here, not the greatest, and Kachao has
ผม
been
ครับ
executed. He was the one man on the other side of the map, but there is a bit of a gap.
แล้วมาเจอพี่เหรียญก็โดนนะดิอย่างเงี้ย
Opportunity to face in versus Riens. He's stood with shot dot in hand, and he can look to delay. Has some support, a kill trip available, but it has been found. Even still, though, Riens uses that as a moment to strike, and Benji's looking to do the same. It's all Riens, though.
เจอพี่เหรียญก็โดนนะดิ
And he has done
โดน
just
ดิ
that. An in-zone flawless from Team Heretics, and a massive return to form.
Yeah, phenomenal work. Splitting the Cypher setup as well. When you look at Summit, it caused a lot of problems. Benji couldn't turtle in the way he needed to on the site. At first trip broken, and he's left to basically pay for the retake. This time, especially on this map, much more he can do.
พูดเห็นภาพเลยครับ
One
ผม
trip up front is the trigger point that they know someone's there. Spams begin, players down.
Nice.
The scale right afterwards.
We can win this. We can win this.
Easy.
Looking a lot more confident.
Let's go.
Starting to see pieces come online on that defensive side, and it's only a 4-round gap. As the coaching staff just said, you heard it from Weber, they can still win this. And this round especially should give them the chance to build up some bank. They're up against the low buy. We don't want to see too many of Team Heretics losing their weapons in this round.
Kosh Maris is out on an island, though.
ใช่ครับตอนเอเปกครับผมเดียวกันนะ
How much could he take with him? And it's a lot of damage. You might be looking at that going, hey, he doesn't get much. Look at the HP of the remaining players. There should be no way out on well. That's the nightmare. We saw that many a time. Nice clean up from Woot at the end, but one thing with that ultimate that has always been a pain is it feels like sometimes you're just holding it like it's some sort of bazooka, and it is not.
It takes so long to activate. That's the thing. And we see it a lot, like you said, players activating the ult as you're trying to line it up, waiting for that left click to be possible. Luke comes swinging out and takes you down. 4K for him.
Exactly.
Bro.
Exactly.
I'll also say as well, like Wu going onto the defense, like I think when they were a bit more running into those setups and he has to dive in on the attack, you expect him to get destroyed.
ทีมไลน์อัพไทยล้วนหน่อยครับ
3K come through in the pistol round, you go,
ตอนนี้น่าจะต้องเป็น
and he's right back to even. I think what was it, 2 kills in the first half?
Endo
He's already up to 11.
Kimmy
had a fantastic first half, but definitely is slowing down a little bit.
เดฟิลอดติดบอยคิรัว
Fantastic throughout, also leading the way at the same time. And you can see very vocal in this time. I think they know how important this one is going to be because although they're 3 rounds ahead, they're still in a very good position.
กลับสู่เกมเหรอ
It's not the end of the world.
ขอชนะวินบายอีกวินหนึ่งกลับสู่เกม
You give opportunities to players like Woot to get back into the game. We're already seeing it from Benji and Riens on the other side of the map, and that lead can very easily slip. Like look back to them playing against Fnatic. It was a 12-0 defensive half. You go to the game before versus GX, it was a 9-3 defensive half. Like this team is good.
เนี่ยถ้าได้วินเนี้ย
And
คัม
giving
แบ็กเลย
players like Woot an operator and a blade storm, he's set up to succeed.
Has all the tools on his belt. All he's got to do is use them. You look at Kachao and you wonder, well, what if he had his tool belt with him?
โอ้ไวเปอร์ DMP
Do you lose Batu?
อาจจะยังนะครับผมวันนั้นอาจจะต้องพักก่อน
It's been worth it so far, but will it be worth it on the attack?
Exactly. That is more so the question. Can Fireflux fit themselves into the shape needed with this composition? 3 rounds of an advantage to play with. But up against the Blade Storm and the Op, up against the run-it-back safety net for Kosh Maris, and both of those players likely available for the retake if needed.
เฮ้ยเพิ่งเห็นน้องวันนิลาซันดิตกใจในตู้ไม่มีปลอดนะโทษทีครับผมอ่านมาหลายอันย้อนตาลายตอนนี้
Maybe embedding Woot for the late round. The question is how quickly does Kosh Maris rotate? I don't think he's going to be here to help out on the main push. So we look instead to Riens and Benji Fishy, 2 players that you can often depend on.
Right here. Right here.
ดับเบิลดาเมจครับผมแต่เขาจะไปเลนหมดไม่มีคนมาไอ้นี่เลยสแตร์เลยชิบหายแล้วเฮ้ยโอ้ดึงไม่ลงตัวยสมมติปิด1 ทาง
It looks like an advantage for the defense, mainly because of Reezy being.
โอ้แล้วแท็บอย่างนี้ยากเลยแท็บแล้วสโมอย่างนี้แม่งแก้ยากจัด
Blade Storm active. This is what we talked about. Retake for Woot looking a lot easier with this ulti in hand.
แล้วบู
Not getting what he wanted out of his.
ยังอีกบูยังไม่สโมกอีกเหรอ
He still has that flash. It's going to get them in. Woot dashing straight into the cloud burst, but he's not looking the right way when he comes up and out. Batu able to take one, and with Boo revealed, surely he doesn't stand a chance. The spray is good, and Reezy only needs a bullet to come his way, and he will be down half already. The smoke goes up. It's Boo. Back to that map one performance. 10-8 for Heretics with a red bull clutch.
ถึงจะช้าไปหน่อย
HP and you go, okay, all it takes is one stray bullet onto either of those players, and this round turns into a devastating prospect. I thought they did excellent on the hold versus the first couple, but even risking it through that sensor. Oh, we spoke about it. That utility is nasty. Oh, wow, you can see how important this is. We spoke about it already. To make it to Barcelona, if you go into that lower bracket, is 6 games in a row. If you need
มินิบูไปลิควิดแล้วตอนนี้อินแทคทีฟ
7 wins in a row. No defeats from there.
แม่งสำคัญมากวิน
In
เมื่อ
the
กี้
upper bracket, in the play-in, you still have that lifeline. And while with world-renowned teams like Fnatic falling into the lower bracket, Na'Vi are down there as well. Like, I don't think there's anybody that looks like an easy game. Maybe one.
I noticed you didn't name.
ถ้ามันกันได้สัก 8-4 นะเกมมันจะดูชิลกว่านี้เยอะเลยตอนนี้แม่งจะเป็น 9-9
We'll leave it for the people to figure out.
ยังพลาดได้อีกเยอะ
Get Sherlock Holmes on that one.
ตอนนี้แม่งแบบแม่งขึ้น10แล้วอะพลาดไม่ได้แล้วอะ
I always said NA
หรือมันจะเล่นยากอะขึ้น11ขึ้น12
10-8 for Fireflux. It's been a while since we've seen that success on their side. Heretics showing that strong defense, push them down to Classics, given a very weak buy for this attack. But again, Fireflux have been dangerous in these moments before. Woot on the Outlaw. Well, he's got a one-shot hit onto everyone except Batunax. Ow, my God! Hezecoil clean, but he didn't expect anyone else to be nearby.
เฮ้ยแล้วเสียไซส์เลย
Neither did Kachao.
Yeah, they've got themselves a plant.
10 seconds left.
Information for the defense.
Spike planted.
Reezy also has his ult, and he's going all the way back. Timing, I was worried for a second he might get caught by Benji Fishy clearing out middle, but instead he can now potentially look to use that ult. Maybe to destroy. He's going to go early. I don't mind. He was trying to catch them in setup, stop them being able to group. It found nothing though. Yeah, maybe bought a little bit of extra seconds, but that could have held more value. Either way, Kachao back again, looking for a little bit more with the pistol. That time ticking further and further down and needing to still clear the players from the backline, and it's both pistols striving this time. No hope for Benji Fishy. It's an Amoda Thrifty that breaks the deadlock for Fireflux. The streak looked like it was going to be devastating, but instead they found a break early.
That's a strange way to see that one go. Fireflux come in with the pistols and manage to
ปาตินตอนนี้เขายกให้เป็นแบบ
this time around.
เบสเอมครับผม
There's Kachao with his sheriff, but it's this fight underneath from Deading.
มันจะมีผู้เล่นไม่กี่คนที่แบบมีช็อตมิราเคิลให้ดูตลอดนะครับ มาตินก็ติดหนึ่งในนั้น
As you said, the stalemate now broken and a timeout.
สายล่าง
Excuse me. Pardon me, someone was very happy to win that round. Let me tell you, well,
สายล่างมี
okay, a timeout from Team Heretics. This is their last timeout.
ไม่ใช่นี่ไอท่าแปลงเปิดนาวีจอบไลฟ์วิซิฟิกเกมติกไซแอน
Maybe Zesh is at the studio again.
ไม่น่าพลาดราวนี้ครับผมบีตายคนเดียวมันเทเอเลยอ่ะ
Wonderful camera angle. Let us know how you really feel.
11-8. It's a break back, but it's not a death sentence. However, an immediate pause
ปีหน้าน่าจะชัปเปิลกันเละเทะว่ะดูทรงแล้วโอ้ยโอ้ยไม่ตายสักตัว
Boo has already been spotted, and I think he's being hunted. Deadink smells the blood in the water, but instead, he's going to be able to fade. Oh, just about. Boo takes a lot of damage on the exit.
Yes, this should do.
GG ว่ะ
Well, I think there's enough trips there to cause issues. You've got one on the way out, and then you've got the wall up in play as well. You break that, you still got to get past a bit more utility, and they immediately leave short. Going for the wraparound, I'm actually going for the save. For a second, I thought Boo was joining Benji for that flank, but
น่าจะยากครับผมนอน
realized they wouldn't have the element of surprise and gave up completely. For Heretics carrying these weapons forward, you can see why. Koshmaris 150 credits, Benji and Boo barely at half a K. So of course, the weapons being carried forward is a big deal, but for Fireflux, they build up a lot of money, so a round loss means
เห็นเซนด้าเต็ดล็อกปะ
no questions asked.
แม่งเป็นตัวที่แบบถ้าได้วางเมื่อไหร่รีเทคยากจัดเต็ดล็อกไอแอสเซนต์อะโคตรเก่งอะสังเกตเวลามันใช้แท็บ
You get shot because got a big disc on your hand. You're trying to charge it up. You have it at the start of the
มา
round
ติน
though.
อัลต้าโล
And
เซน
now
แผ่น
you
รอง
can
เมาส์
make
เข้า
a
ไป
play
ที่ส
around
โล
it. That's a very different
ครับ
ball
ผม
game.
But there's also just a lot of
กล้าม
angles
แขน
that
แทบปูด
feel
เล่นเมาส์
unplayable
เล่นเซน
now.
มา
You're
ติน
not going to go into whine in a round like this when someone could just clear you out in an instant. It's also now
แต่วอลข้ามมานั้นตั้งแต่แรกๆแล้วครับที่เดนล็อกมาแต่ไม่ค่อยมีทีมหยิบมาใช้เลยเราเลยไม่ค่อยได้เห็นกันทีเด็ดเลยครับอันนั้นนะเหมือนแบบบังคับต้องถอยไปข้างนอกอ่ะ
Obviously, Enterprise also have the opportunity to do that a little
จัง
bit
หวะดีเทค
later
จังหวะแรก
today.
ไม่ได้ติดวอล
But also, they'd be the third Turkish team in a row to make it in that direction. Either way, 12-8.
มันเดือดจัดเลยต้องหย่ำทีเด็กวันนี้ตีโคตรห่วยเลยเอาจริงนะ
All quiet on the B front. There goes the shock dart. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but I can't. We'll make the noises for you. There's the reveal. And there it is. We're back into the game. Hot hands thrown through is going to delay Fireflux a little bit. They're stuck in B main for the time being, but they're using this as a freeze. They're trying to bait Heretics into going back in the other direction, assuming that this is a play to the A site. But the main thing being in this round, there's no concern about that walk up on middle until that trap is broken. There's no pressure onto Heretics, but that's about to change with Batu taking the space.
ปิดเลยหรือเปล่า
He's waiting for the timing, waiting for a distraction to be made, and that's where Batu makes his move. Even still, Hezekiah's the first to take damage. Getting, though, is the first to get a kill. Rien's gone. Benji needing to defend this site again. He has no support within, just the spams from afar, and he's being rounded on and dealt with. Kachao clears. The head of Deadink spotted, but Boo just can't land the shots. He's been having a bit of a rotter, other than the clutches and the TP to make space works. Koshmaris is going to be able to turn this into a 3v3.
Hezekiah's already tagged so low, but it's those traps on the stairs. No one needs to worry about it. The shift walk down unlikely. And even if they break the first, they'll go running down into the second. How many will be caught? There it is. Active in the smoke down to block. And buy some time. Kachao needs to step up in a big way. And he won't. Put to bed
ไปกันต่อครับผม
With more than enough time, they have bought themselves a little bit
ให้แอนติโอเมนกู้เหรอ
They were able to get a streak of 3 already.
ยุคไอโซล้างทองไม่เลยครับผม
And I think Benji did a good job just of buying time.
ไม่ทันแล้วน้องมาริลา
I think with
ห่าง
Rien's
ไกล
going
เกิน
down so early, but they've done damage.
ตรงนี้คัมแบ็กยาก
And then retaking the site looked excellent. Even still, though, with the low buy being the first victory that we saw for Fireflux since the bonus,
they have credits to
spare. They can go into this round with another purchase, but the ultimates are much, much further away now.
Indeed. 3 rounds.
เป็นเบอร์จัดเร็วจิ
When to use it for Heretics, well, that decision will be made for them. We won't see it off rip. We'll see it as a reaction. And as the timer ticks on here in the defense, they've now taken those positions we talked about being unmannable because of Batu's ultimate in the previous. Posted up Wood on Wine. That early information. almost sacrificed though, because they don't have that trip on short anymore. They don't have the information on that side of the map. So although Wook is there, it doesn't mean he can solo hold the A site. And in fact, late round, it looks like they want to refight on that defensive side towards short. This drone is going to sell them the idea that they're in the right position, that Heretics are setting a trap that Fireflux are soon to walk into. And instead, they start moving up towards mid. Benji almost got caught by the mid players. Now it's Main that he's in danger of being found by, and that net has made this very complicated. Still he ends up with one. He's not being punished just yet. Gets a little more damage as well. Great work by Benji. But when Rien's down, this is getting out of control. The ult for Kosh finds nothing. And a 4v3 post plant. Fireflux with a chance to end it here.
Does Kachao
M8 มาคู่หน้า
He's low on HP, so he's taken a bit of a risk, but it's going to pay off. That's well worth it. A low HP player for the full HP of Boo removes that utility alongside it as well, and now the double duelist has to try and turn the tide.
ปฏิหารย์พี่วุฒิไหมมีไหม
No flashes to help, no Woot to help either. Kosh got to do it all alone, gets a flash, fires it in, and it's his death sentence. Ezekiel cleans it up.
ขอบคุณดอกเตอร์นะครับผมขอบมีเงินไปกินโมโม่แล้วจัดไปขอบคุณครับ
up against Heretics, ending on ascent. The former 82nd province of Turkey has been reclaimed.
Yeah, they looked fantastic as well. Like, I've enjoyed watching Kachao.
ช่วงนี้มีแต่คนรุ่งเรือง
Batu, his redemption arc truly is on. A man that was 0
and
11 when he played under Apex is already 2 and 0 while playing with Fireflux. A man with a point to prove that their road towards the playoffs, towards Barcelona, and towards champions is well on its way, taking one of the biggest heads of the entirety of EMEA with them. A team that has been to the Champions Grand Final falls into that lower bracket, and if they are to make it there this time, they need at least 6 wins in a row.
Now, teams have been to higher heights than Heretics, but rarely have they reached them as frequently. For Fireflux, this is a legitimizing win.
จริงเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องหยำนะครับผม
รับผมบอกพี่แล้วไง
พี่เฮ็ดลงไปเจอใครเหรอดูแป๊บนึงนะมันไขว้หรือเปล่าวะพี่เฮ็ดลงไปเจอนาวีครับสวัสดีน้องซอกเล็กนะครับผมรับน้องสาขาวันนี้สนุกมากครับมันไอ้นี่กันเหรอปีหนึ่งกันเหรอครับช่วงนี้รับน้องกันเหรอ
Yeah, I played with this comp because when I'm on Apex as well, like Heretics is talking about this comp. I mean, when we play versus them, it was easy to win. I learned from the best. I learned from the most, you know. Like
ได้เลยน้องเกอร์ปันนี้ครับ
I'm happy about that. We were waiting for Ascent pick, and not gonna lie, yesterday we just played like 6 map Ascent preg or something like that. You know, we were ready for that, and we are so happy that we played third map and we win versus them.
Did you think at any point
ได้
this
พอ
is a
พรุ่งนี้เล่น
risk
เกม
yourself moving on to that deadlock and putting Kachao on the Omen?
I mean, not risk. Kachao is comfort on every
วันนี้มาติดแบก
role, you know. He
มา
play
ติด
first
แบก
time
วันนี้
Omen on the EMEA.
มา
I
ติด
believe
เงิน
he
ของ
will
กำลัง
be
ขึ้น
better next time if we give him Omen. So I don't think it's a problem because it was a tactic and it's worked, so no problem. Like if you take 30 kill or 5 kill, doesn't matter, we win the game.
So you've got
ใคร
momentum,
ดูในบ้านแดงอย่าลืม
feeling
ฝาก
like
กดไลค์
it's
ด้วย
on
นะครับ
your side now. Do you feel like the next match it's just a formality? Do you already see yourself making it all the way to Barcelona?
Why not? I mean, we are already there. If you win one more game, we are there, of course.
Well, let's see if you can make it through the next matchup because it's coming after the break. We're going to see who Fireflux are going to be playing in our Moda Showstopper of the Week. Is it going to be Gentlemates or Enterprise? You'd like to
เห็น
say
แล้วครับ
something?
ผม
Of course
ที่
you
ติด
can.
ตาม BC
I
อยู่
want Gentlemates to win because there is Mavera.
ตอนนี้
He was
ตาม
our old
BC
coach, you know?
ไปละนึกว่าจะได้ดู
I wanna beat him.
BC
I wanna beat his ass.
Okay, well, go grab yourself some popcorn and get
ได้
ready
เลย
for
น้
the
องพัน
matchup because it's coming
อัน
after
นี้
the
พี่
break. And for
ต้องอ
you
ยู่ใน
guys,
จุด
let's get
ที่พี่
excited
ต้อง
for
ลุ้นตัวเอง
Barcelona.
ผิดหมดแล้วพี่จะได้โดเนทแล้วใช่ไหมเนี่ยพี่ไม่อยากคิดเลยพี่จะได้ยินคำนี้ เกมมันฟรีอยู่แล้วเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้ค่อยว่ากัน มันเล่นได้นานขนาดไหนน้องบาสในเกมคู่ระเบิดอะเทียร์สองมันเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีอะนะอุ้ยก็เยอะอยู่นี่หว่า2 ชั่วโมงใช้ได้2 ชั่วโมงใช้ได้น้องจ๋าต้องเชื่อมั่นมาร์ตินครับผมเบสเอ็มโอจีผมมันกลับมาไม่ได้แล้วหลังจากชุดเรื่องรองโอ้ยโอจีไม่ไหวแล้วหลุดไปไกลแล้วผมคือสมมติถ้าวันนี้ผิดอะผิดหมดนี่คือมันเหลือเชื่อมากเลยนะเว้ยทุกคนแต่ละคู่อะลองนึกออกดิไม่ใช่วะน้องพลอยสวัสดีครับผมเปเปอร์เล็กแพ้ได้ยังไงก่อนวันนี้รั่วเลยคู่แรกที่เลติกแพ้ครับ1-2ไฟปักจะไปแชมเปี้ยนยังเพิ่ง3เองน้องวานิลาเมื่อวานทำมาดีก็คิดว่าจบปีนี้ก็น่าจะไอ้นี่กันแล้วครับแบบเริ่มแบบดูแล้วว่าใครน่าดึงมั่งเติมแรงไปอ่ะเกมสำรองพี่มีอยู่แล้วตอนเนี้ยไอเกมมิสฟอลอ่ะเล่นได้3 คนอ่ะสมาร์ทเอามาให้เฮ้ยคุณตัวตึงนะผม
ผมมีเงินมาซับพี่เอ๋ยก็เพราะพี่เอ๋ยเลยครับ
สวยครับผม ถ้าทุกคนดีก็เยี่ยมอะหรือพี่จะผิดคนเดียวเองขอให้ทุกคนถูกจำได้ช่วงหนึ่งพี่เลย08เอ้ยพี่ถูกเกิน8ก็มีผิด8 ครั้งทำไมมีแต่คนพูดถึง ใช่ครับไฮเบอร์เฟิร์สเกตแต่ไฮเบอร์ดีครับ มาร์ตินกับท่านต่างกันยังไง น่าจะเป็นสไตล์ครับ แต่ว่าเรื่องปาฏิหาริย์เหมือนกันครับปาฏิหาริย์แบบ ไม่น่าเกิดขึ้นอ่ะ มาร์ตินตัดให้ตลอด อืมน้องบานรู้เปล่าว่า วันนี้มีคนไปดาวซิตี้อ่ะ อืม ในช่องเนี่ย ตอนเช้าบอกอยู่ ใช่ภัยพิบัติทำดี10 ครั้งคนไม่จำตอนผิด เออ พูดแล้วมันเศร้าเชิญทีมระดับแชมป์ EWC แชมป์มาสเตอร์แพ้เทียร์2อืมต้องดีใจหรือเสียใจเนี่ยเคยเคยเคยเกิน8อ่ะ มี9มี10เคยครั้งนึงมั้งแต่ครั้งนั้นมันง่ายมันไม่ค่อยมีอะไรพลิกไงแต่เคยเกิน82 รอบจำได้อยู่ อืมมีโอกาสจะด้วยครับเห็นก๊อตบอกว่าชอบเล่นแบบโดปัญหา ปัญหามันไม่ได้อยู่ที่ฟูเซนน่าจะเซ็นไม่เซ็นครับ ปัญหามันอยู่ที่เอนโดอ่ะ จะเล่นหรือไม่เล่นครับผม อืมนึกออกปะน้องมันติดเรียนครับ นั่นแหละปัญหาตอฟฟี่สวัสดีครับผม ใช่ครับปัญหาอยู่ที่น้องไม่ได้คือ ถ้าสะดวกมาแข่งก็พร้อมอ่ะ เอาง่ายๆเท่าที่ได้ยินนะ อยู่ที่ตัวน้องว่าแบบสะดวกหรือเปล่า อีก3 วันตัวตึงได้เห็นละ อยากดูเหมือนกัน เขาบอกว่า ไม่รู้ว่าชาร์เปอร์ซ้อมเป็นยังไงนะไม่มีใครมาเล่าเรื่องชาร์เปอร์ซ้อมกับเทียร์หนึ่งให้ฟังเลยมีแต่ซิปโตมีแต่คนมาเล่าให้ฟังว่าแบบซ้อมดี ใช่ดอฟฟี่ช่วงจำไม่ได้แล้วน้องจ๋าช่วงไหน มีหลายช่วงเกิน เอาจริงๆนะเวลาช่วงการดูวาโลตามการแข่งขันวาโล
As
แม่ง
soon as we saw
บาง
that
ที
set
เวลาใคร
from
มาถาม
composition
ไทม์ไลน์นู้นไทม์ไลน์นี้
well,
แม่ง
as I was saying to you, I was
ไม่
like,
สามารถ
it's kind of funny because they
ตอบ
lost
ได้
to
เลย
Team
เพราะว่า
Heretics composition
แม่ง
counter
เยอะ
stage 2
มาก
against Enterprise. It was
สับ
tragic. It
ส
was
น
like
ไม่หมดบางที
2
มัน
in
นึก
13.
ก่อน
And then I was thinking back to Batu being on Apex, just running the Apex composition. Obviously, they like moved some things around, but as soon as I saw that, I was like, oh mate,
คู่นี้
this
ให้
might
Impact
be
ครับว
over.
งการวาโลอยู่
But
ได้
yeah,
ไม่
I
นาน
think it's
จ
just
ริง
nice to see that the challengers teams are
อยู่
showing
ที่
that they're not just
อ
doing
ยู่
it
ที่
against
ตัว
maybe
คนมาก
perhaps
กว่า
the
ครับอยู่
weaker
ได้นานไม่นาน
teams that we have in EMEA. They're actually doing it against the ones now that we're into the second round of the bracket. And the fact that we see Team Heretics against Navi in
แต่
the
คิดว่า
Lords now.
Yes,
ถ้าโกย
that's
จริงๆอะ
crazy.
โกยได้เยอะอยู่ครับ
Also, Batu saying
ถ้า
that they
เก่ง
played
จริงอะครับ
6 bracks of Ascent yesterday.
Yes.
Yo, talk about prep.
อย่าง
How sure
อย่าง
do you
แบบ
have to be?
ทิมมี่
By the
ครับ
way, bear in mind we have
พี่
not
บอกเลย
seen
ว่า
Sunset from them, right?
พอแบบว่า
so
ถ้า
they did
โกยแบบ
that on Sunset, and then we moved to
จน
Ascent,
ถึง
and they
แบบ
cracked
สิ้น
6 times yesterday. So
จนแข่งไม่ไหว
yeah,
อ่ะ โอ้โห
absolutely insane. Very ang method
And the
of them.
summit as well.
ณ ปัจ
Two
จุบัน
maps
นี้
Yeah,
นะ
yeah,
come
that's
back
what I mean.
into
It's
the
like,
field that they've.
I know that they
เลิก
had
แข่งมา
extra
รวยแน่
time,
นอน
of course, and especially considered to the partnership teams. But
ของพี่ไม่ค่อยได้กดเลย
that
นอก
is
จาก
that is
แต้ม
one thing to
แต้ม
do
ไม่
with
ติด
your
หรอก
time. It
ไม่ได้
was very
ไม่ได้
good.
ดูเลย
Guys, you talked about
No, guys,
things
it's
you're
not here
doing your
anymore.
time.
Sorry.
Ladies.
Anyway,
You talk about using your time wisely. You also use
ถ้า
the
ของ
word
จริงไม่มีคำว่าหมุน
insanity, and that just makes me
ถ้า
think
ของ
of
จริงมันจะอยู่
gentlemates
ตลอด
at the
and you would be
moment.
right.
ดูอย่าง
Because
แอสปาร์
you're
อะไรเงี้ย
now on the road to Barcelona and you decide to make a change with just days to prep and get your new player
เพื่อเจอ
ready.
พี่เจอ
And
Impact ไป
you
ครับผม
picked up Hyber replacing Bippo. And to be honest, I don't really necessarily know how he makes sense of this because yes, he's got so much experience. But is he the right player? Is he the player that gentlemates need right now?
I think there's a lot of questions surrounding this move. Why has it come so late in the season? You know, things that hopefully we'll be able to get to the bottom of. But the main thing for me is you've got Bibble that moved over to that Sentinel. Hyber doesn't traditionally play this. In fact, if they want to play a Viper at any point, he's never played an official on Viper. He's been playing that scan initiator more recently. So yeah, I think it's a question of, does Mini go back to the Sentinel? Well, yeah, there's a lot of questions and not many answers for me at the moment for this roster change to come in.
Yeah, like seriously, like we've been saying, and I'm sure that they've been going through
เห็
the
นหัว
process.
เมาส์แต่ละ
To
ที
me, the
ไป
bigger
ทั้งตัว
question is why now? Like what
หยอด
happened
ตา
that was so
บาดตายแห้ง
terrible that didn't? Because I'm
คือ
gonna
พี่
say
ไป
it as it
ซื้อ
is,
ยา
like,
หยอด
Bippo
ตา
was
มาใช่ไหมไอ้
playing
ที่พี่บอก
better
อ่ะ
towards
แล้ว
the end of that stage. So
เป็น
I'm
กะ
like.
คือขวดหนึ่งมันใช้ได้
And
1
as
เดื
you're
อน
saying, like, what does this mean to the role?
อัน
Are you
เก่า
doing
ไม่
this
ครบ
because
1
you
เดือน
want
แล้ว
Mini
เลย
back
ครึ่ง
on
มา
the
นิดนึง
Sentinel in a
เลย
region
คิด
where
ว่า
Sentinels are sort of
วันนี้ซื้ออัน
one
ใหม่มาเลยคิดว่า
amazing
จะพยายามหยอด
Sentinels?
บ่อยๆไม่
Is
งั้น
it?
ใช้ไม่คุ้ม
I don't know.
โอ้โหน่าจะ 2-1 หรือ 2-0 น่าจะยากอยู่ EP ไม่ธรรมดา
I put all these questions we had to Kandi Kandi earlier today, so let's see if we like the answers.
Kandi Kandi, talk me through the hyper pickup.
Yeah, I mean, after the loss against BBL, we sit down as a team. We laid down in the table our options. Is this the roster we have the best chance to make champs, or do we want to make a change? Then we decided we will try the change. Okay, it's pretty late after the group stage. We have 1 week time to prepare, but still.
ที่อยู่หน้าคอม
as
นา
a
ต้อง
team, we
ต้อง
believe
หยอดหน่อย
we have better chance to make champs, so we make the change. We try out, I think, 5 players. And yeah, this was the best option in at least in short term.
Why did you not make the change sooner?
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty good in the group stage. We had good result in EWC. We were 2-1, I think, after 3 games. Then we lost 2 tight games against Valorant and BBL, so I think that was like the
พอดึกๆแล้วบางทีมันสู้แสงไม่ไหวอ่ะ
Still we could have won those games if we didn't make a couple of mistakes. But yeah, I think things were fine until they weren't.
So talk to me about roles then, because Brock said on a Gentlemate stream that Mini is not going back to the Senti, but you've picked up someone who's most recently been playing Scan Initiator. So what's going to be going on today?
Yeah, I mean, we
วันนี้มองมาที่
also
M8 ครับผม
tried people. We tried also people on the duelist role and Mini going back to his Sentinel role. And yeah, as we look the whole picture, I think we have worked with Mini as duelist for a couple of months.
ไม่ได้ใส่ครับเพราะว่าจอโซวี่มันมีโหมดโลไลบูอยู่แล้วครับ
So yeah, after trialing, checking
เหลื
our
องแล้ว
options,
ตอน
we
นี้
felt this is
มัน
the
ไม่มี
best
แสง
chance.
สีฟ้ามันตัดแสง
Hyper,
สี
yeah,
ฟ้า
he
อ
has
อกไป
played
แล้ว
Scan Initiator, but also
จอ
he
เหลื
has
องแล้ว
played a
ใส่
lot
อี
of
กนี่คือแบบ
Sentinel this year. So yeah, I
เหลื
think
องอ่อย
people
อ่ะ
just only look the recent matches. But yeah, he has some Sentinel experience.
Well, thank you very much for sharing with me, and good luck to Hyper today for his debut with the Gentlemates.
จริงใครจะไปคิดว่าเป็นเล็งแพ้วันนี้
because Mini is one of the best Sentinels in the world, and you want to go all the way to champs where you're going to be playing against the best teams in the world. You have an opportunity to move him in a spot that he is known for, pick up a young duelist. Even Hyper has been known to play duelist in the past, and yet in that interview, and also Brock on social media, it seems to be saying that actually, no, Hyper's coming in to play the Sentinel, and I wonder if that's going to be something they come to regret.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's their decision, right? Like, they definitely saw something. They went through their processes. They evaluated what they needed. If this is the change that they think they need to make champs, let's see if it works. I know that from our perspective, and as we're saying, given the record, given the agents, given the timing and everything, I think it is normal that we have doubts. But at the end of the day, their team, make or break decision, I will say.
We have to remember, they want to get back to hitting the heights of, like they attended the very first global event of the year. So rightfully so, they're thinking about being able to make it to champs. They want to be back and flying the Gentlemates banner at a global event. So I can see the kind of reason behind it. I just don't know if this was the correct call.
ไอ้ที่เป็น
problem is that if
ไฟอยู่บนจอนะมันช่วยอะไรบ้าง
it could
ทำ
definitely
ให้หน้าคอม
feel
ไม่มืด
like they threw their year away just because, as I was saying, like they were, I know they were like winning
ขอแสดง
everything.
ความเสียใจกับ
People were
M8
actually
ล่วงหน้า
starting to play better. So if this doesn't
อย่างนั้นเลยเหรอ
work, then you can only think about the if onlys, you know?
Yeah, because he was on an upwards trajectory. He was starting to look much more comfortable than
He
we've
is-
seen him.
he is
Time
big
that you
and roll down
invest
and
in
better
it.
than
Like
Madai.
he's been with you for the entirety of the year.
And
You've already
Martin
made a
Lena.
change in this year. You've already been like it's only so much time that you have, especially for the partnership teams, that they don't have that much. So every decision has a lot more weight.
Well, should we talk about Enterprise
Come on,
there
man.
and their relationship to Gentlemates? Because Billy, you noticed early on, actually, something suspicious was going on here.
Yeah, we have some like interlining storylines with a lot of these players. Of course, we need to have a look at Mini, who was on Enterprise in the very beginning, back when Benji Fishy was actually playing in Challengers as well. Then we have to consider Cassie as well. Lime and Hyber played together once upon a time, but also Casey, how could we forget? Magnum and Martine being together. And the very kind of puzzle piece of this is the fact that, of course, all of the Enterprise players, aside from Patitech, is going up against their ex-teammate Prox, because, of course, he decided to go towards Gentlemates, and Patitech has come in to replace him. But another little tidbit with Patitech is he actually played against Mini quite a bit back in the Challengers days. When I think back to Challengers East, when he was on Diamond versus Enterprise, I think they played in like a couple of grand finals against one another. So there's so many players here that are so familiar with each other, that whether that's been playing with each other, playing against each other, yeah, like all the lines are just interlinked.
Interlinked. We did Patitech dirty because he was also on Gase. He played with Hyber and he played with Lime. I think Lime took Hyber's spot.
I think it was like
that.
a brief, there was a weird transition.
It was like, yeah. But it's like, is the Gase days, you know, in the best Challengers League, which is the Rising in Spain. We don't have the teams here, but that's a different conversation. Because they take all the talent. You know, the Turkish region, they have the good players and the good teams, and they make it to events. And then in the Spanish league, we just nurture the talent and it gets stolen. So that's what happened.
Get stolen or given a chance. I feel like we should rename this from the Emoda Showstopper to the Emoda Grudge Match, because I know there's going to be some fruity calls being yelled out across this stage later today. And Magnum, he's already opened the floodgates, because he's had some spicy things to say about the Challengers teams doing so well against the VCT teams. I need my glasses for this one.
I got
but
this.
He's basically saying...
Every year in VCT ends up like this because there are so many bad managers and coaches building teams. I think this is why they're struggling against the tier 2, because most of these teams are together for 8-9 months, and this is causing them a lot of problems now.
Yeah.
Can we all agree? Post BBL Magnum is the best Magnum we've ever had. It is at least my favorite.
There's no filter. Like,
it's absolutely no filter, and he says things with property.
It was the same
with proper T. Sorry.
when he was out on the sofa with us the other day after the Fnatic game, he was like, "Yeah, any team could have beat Fnatic today. Any of the Challengers teams could have beat them." And I'm like, "Are you listening to what's coming out your mouth right now?" Like, he just full confidence and sends it. And honestly, I kind of respect it.
I will say about that game, Fnatic started off so incredibly strong in the first map. We were like, oh my god, they're so back. Whatever they've done, it's been working. And then it was actually Enterprise bouncing back in two very hard matches.
พี่เปิดไฟน้องบาสแต่ไม่ได้เปิดไฟบนหัวไปเปิดไฟแบบข้างๆแทนให้มันไม่เข้าตาเนอะปะตอนแรกพี่อ่ะเปิดไฟบนเพดานอ่ะแล้วพี่หันหน้าเอาคอมอ่ะเข้ากำแพงออกปะแล้วพี่หันหน้าออกไปกลางห้องอ่ะแล้วไฟมันไฟบนเพดานมันเข้าตาแล้วพี่ก็ไม่เข้าใจว่าทำไมแบบทำไมบางทีนั่งหน้าคอมแป๊บเดียวก็ปวดตาแห้งอะไรเงี้ยสรุปพอปิดไฟปุ๊บไม่หายเป็นเพราะไฟบนเพดาน
Enterprise Esports, I mean, they got the pedigree here, gentle mates, they're in a state of flux bringing in Hyber. I think it's natural that so many people would be on the side of the Challengers team.
To me, both of the matches that we had today were incredibly evened out. Like, I can see both of them being very long and tedious series, and I can also see both of the teams taking it. I've said Enterprise because I want the Challengers teams to win, and it's not necessarily that I want mates to lose. I want them to. I know that they have it in them. I know that if we stop putting Mini in the Euro, we'll be fine. But most importantly, they know themselves so well. Like for the gentleman sides, they've been on every side of the coin this year. It's been such an amazing journey for them. I know that they can do it because one of the reasons they have Martin.
They have the right pieces to do this. They have the right pieces to go all the way. Now it's just about how they're going to be using them, and obviously the big question mark being Hyber. For the side of Enterprise Esports, they have this mix of young talent in Kozi, and then they have these experienced heads in Magnum and of course in pannysgg. They have come here to win. They have nothing to lose, and they're ready to lay it all on the line, and that's an incredibly dangerous thing to go up against. This is going to be a huge wake-up call for all of the VCT teams here. Everyone who is watching, you need to watch out for the Challengers team, and you need to watch out for Enterprise Esports most of all.
มันโหดมากเลยว่ะ
EMEA Stage 2 and with play-ins underway, every match brings our teams one
มันโห
step
ดขนาดนี้
closer to
เหลือเชื่อ
Gentlemen face off against Enterprise Esports in a series packed with questions. Mates come into play-ins with a new look as Hyber steps into the starting five in place of Beepo. With little room for error, they'll be looking to prove the roster move can spark a deep run when it matters most. Across the stage, Enterprise Esports have already shown
4-4แล้วมั้งนี่วันนี้
It is his birthday today, and I'm sure
ท็อปมิดอีกแล้ว
top of his list, Billy. I hope he
โคตรฮิต
bumps Frankie. But Bea, you're instantly
Okay for Enterprise to be picking this map. Well, we have not seen them. There's going to be a lot of surprises. It's a bit nasty, but I kind of like it. You know, like you just change the player. What are you going to do in the newest map? There's a revs. Like, what are you going to do? That's so
ไลท์บาร์
interesting. And I hope
ข้อดีคือแสงมันไม่เข้าตา
It feels like
มันอยู่
Summit
ตร
is
ง
this
หน้าเรา
car that the Challengers teams are
ไม่
loving
เข้า
to
หรอ
play. They've had so much
And I
time in it.
hope that the EMEA teams feel so stupid that they didn't play it before. I hope so, Frankie. I hope so.
You have to feel for them though, because some of them, especially the ones that went to London at EWC, they haven't had time to get the reps on it. So, I think too much.
พี่ว่าน่าจะแมปใครแมปมัน
Who
ว่ะ
was the team that literally went to EWC and picked it week 1? Guys, I don't remember. We had a lot of matches.
M8
But I know that there was
Summit.
a team that went to EWC and played Summit the first week.
Maybe a
Maybe
BBL or something.
Was it? No.
It might have been a
KC
BBL.
versus Fnatic. They picked it, didn't they?
Okay.
Or something like that.
Yeah,
It was something like that.
maybe.
That's what I'm thinking of.
Casey didn't make it to the playoffs of EWC.
Yes, but they were in EWC. You said they attended it. Who attended EWC?
Either way, this is good from Enterprise. And Gentle Mates, if they looked at the veto from their first game, they should have seen this coming. Enterprise floated it against Fnatic. And I think that, yeah, seeing them pick that is definitely a confidence booster, I think, for me. And when I consider
M8
Mates,
len
you
Summit
know,
เป็นไงวะ
looking back at their regular season, they were banning this the first few weeks. They didn't want to touch it. And as you mentioned, now that they're having to integrate Hyber into the team, it is a question of
พี่
how
อยาก
soon enough
ทำ
are
เว็
they
บ
going to be
หนึ่ง
and
อะ
come back
แบ
as
บ
well. And I think about the amount of teams that are playing Viper on
มัน
this
อยู่ปะ
map.
นะ
What is Hyper going to play?
เว็บไหนพี่
What is Hyper
เอ็
going
ม
to
แป
play?
ดมันให้เล่น
There's a way that
แม
they
ปแรก
work. Well, I
เอ็
can
นไพร์ด้วย
tell you,
เว็บแบบว่า
it's in a Razer
เหมือนเราเข้า
gaming
VOR
chair.
ไป
I hope
ใช่ไหม
this
เรา
bottom enjoys
เรา
it
ไป
for
กด
the
ดู
first
ว่า
time on this
สมมติเดือนที่ผ่านมาทีมนี้เล่น
And
แมป
now
นี้
we see
ไปเท่าไหร่
it
บ้าง
Hyper. Okay.
อ๋อเก็บสถิติเหรอ
แต่คือคนเข้าไปกดดูได้ แล้วก็จะมีบอกว่า ฝั่งรับเล่นดีฝั่งรับกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ฝั่งบุกกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์แบบเอาสถิติย้อนหลังมาคำนวณใช่ป่ะแล้วก็เลือกอีกคู่หนึงมา สมมติ2 ทีมนี้เจอกัน แล้วก็ปรับได้เลยว่าจะให้แบบมันโชว์อะไรยังไงอะไรเงี้ยพอกดปุ๊บ
ปั
ก็
ญ
จะ
หา
ไล่
เลยมันต้องมีเว็บที่ดึงสเตตมันมา
VOR ไงมีอยู่แล้ว
ไม่รู้ว่ามันจะเข้าถึงหรือเปล่าแต่ว่าคิดว่าน่าจะได้นะ
ถ้าทำได้เนี่ยโคตรเจ๋งอะเหมือนกับบางทีมันสามารถดูได้ว่าทีมเนี้ย รับดีบุกดีทีมนี้บุกดีอะไรเงี้ย
Go up against one of our
ศูนย์ทั้งคู่ครับ
teams here, Tom.
Yeah, for sure. I think that this is going to be
Hyper
the
can be
real
pro
litmus
ครับผม
test because obviously we've had it thus far that I feel like Fnatic are out of form, and although it's a huge team to take down, it's a really good confidence booster coming in. Mates are in better form. Even though they've had a couple of losses recently, they've got so many talented players. Can you beat Martin? Can you beat Martin? Just Martin?
Martin 1 versus 9, I guess, in server. That's what it feels like sometimes. And I think that's exactly it.
เพื่อไปลองบ้างก่อนครับบัสน่าสนใจ
Wow, that's toxic, man. I can't
Hey,
believe
listen,
it.
we can get to Hyber in the second
Nepo
match.
higher? Question
ไป
mark?
ครับ ไปเดี๋ยวไปแข่งอยู่แล้ว
Against poor Kundi Kundi.
เดนโดต้องไปอยู่แล้ว
But we get things started underway. First summit for either of these teams, and Enterprise putting onus on middle.
Looking for that early contact. There's going to be a pressure point, no doubt, and already a little bit of a battle. Mini traded out. I thought maybe we'd see him back on the Senti today, and maybe Hyber taken over as that duelist. I think he's played pretty much every single role under the sun, but it is just a straight swap. Keep all of those compositions the same. And for the attack, after winning that initial fight, just looking to try and default back. But with the Cypher trips deep on either side of the map, there should be a fair amount of information for the defenders here.
Martin still alive.
Ui.
Stars will stop him.
ไปก่อนหนึ่ง
Trying to move his way through the map. A player who will always try and go for looks and known for it. So it's 3 strong towards the A site where there is a Cypher trap set
Don't
to
have
stop
that.
anybody getting out. And right now, Gentlemates
แถบตัวนี้
stopping
ใครๆก็โดน
any push. The defense probably the one that's the side
ยึด
that's
เข้าอ่ะ
struggled the most in EMEA. Prompts the first one to take contact. Causey out of the way, and Enterprise now.
3-2 ที่เทครับ M8
trying to go in. So up till
อุ้ย
Luri to try and hold this down.
นาย
and
ไม่หน่อยแต่
can't
ยัง
quite
ได้
do it. Patty Tech now
หนึ่ง
1-on-1 up against Hyber. The new boy on the ball will deliver Gentlemates the pistol round.
Oh, the mates are already singing. I can hear them all the way from France right now.
เจอผู้เล่นใหม่คัดไป
It's a good initial round for him at least
เรีย
to
กความ
get
มั่นใจ
the
ก่อน
line on that first. And I think it does bring up a very interesting talking point. point about him coming in and also about the quote that we showed from Magnum about teams making those changes and it
ฮีเบอร์มาแทนบีโป้ครับ
problems than good. And that is something that I think is going to be huge throughout this game
ใช่
because
บีโป้ไป
they make a change
บี
and
โป้ไป
then
แล้ว
beat
Yeah.
EP. That's kind of
ไม่
not
ไหว
a
แล้ว
fighting
บิ
point,
โป้
right?
Yeah, it does. But Hyber, a name that
Big
many
ball
people
หลุด
will
บ่อยเกิน
remember if you have been in the Valorant scene for long, from all the way back at Reykjavik. I mean, this HUD looks like it's back in Reykjavik, as we'll get a look at it in a moment.
มัน
But
หนักกับบี
yeah,
โป้
it's
อะ
a name that you'll know very well.
Are you calling me old? Like, you've been in Valorant for a really long time. Like, maybe you'd even say ancient. He's been around for ages. Yeah, you'd know him.
Well, I mean, you had hair back then.
That's not true. I haven't had hair even in the other game I casted. So, you know, I have been bald for probably about 12 years at this point.
Yeah, nice kills overall by
บัตรตุนแนก
Gentlemates.
มันโหดจังวะ
Straight back in.
In a few years, I'm going to be
เดี๋ยวขอ
bald
ดูวิน
even
นี้ก่อน
longer than some of these players have been alive.
ว่า EP มีส่งป่ะ
That's rough, mate.
ไม่เคยเล่นทั้งคู่แบบนี้ครั้งแรก
I think we say ball buff in Valorant.
Yeah.
I don't think they said that so much in other games.
But yeah, I think like the point I wanted to make though is the fact that Hyber, known back then for being
ถือ
a
ว่ามัน
duelist
เก่า
player,
นะ
was playing initiator, and now on a
ไม่
sensible
กะเรื่องมา
which
เซอ
he
ร์ไพร
has
ส์
played a bit
M8
of,
แน่
but
เลย
that wasn't
แบบ
his
ไม่เคย
main
เล่น
role this year, so a little bit worrying for the longevity of this Gentlemate side.
ซ้ำมิดอะ
Yeah, I think if this was like a vibes move, I would have seen it. He was always very much like a vibes guy, but
แต่ดู M8 เล่นเซตอัพก็
if it's meant to be
เตรี
a
ยมเตรียมมาอยู่
firepower
อะเตรียมมาดีอยู่
upgrade, I'm less confident. Like I understand why Beepo went. I
ผ
think
มว่า
like
M8
the
เปลี่ยนเป็น
Sentinel
ไม
didn't
โคร
work
มัน
so
น่า
well
จะ
for
ดี
him,
ขึ้นเยอะเลย
but
ว่ะ
it's definitely going to be a test
วันนี้
whether
รู้
or
เลย
not he's able to have that same impact. Of course, for Enterprise, first buy round onto the board. Mini did well in the last to earn up quite a lot of ultimate orbs. For now, at least, still back into that slower default. Of course, this is the choice.
เดี๋ยวมันต้องมีคนมาแง้มคนแรก โดนดับเบิลดาเมจตัด
like to pick this map as a
มาดู
surprise, and that doesn't work that
โปตี้หัวขาด
Gentlemates with a little bit more time, and this defense looking pretty
Oi!
decent so far, except for Line knocking down two, and it seems at this moment in time, rotates coming through. Going to be a bit long here, so Enterprise with time to scale onto the site.
Oh, Prox has found himself a gun. As a battle versus Magnum, Wintered as well. A second, but Lime is taken over. He questioned his own performance the other day, but looking good here. Even still, though, bear in mind this is a bonus and it's falling apart. Starzo already dropping one, and well, Hyber's there to close another. He's the closer. That's what he's brought in for, the finish closer. As they will go 3-0 up, not the start the Enterprise were looking for.
It's definitely not. We are working on the HUD
อาจจะ
issues,
2-0
so
ได้
just bear with us, guys, as we get things.
You don't like this HUD?
I love it.
You know, the more artisan, minimalistic.
Yeah. I mean, that's the way the world is going, right?
Yeah. Soon it won't even be like us doing this, where you'll just have an AI voice that's just going, and now it is 1-0.
Yeah. I mean, we basically had that with walkouts, right? Near enough.
Yeah. I thought you were about to just like throw mega shade on some other caster. We basically had that with, you know, Mitch. Like,
UI ตั้งแต่ UI พัง
That man, one thing I'll say, he may come across as AI when you meet him, but definitely not as caster.
No. AI has more information. Anyway.
ยังไงก็ยังไม่มา
We're
อีก
going
เหร
to
อ
see the low buy now for Enterprise. As said, not the start they were looking for on their map choice, and well, Hyber yet to die. The best KD in VCT. Although I'm a little bit less confident in this round. He's got the support of Martin, a man who needs no introduction, needs no hyping up either. After they sort of maybe try and bait the rotations away, it hasn't worked. There is still most of mates here.
I mean, the Prowler confirms the presence. It feels as if Martin has ideas elsewhere. Prox worried about that space towards the A side, and I mean,
สักพักโดนราวนี้ไม่ต้องดูใบราวเลยนะ
Magnum is working into this space.
I like the ruse.
พิก
They're trying to sell the idea.
Oi!
Oh, okay. Fair play to
Yeah,
Magnum.
Martin.
Now that's gave them space elsewhere. An operator is
มา
the
ติน
main
ก็ยังคง
defender,
เป็น
but
มาติ
Mini
นใช่ไหม
doesn't really
ไม่
want
มัน
to
โดน
face
ไง
too far into this. He waits for support, and that support is running straight in. Starzo maybe sniffing
Back,
some
back.
eco frags, but instead he's gone down. Even still, though, that time
อุ๊ย
ticking.
เฮียมันสู้
Another
มือ
from
จัด
Atitech.
เฮ้ย
Definitely making this round competitive, but getting the spike down seems like it's going to be difficult. Maybe they don't want
อ้าว
It's going to be a Luri at Patitech to
โดนจริง
close down the low by round. And well, I believe that was an Emoda Thrifty.
That was definitely an Emoda Thrifty. I don't know what's going on with with Gentlemates there. I understand that they've kind of reacted to the lack of presence, I guess, lack of hit.
ไม่ได้ดูอเมริกาครับ
reinsure that site. And then, for whatever reason, the Sheriffs are just hitting for Enterprise. They had a very slow start against Fnatic.
Yo!
Yeah,
That's the highest I've ever heard Patitech go, I think. Oh, it is 3-1. You know it's bad when the backup HUD.
ไปเด็กมันรู้ใช่ไหมว่า
There you go.
บั
I
ฟ
can actually
M8
just
ไม่ได้ผ
call
ล
the
นะ
HUD into existence. But yeah, huge boost in economy. But there's still a rifle on. Well, never mind. There was a rifle in
หายละ
Martin's hands. Now it's on the floor.
มาตินโดนตบเป็นเด็กเลยตอนนี้
Known for his operating, known for his flexibility, actually. And I like the fact he's bringing out the Yoru, something that we've seen a couple teams try and go for on this map. There can be long lines of sight. And Gentlemates now forced to try and work this map, get something back in their favour, whether that is map control or whether that is a kill.
Well, yeah, they've got pressure pushed up on both sides of the map, but it leaves a lot of gaps into middle. Gives them more of an opportunity in the retake, or either way, because if they split through mid, go A, you have pressure there. But speaking of pressure, it's the new man on the block that seems to have the majority of players walking in his direction, and I think Hyber is going to have to rescind his position.
Doesn't seem like that is the case, managing to stay alive long. Gentlemate's economy is low, and Hyber makes sure they'll win this round. His best attempt at it. The information from the neural theft should be good, but Enterprise just struggling to get out of this smoke, and when they do, Gentlemates will spray them down. Up to 4, and Hyber's given it.
Yeah, I said at the beginning, I think he's going to be a vibes guy, but that was incredibly well played. Patient, passive, but with a little bit of spice in there off the back of that Guardian. And a much needed round as well, because they were in trouble economically if this didn't go their way after losing to the Pistols. And for Enterprise...
Don't go my side! Don't go my side!
ไม่ใช่คิมไม่ใช่คิม
To be fair, they did win their one round on your site, but you know, it's just a caveat. Most of the time, don't go to his site.
Most of the time. 90% of the time.
Oh, Mini's missed the boat slightly.
มาจากเทียร์2นี่นะครับให้ M8 ไม่มี
Top mid, so I was going to say there was a
เดี๋ยว
chance,
จบ
but
เครื่องไปดูให้จำชื่อทีมไม่ได้ละ
mistakes and closed that avenue. It was Enterprise on Pistols who made it work last time. And
แต่ว่าส
Lions
แตท
doing
ไม่ได้โห
well
ดมากนะ
to, fake
แต่
out
แต่มีคนบอกโหดอยู่
Cage triggered.
Also, I'm wondering if he's trying to sell the idea that they have weaker weaponry, because at least one or two of the players do seem to have invested into this round.
Yeah.
Alluri hasn't, but there you go. You can see the man you wanted to highlight in Kozi. Do you believe in him in this round? Does the youngster have it in his back
ใคร
pocket?
คือพี่เจครับผม
Genuinely, I've seen this guy turn rounds
M80
out of nothing with classics. And then
M80 เป็นทีมอเมริกานะ
Starzo here as he gets the
แล้ว
entry
โคซี่
second.
ยังไง
Looks to
นี่
try
อะไร
and
ของมา
create
ตินวะ
that
เนี่ย
space,
หาย
but
แล้วมาติน
can't
หลับ
quite
ส
get
นิทเลย
anything
เนี่ยดู
over
ทรง
that. Heinz classic doing good damage as well.
ครึ่งงอน
And
มาติน
Gentlemates need to be worried about this round. Hyber, Phantom does get Patty Tech, but does he realise that Kozi is close? No. So the
3-2 ครับ
ultimate will at least
ได้
get
บอมไซ
another,
ต์
and we're into post.
Given them an opportunity. The youngster
ตัวลั่นยังอยู่
doing work once again, but for the defense, just grouping up now. They still have the advantage in terms of the players, in terms of the weaponry. I'm looking at Alluri with his ult. When is the moment he decides to maybe back out and try and use it? I guess it's just finding a spot to do so. And if he was to head back towards his own spawn, it would be primed and ready.
Kozi in the perfect spot. It's just whether Gentlemates
หาย
anticipate
ละ
this Alluri.
นั่น
Takes
ไง
the first stab and does so well. Nobody within the smoking Kozi. Even getting one more on its head. Kozi has to clutch up and does. 4 kills. Enterprise double up the rounds. And
ใช่
that's
ทีม
because
งาน
of
เขาลืม
Aussie.
ใส่ UI
Yeah, and double up the amount of thrifties.
Yes.
There you go. They know their sponsors at this point, maybe trying to get themselves a car because those are the only rounds that they're currently winning. But you are right. It was the one player that had a rifle that ended up doing pretty much all of the work. And it is somewhat like there's a lot of players that I think we've been hearing about coming up from that tier 2. A lot of them are like 16, 17 years of age. Would you say he's the one you're most excited for? Because I feel like him going straight into that Enterprise roster did seem like a match made in heaven.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, me and Hazza got to speak to Itapata and he said, listen, we really wanted him and made sure to get him.
ที่คู่นี้มัน
I mean,
เดือดไปว่ะ
GSR, another one, he turned 18 today.
มีปฏิเสธที่ไหนมีความมันที่นั่นบอกเลย
Academy roster. Excited to see where
อยาก
he
เห็น
goes
ปฏิเทค
next
เจอกับไอ้
year.
พวกตุรกีที่แบบชอบยืน
โอ้แค่นี้ก็เมื่อกี้มันก็ใส่กันจับปะเนี่ยทำมา7 ราวเนี่ย
เนี่ยไอ้สตาร์โซเนี่ยใส่สตาร์โซ
เมื่อกี้ซิกแต่ฟักดาวแล้วน่ะ
Because they wanted to keep GSR.
Yeah, 100%. And it seems like Magnum has identified this flank.
Weaker weapons this time. That is going to force a lot of players into the open. Just spams them down. It's actually 2 ultimates used in that moment. A little bit of an overcommitment, but when you keep it that clean, that's okay.
Yeah, you know what? Value into the next, making sure you don't get upset, but surely the rifles and a crossfire is enough there. Maybe not.
เป็นเรื่อง
I have never reached higher than Diamond in this game. So, yeah, nicely done in the end. And it's all about Enterprise making sure this momentum continues.
Yeah. And it is flawless as well. I think it's actually...
They're so slow if we actually want to react.
Was that from this round?
Yeah.
Because that seemed like quite a lot of frustration considering you won it in an in-zone flawless match.
ใช่ครับแม็กนัมเอฟติกเก่า
Magnum had identified the flank and he's like, why are we not all just like 5-man aiming at that show? You know?
Well, you know.
Yeah.
It worked in the end. You can smile, Shadow, you know?
Yeah.
Someone get that man, what was it, a banana?
Banana. Oh, it was a pineapple
คิดเหมือนกัน
ham sandwich or
ไอ้
something like that.
ของฮาร์ด
I'm sure it was banana, but there was something else. It was like peanut butter. That man has very weird taste. That's what I was trying to say. Luckily, very good at Valorant. Like, I think he was a man that I always thoroughly enjoyed watching for the sake of his supportive utility.
Of course, yeah.
Every once in a while, he'd have a good game individually, but it was just, well, I know Mini somewhere in the world will be very mad, but he was a very good breach player.
Yeah, he was. I mean,
Breach
back then was actually viable though. And actually on the same roster, same Koi roster as Starzo, so there's a throwback for you.
I think we got like 15 different crossover head-to-heads in this game. I was going to start writing them all down, and I went, it's just everyone. They've all kind of played against, with, or whatever against each other. There are a million different grudge matches. I know they highlighted a couple of them on the desk. And I think for either side, it's going to be an important victory.
No, 100%.
I know.
High low. How much do they get from here, though?
Oi!
Oh, they get nothing. Never mind. Cozzy is just better. 16 years old, and he is just diffed. Martin +1. Not many that can say they've done that.
Yeah, no, there's not. I mean, it was Prox as well, ex-teammate, used to be on EP this year, so that's probably the most important of it. And it's all about testing this Enterprise post plan, as it's a very extensive one with Magnum main.
เชี่ยไม่อยากจะเชื่อสายตาตัวเองเซฟเลยครับ M8
He's going to be able to potentially flank the flank. I also will say, I think they've listened to Hyber.
Yeah.
Don't come to my site. They've just started going, hey. Like, honestly, thanks for the strat, Hyber. You have helped out Enterprise massively, because the second they started going, hey, it's gone swimmingly. And now Magnum is even in the backline. You have a player in mid, so you're kind of expecting that they wouldn't have been able to get this far. And while Magnum is making this round incredibly costly, he's even come to your site alone and after the round, Hyber.
สวยละ
Not been able to shoot back. A rifle into the next with Martin's run it back gives you an avenue to work with, but right now, since Gentlemate's 4 rounds in the first 5, that's just crazy. Point I was going to say, they have not really shown...
Safe. Come on, safe!
He's not playing anymore, Patty.
2 คน ยิงคอร์ซี่โดนแค่1 เม็ด
Pannysgg is one of my favorite players to watch on that stage because he is
เป็นไปได้ไง
one
วะ
of the biggest trolls. And he will get in your head. Like we saw the Boaster singing the other day and him then quoting the song back to him.
เด็กแข่งได้ครับต้องมีใบอนุญาตผู้ใหญ่
Doesn't forget, especially if there's an
ผู้ปกครอง
opportunity
เซ็น
to troll.
100%. And for a piece, this is now who can set themselves in front, and Gentlemates have the lesser of the bright.
ถูกครับอายุ
But do have more of the ultimates. Very heavy lean towards this A side as well.
Oh, Mini. Definitely had his moments earlier in the match and looking for another one. First kill goes his way, but he's able to escape. This time they've stacked up a little further onto that side of the map, and Magnum's flank is very well expected. But is there something they can do about it? Playing through the smoke would have its risks about it, but
โหไม่ยากแต่มินี่โคตรกดดันอะตอนเนี้ย
lost a player on the other side though.
ดูดิเรียบร้อยแล้วถามมิงเข้าของแมกนัมโคตรดี
Still playing within that smoke. It's a good nightfall, but next shield not going Pannysgg's way. Can't quite make it clean, but still needs to get that spike down. Well, it's betraying Hyber's position. So 1 versus 2. Pannysgg fighting all avenues and cannot find a lick of safety.
3 ศพไปที
It'll be Gentlemates to keep their advantage even on that lesser buy.
Yeah, I said it earlier on. I liked the quote was great, to be honest. That came out from Magnum about like if they win this game, they believe that they're on the road to Shanghai. And I think we've got a million storylines in this game, but I think my favorite one has to be the route for Pannysgg to maybe get back to a place where he made it to the final. I think that's that image of him looking at the stage. I think it's one of the coolest images we've ever had.
โซนนี้มันเถื่อนเลยดิ
He's a man that I would love to see back on the international stage. Has earned his way back multiple times, and
has he missed an international stage? I don't think he has he?
Well, when he's playing in the tour, I don't know. I don't know. Someone, Captain Cal, figure it out.
Yeah. Pretty sure that is the case. Happy to be mistaken.
แต่มันก็ทำหน้าที่ดีอยู่นะมันช่วยแบ่งเบาภาระมาตินเยอะนะ
That should be easy enough.
ก่อนหน้านี้วิโป้ไม่ไหว
Even trying to scale through mid Gentlemates will be
มาแล้วไงฮีเบอร์
so much
เฮ้ย
damage. Magnum as good
เฮ้ย
as it's been. That will be an end zone flawless.
เอาดิ
Gentlemates finding 6. What happened there?
Yeah, it feels to be just swing back and forwards. Like the adaptations being made by mates to stack up a little bit earlier onto that A site, which was the site that was massively successful. And then the defense being a little bit more proactive in it. And then it just became very disjointed. Like the swing back into the same 2 players made it a little bit too easy for mates. Wow.
He's telling them not my side.
But this is kind of what I mean about Hyver. Like he's
ดีกว่าเยอะครับ
individually as well. But this is what he always was. No matter the team you put him in.
นี่แหละคีย์แมน M8
He's just a real
แต่ต้องผ่าน EP ไปก่อนอย่างแรกตอนนี้
I think that mates already had a few players like that. I think Starzo fits that bracket. But when you're trying to IGL, just having a guy that's just like that, it's always going to bring you up. It's always going to make you confident. And maybe that was the reason. Like I don't think Beepo was a negative on that team in terms of vibes, but he wasn't this.
No, I think with people
เรียบร้อย
wasn't as loud and
ปาดหายก่อน
many
รู้แล้ว
beat
แค่มา
loud
คอนโทรล
here,
แมป
getting rid of Magnum.
ใช้ของเคลียร์เลยเปล่า
An important piece to clear. I think that's the rest
EP
of the
เข้าเลย
now knowing that they have to make a move in towards the other side of the map before they're cleared out. Martin has been having
โอ้
a
โห
bit of a
มาติน
stinker so far.
ยังไม่ตื่นนะมาตินวันนี้
The thing is though, Mini has been great, and Prox is still lurking within the smoke. He needs to stay active, and the flash from Lime is perfect.
เพราะข่าวซะงั้น
Again, they bring it back into a 2v2 scenario. Alluri is trying
2-2 ครับ
to position a bit away from his teammate. Have
มี
that
Prowler อยู่
surprise, but he might not realize there's 2
อุ้ย
players around this corner. They
เหลื
just
อลาม
wait
คน
for
เดียว
him to make a move. And now Lime, with everything still to do, he started this game off strong, but this would have to be the best clutch he's had so far. And
ไม่ได้
but it is a bit whiffy.
Yeah, it's not as good as you would expect from Lime, and he's not had the best of returns since making it
ครับ
into these games.
คัมแบ็กไม่เคยเก่า
I just
ลอง
wrote
ว่า
it
วัน
off,
นี้
right, listen, he's not had the best start as we've headed into this game. seems to continue. Gentlemates have their advantage.
โอ้คนละโลกครับผมตุ๋ยบอกเลย
You have watched a lot of Summit, Tom. You have casted a lot of it in this region. Do you think 7 is more than good for Gentlemates?
It's just so difficult to say. We've seen
เอฟดูอยู่ปะเอฟ
completely lose track of players when it comes to the attack side.
เป้ามาตินมันไม่เป็นดอกบัวนะ
But I also think with the amount of aggression you can have.
อะไรนะพี่
เป้ามาตินแบบไอ้ล่างกับบนมันทับกันอ่ะมันไม่ได้แบบ
I wonder what he said.
อ๋อเหรอ
He's a big fan of foxes.
Yes.
เหมือน
เปลี่ยนหรือมันใช้เป้าเดิม
He was asking what the fox is.
เหมือนมันอันกลางมันยาวกว่าข้างอ้าว
Well, pannysgg will stop who he replaced.
แต่ก็ทรงคล้ายๆกันแหละแต่หน้าตาไม่เหมือนกัน
Surprise in the next round.
I do think a 7
ไม่โคตรดรอปเลยครับผม
genuinely for Enterprise is fine. Like I think that with
อยาก
how you
เพิ่ม
can
น้ำหนัก
progress this map, how you can flank
ต้องถามว่า
this map,
เพิ่มน้ำหนักแบบ
as a
มี
Sentinel's
เอาแต่
gonna
กล้ามหรือเปล่า
do a lot of work. 8-4.
หรือเพิ่มน้ำหนักแบบตัวบวมบักอะไรอย่างนี้ถ้าบักก็ต้องมีคาร์บด้วยครับต้องถามว่าเราจะเพิ่มแบบไหนมีหลายแบบนะ
Using the TP to get into a space that's maybe not as watched, and Mini low, and Cozzy will be the one that gets the kill, not Lime. He'll get his operator finally online. So 4 versus 1, and Hyber should have no way back into this.
He's been great so far. 11-5. A breath of fresh air for the mates fans, but this one is a bridge too far. Decent recovery from Enterprise, especially after some of the early rounds. It definitely looked like this one could fall away from them. Nonetheless,
เฮ้ยแต่เมื่อวานมันแม่นไงน้องบาส
a pistol round I feel for Enterprise if they're going to turn this around.
Yeah, it's going to be a
กันครับผม
tough comeback, but most importantly, we've got to try and listen to one of these players because we've got an interview with pannysgg that we recorded before this match.
โค้ด EP
pannysgg, you were saying a few days ago you took a pay cut to join Enterprise. Why did you believe in this project?
Just because I took a break and there was nothing basically for me to play, and Enterprise boys asked me to play, and I'm like,
อ้าว
I'm
เพราะ
actually
มัน
ready to
เคย
play.
อยู่
Let's go
EP
and
ด้วย
let's
นะ
get
ว่า
involved, you know. And I also believe in the team because they are all great individuals with great coaching staff, and that's why we're in VCT and we can show ourselves.
Was there a point where you thought, you know what, I'm enjoying my break, I don't think I'm coming back?
Nah, you always take a break to just kind of realize what you want from life, and for me it was just reigniting the fire inside of me. I did that and I was ready to get back into the play.
How is this passion still burning? Because I remember when Valorant's competitive circuit started in 2020, and I was talking about you playing with G2.
Yep.
Now I have the pleasure of doing it again with you on Enterprise. How have things changed?
ยังไม่แย่ครับอีมีมันเล่นกันบุกเดียว
I mean, the
ไม่ได้การจ่าเหมือนโซน
the
อื่น
game changed, the players changed, everyone is evolving, everyone's learning new things, and for me personally, I'm not gonna stop playing until I win international. So if it's gonna take 5-10 years, I'm still gonna be here trying my best.
I love that. You're going to keep trying, you're going to get there one day, and I imagine so is Cozzy. How have you been working with him to get him ready for the stage? Because the team's been referring to you as their performance coach.
I mean, he's 16, and as like other 16 years old, I was surprised about him. Like, he's not stressed out at all. He's just here to play and enjoy being here and just enjoying giving good Valorant to the enemy team.
Well, we're enjoying seeing both of you play good Valorant together. Thank you so much,
Thank you so much.
And we've been getting good Valorant from either side. A 7-5 scoreline though, Tom. I mean, you said it, pistol round now becomes so important for either of these teams.
Yeah, I think as well, like Martin 5-10, unorthodox, but going into this attack side, more opportunity to get those orbs, more opportunity to play off of Mini. I think that they still had a decent half for them on the attack side, and I am going to kind of look more, on the defense, and kind of look a bit more at Enterprise now. Of how they are going to be playing it on the defense. Of course, our backup HUD is now a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
Because the sides are the wrong way around.
Yeah, that is true. Just so to know, we are working on it, guys. We're getting there.
Yeah, it says it on the HUD.
Yeah, exactly. And Cozzy's working on this round as he finds Mini and Martin
เอา
once again.
ดูเนี่ยความมิเลเคิลอ่ะไม่มีแค่ไม่กี่คนไม่แบบเนี้ยทอดอย่างเงี้ยดูดิ
To go, okay,
you're
in
a
with a
bar.
chance, but now I'm awake.
Yeah.
And it's even worse because you can have the opportunity to
ถ้าเป็น M8 ชุดนี้อยู่ร่างนี้ดีละเพราะยังไม่มีดูเอลิสมาแทนได้คนในทีมนะครับแต่ถ้ามีดูเอลิสมามินี่ถอยไปเซนติเนลดีกว่าร่างเซนติเนลดีกว่ามินี่มันรอเป้ามันโหเก่งครับแต่ไม่ใช่ดูลิสไม่ดีนะก็ดีนะวิ
Well, it looks like he's on the mark to do so. Martin identified and Causey looking to hunt. Both players playing together.
อันนี้แมปโนเลดแม่งต้องเรียนรู้อะบอกเลยอันนี้คือคนเล่นน้อยยังไม่ช่ำยืนไม่ดีแขนดูดิหัวไหล่โยกอะ
We've seen the same from Kuchao just earlier today. And you always get a little bit nervous when someone is just 16 or 17 years of age coming into the stage. Because a lot of the time they've been playing in their bedroom. It's a very different thing. Mum making you a cup of tea. It's not quite the same when you get here. Maybe you have a team manager who might look after you.
เจอเด็กอายุ16รู้บอกให้นั่งลงมึงพี่ทำไมวะ
None of them seem to be struggling too much.
Seems like HUD should be fixed now for you folks at home.
Yeah, the backup.
Yeah,
HUD.
the backup
HUD is
just
fixed.
clarifying.
The HUD is not. Okay.
So Martin will become one away from the run it back, but he is denied his life.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to be gaining orbs, but you are still gaining orbs.
Yeah, I mean,
มันจะให้เราดูแบบไม่มี UI เลยวะ
as Enterprise try to rack up those wins, and that's something that the players have been speaking about how they feel like they're top 6 at least within the league, and that's what they should be aiming for. And if they get a good start, they should be easily top 2.
Careful here. So if there's already 4 teams in it, so they have to finish top 2 in play-ins.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. You know.
Yeah.
Good opportunity for them here to level up on their map. I think, as said, beating mates would be defining, and a man who's defined this league in the past is Magnum. His ace has been stolen, but normally I'm quite critical of that, but the person who did it is 16 years of age, so I'll let them get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get that neon, I guess, more orbs towards him. I mean, Causey's just full of confidence and an in-zone flawless that will keep Enterprise ticking away. That bonus now becomes even more dangerous, and especially with this geometry of the map, some of those specters can find real value.
Yeah, there's so many dirty little angles. We've seen players go and check many a time. I think it happens a lot early with these sort of maps. I think Sentinel players can get away with a lot, be it on lurks, but also be it on just, I've got a kill trip in a weird spot that you haven't seen before, which in a year's time likely won't happen so much.
ไอรูริสั่งครับ
Gentlemate's really taking their time with this round, and as you said, players can get caught off guard, and hoping that none of that's going to happen, but the focus for Enterprise is these extremities. Feels like a game of cat or mouse, right? Like, Enterprise are waiting for Gentlemates to give them aggression, and Gentlemates are finally starting to move.
Yeah, it's like Mousetrap, but both teams think they're the ones setting the trap. Hyber is about to be pressured. You can understand the patience. It's a lower buy round. He does well with the first, but Causey quickly there for the trade. It's important he stays alive with one of the rifles.
Yeah,
he's kept position as well. It makes an interesting crossfire. They're now focused in on Magnum. That's his time to strike. And White, he tried to fire up a relay bolt like a laser beam, but unfortunately that doesn't do the damage he was hoping for. His teammate did get assisted by it though, and now they're on for a secondary round. Another player looking to come in from behind. It is being watched. Starzone needs to win this fight, otherwise the round could slip away, and he has won the fight. Mini now aggressively spots players, gets a little bit of tickle damage, and they can group back up together. For mates, this round seems integral, and they seem to be winning it as well. Pattek still in with a chance, and he takes both down. The player from behind cleared first, and he's standing up while defusing. I'm not sure what that hand sign was.
I think that was 2 times.
That was 2, yeah. Maybe do the fingers the other
เหลือ
way.
เชื่อปะ
Because they can't hear what you're saying.
But he's European.
Pannysgg.
No?
Sure, why not?
Well, both teams have won a bonus round at this point, but it feels like Enterprise is even more important, just for the fact that it pushes them in front at 8-7, and the momentum now against the attack.
Nice! Let's
Great
think how you
handshake,
play
lads.
this situation. Absolutely horrid.
I love him. Genuinely, he's so entertaining. I like it as well that they grouped up together and just played a 2v1 and just whiffed, but then it's like, disgusting how you play it. He's definitely in their heads, there's no doubt about it. If there's anyone they want to shut up more, it's definitely pannysgg.
For those folks at home wondering, this is Enterprise map pick. Oh, Lime getting information about where players are starting to approach the site in through this link position. Really bolt good, but nothing in terms of kills. That Molly good from pannysgg.
UI น่าจะรอแบบหน้าเลยทางไม่ทันเหมือนกันเมื่อกี้ไอ้จังหวะสุดท้าย
Causes Outlaw starting to get punished, but only one more bullet and he can't connect it. Now he's under pressure and going to pop that ulti.
มันอะไรเอนเตอร์เทนอะไรปะ
I think he was expected to be pushed. Instead,
โอ้แย่ว่ะ
no one move in that
ยังไม่เห็น
direction.
มาตินปล่อยของ
Ultimate is
เลย
available now
มี
for
อยู่ช็อต
Martin,
เดียวเนี่ย ไม่คัดด้วย
It doesn't seem like there's going to be an opportunity in this round to use it unless they find a pick here and there. And this has been very patient. pannysgg has timed it perfectly. Nice work from Brox, but again the wraparound with the Spectre.
ไม่ครับ EP เป็นทีมแชมป์นะครับ แชมป์จากเทียร์ 2 นะ ทีมที่เก่งที่สุดในเทียร์ 2 ครับ
I'm excited now for the replay after a 4K like that, but Enterprise now starting to extend that lead, and you can see what Gentlemates are trying to do.
ต้องบอกว่าเป็นทีมที่กลมกล่อมมากกว่ามีทั้งไฟพาวเวอร์มีทั้งตัวเก่าอะครับ
Yes. 2 on each hand.
Nice gameplay.
9-7. So far, a clean defensive side out from Enterprise. 4 rounds in a row, and we're yet to really see anything from mates. Like, not being able to exploit those gaps. The double duelist hasn't had the success we were expecting it to. Mini's had his moments, but it has been surprisingly quiet from Martin. And well, all
ปฏิเทคดูปฏิเทคเล่นแล้วไม่มันเลย
Kundi as he tries to get his point across to the team, because realistically, even though this is an opponent's map choice, you don't want to see pannysgg especially is going to be annoying, but players like Kozi, 17-10, a great performance from him so far, and with Lotus up next, if he's still feeling that same level of confidence, who knows where this goes.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I think the duelist head-to-head between Martin and Kozi is going to be an important one, especially since Martin has gone a little quiet
สอบ
on
ผ่าน
this
อยู่
map.
สอบผ่านอยู่ มีช็อตสวยๆเยอะอยู่
Not known his angles.
แต่ก็ยังไม่ได้แบบเฉยๆอ่ะก็แค่ดีผ่านๆอ่ะ
The thing is,
ไม่ได้
what we
special เลย
expect from him is so ridiculously high.
เพราะว่า
Like, it's
พี่
like if
ไปดู
he's
พวกส
not
เตต
at least
ที่มัน
getting
แข่ง
like
มันก็
20
ไม่ได้เวอร์
kills, it's a
กับ
rough game
เพราะ
for
ว่าเลท
Martin. He has set the standard for himself.
โอเคดีว่ะ
It seems like he could easily be a difference maker in this one, and for Enterprise, well, they've had
คู่นี้ให้
the
M8
stars align for them. Even still
2-1 ครับ
playing with a weapon or two that I would still consider from a bonus, but it is because they've
แบบนี้ไม่น่ารอดละ
managed to make the Spectre work so much. and
M8 ไม่เคยเล่นแล้วดู
these are weapons that
มัน
they
มีช็อต
haven't
แบบ
needed to upgrade them yet.
ช็อตพลาดเพราะแบบไม่ชำนาญแมปอะไรพวกนี้ด้วย
I mean, just keep rolling with the punches. Why would you throw away some of these weapons, right?
Exactly.
Not needing to sweat, not needing to change things up. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
แบบนี้ EP เลือกมาครับ Enterprise เลือกมาครับเข้ากลางหรือเปล่า
Limited amount of time.
ไม่เข้าว่ะ
TP fading and
จะไปจบ A
really going in that direction. Kozi's the one that will be under pressure. A flash set up,
เฮ้ย
and even the ult going to be popped off the back of it. Not delayed.
มาแล้วมาแล้ว
Relay bolt to do the work for him, and instead Martin
ไม่รู้
has
ตี
managed
บ
to
อมไหน
open
เลย
up
เข้า
his
ทุกบอมแม่งเลยครับ
into
M8
fate. He was just selling the idea that they're going in that direction, and instead they walk into Magnum's lair. He's been good so far. I don't think he's been cleared by the cam either. He's just able to sit in this corner. Is it going to be checked? No, it is not. He's able to just hold this ground, and you'd expect at this point maybe for someone to get a little bit more aggressive, but instead they're holding those rotations from multiple different vantage points.
Means gives the players an avenue in which to try and get out. That would be towards Cave. Magnum now starts to find his own way back into this. Stars Martin nowhere near this, and this is a 2v2. Lime giving information about where one of the players is and even gets the kill, but Hyper winning out against Magnum, keeping sight in the hands of Gentlemates, makes this an impossible task. And finally the attack will answer back and get the first round of this second half.
แม่งต้องหาเหลี่ยมยืนในบอมให้รอดก่อนตอนเนี้ย
Martin is able to
F8
sell that fake wonderfully, throws in the run it back, pulls players over, and I think there were definite opportunities for Magnum, but they don't.
เทียร์หนึ่งเมาๆก็ไม่แปลกครับที่นัดเปิดสนามเทียร์สองตกหมดเพราะว่าเทียร์หนึ่งเมาๆมันลงมาเจอเทียร์สองไงก็อย่างที่เห็นละวันแรกก็เละเทะ
Yeah, and I think as well, like, it was a really nice call from Starzo that once you had seen the Sova of Enterprise clear that link space, it was like, okay, guys, let's start to move into this because they think it's clear and they think that this is going to be a B split. Was not the case. And this looks to be a straight up A exec.
แต่นี่ไม่รับจ้างไปเลยอันนี้ชุดทีมจริงมัน
But they've been constantly pressuring around mid. Smoke used to close out line, but with the Yori, you have the opportunity to be a little bit risky, be a little bit aggressive.
UI ไม่มีครับผม
And he's gonna get wrecked for it. They expected it. They know what's on the other side.
เดี๋ยว UI มาแบบหน้า
spammed him out. The re-aggression is risky. There's so many players
ที่
there.
ดูเด็กยิงดิ
Well, I don't know how he selected that target of the bunch, but he did.
Tracking unbelievable. There was a clip through the week that showed it. And well,
Nightfall
again using the same avenue of approach. And well, Alluri hit by the Nightfall, but still protected by pannysgg, finally ridded of this site. And now going to be difficult to try and get
ไหลวะ
back
อย่าง
in.
นี้ไหลวะ99เหลือ2เหลือ4-2
able to get a kill so far. He doesn't have any support. This is a one-man retake, and while the spacing this time from Mates was too good for him to handle. Magnum was so far away. I'm surprised to see Kozi go in there.
I mean, takeaway is really bolt button at this point in time. That's all I'm going to say.
You know, he got an assist here and there after dying. But no, I think you just give him a crosshair and a gun, and that's kind of all you need. I think that's the bit that he's got down to a T. Even still, though, they're leveling things up, and that's how this game has felt so far. It's like
มาติกอะครับไม่กลับมาแล้วครับผม
but not in individual rounds, but more in like
ปีนี้ไม่กลับมาแล้ว
across the board.
I think Enterprise fixed that issue of A link. Stop this.
อ๋อเพราะว่ารอบเพย์อินมันแพ้มันเป็นรอบแบบว่ายังไงอ่ะจะน็อกเอาแล้วอ่ะแพ้ได้ทีเดียวอ่ะมันเป็นสายอ่ะคุมสเตจมันเก็บคะแนนอะไรเงี้ยมั้งอันนี้มันเทือกสุดท้ายเลยครับจะไปแชมเปี้ยนทุกคนอยากไปอ่ะก็เข้มข้นเป็นธรรมดาเซฟรีไทม์แล้วผมเซฟรีไทม์แล้ว
and it's an expensive piece of kit where I think that it's a very good agent on the defense. You can play a lot of risky games. You can be unpredictable. You can rotate quickly. You can even but when you just get domed through a smoke or you're trying to pressure with the operator and just get forced off the angle, there's a few things that come to mind. One is there's certain moments where I'd like to see him as a little bit more confident, but also just having a bit of backup because that just felt like, okay, I'm going to try and take a risk, and it's not a bad risk to take. In that round in particular, he's just unlucky, but it's one that you go, okay, maybe if he had a flash or something to set him up, that could have gone a little different.
Yeah, I think so, and I think with Lime, he is
หน้าเหมือนปั๊ปปี้อย่างเงี้ยหรอ
since he's hit tier 1,
ไม่ได้ดู
we've
โร
already
ต้าเลย
spoken about that, but in the tier 2, he's found those values, he's had that confidence, and it just feels like he's in unknown waters for this time being. I really hope he fixes that form soon, because the way this series is going, Enterprise are going to need him.
Yeah, for sure. I think you've got other pieces of the puzzle that are working, and no offense to Alluri, but I don't expect him to drop crazy numbers.
Yeah.
But the secondary duelist, you're going to need a little bit more. This time, though, more presence towards that B site early. But we've seen this often from mates where it could just be a challenge for the orb.
Happy. Many a little bit lucky there.
เฮียแมกนัมมันมาล่อให้ยิงกล้อง
You can see Magnum wanting to
ใช้
get
ได้
the ultimate off, but still Gentlemates, they do not find procs, and Lime
มาตินเลือก
does
เอม
do
ครับ
good damage to the Omen and forced away. Starzo finding Patty Tech through mid is going to be a real issue now because there's a threat of a split.
The mid fights, at least in the last few rounds, have
แต่วัน
only
นี้ยังไม่
really
ค่อย
going the way
ยัง
of
ไม่ค่อยได้
mates.
โชว์เท่าไหร่มาติน
Maybe the
เครื่อง
fix
ยัง
is
ไม่ติด
just to put Kozi on the angle and hope that he pops off, but after showing so much presence,
ไอไฮเบอร์นี่สถิ
it's
ติ
a
ดีอยู่
different
นะตอน
sort of
ที่สอง
ruse, but this time it's not
ก็
working.
ดีแต่มันแบบว่า
Three players currently
ไม่ได้แบบ
waiting around that A side of the
เด่น
map,
ขนาด
and
นั้นแต่ก็
Hyper
โอเค
is
อะ
gonna have
ดี
to
อะ
almost throw
มัน
himself
เป็น
into
แบ
the
บว่า
walls if
อิ
they
นดิเค
want
เตอร์ที่ดีอะ
this to be the push.
แต่ M8 เอามาเป็นเซนติเนล
I think they're trying the same thing again, and this
ที่
time
ไม่รู้ว่าดีหรือเปล่า
Enterprise are ready for it.
เอามาก่อนตอนนี้ แต่เดียวคนเดิมนั่น
Kozi
อุ้ย
very quickly on the line, a very quick double kill.
โอ้
Unbelievable
Kozi.
from the 16-year-old. And the Cypher now, the last one remaining. It's Hyper and he goes.
แม่งอนาคตไกลแน่เลย
to
ว่ะ
VCT Kozi.
the kind of casual sit down at the end, but
Cool
that was
agent.
insane. Well, we've
ที่ดู
already
ช่อง
seen
หลัง
it
ผมเขียนว่า
earlier
cool
today.
agent
Kachao Ace, now a
คือ
Kozi.
ยังไง
It's
อะ
not one better because he's 16.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
slightly
Leon,
younger, so
cool
you know
agent.
we have to give him slightly more plaudits, but I'm jokingly said at the
Good
beginning of
hand.
the round, maybe the fixes just put him on the angle, but with him 24 and 12 running away with it in this
มาติน
game.
หรือพิมมี่เหรอ
Yeah, Paddy, you tell them to sit down after the young guy kills everyone for you.
พอๆกันอะมันเวอร์ปฏิหารย์เหมือนกันอะช่วงพีกๆอะแบบ
Not a
วันไหน
shot.
ลั่นๆอะ
Patty has shooting actually. I don't shoot.
แต่วันนี้มาตินหลับสนิทเลยแย่จัด
An Enterprise wanting to shoot through mid, trying to try and set this up, but
มา
there
แล้ว
was a
แย่มาแล้ววะ
trap by Enterprise, by Gentlemates. Oh, Lime jumps out. TP information.
ปีหน้าไม่น่าจำกัดอายุละ
If anything, the old school strat from the dark ages, avoid CNED. It's something you might have to begin to consider if you're mates. Normally it's avoid Martine nowadays, but Kozi is showing that the youth might have him
เฮ้ย
beaten again.
ยังไม่หยุดยิง
I'm gonna be honest, we might just have to go the whole round watching Kozi. There's not really any point watching
แม่ง
anybody
แพ้ละ
else. Mini with a backstab that would have been wonderful, but Patitech turns around to complete
ถ้ามาติน
the
ยังไม่
inside
ตื่นก็จบละ
flawless. Kozi's on another level right now.
จบ
Is
ละ
that 27, I think? Yeah,
มาตินบอกกำลัง
27 and
เพลินๆเลย
12.
Yeah, I mean, that just sums it up. Kozi has shocked everyone back to life,
โอ้
including
โห
this
มัน
punt.
เวอร์จัดอะ
Mate
ดูดิ
still
ตัว
a
หนึ่ง
little
ตัว
bit
สองอะ
delayed, so just bear with us for the moment.
So we have to be nice to that. Just think positive things.
Oi.
Manifest. I know Kara is a huge fan of manifestation.
Love it, love it.
ปีหน้าไม่จำกัดอายุเพื่อน
And that's how he said today. He manifested Carson with me.
โอ้โหมันจำกัดก็ลงได้อยู่ดี
Actually manifested has a go involved, but I didn't think it would work out in
Yeah,
this
you know.
way.
That is what this is. We sound the same, look the same, other than the hair.
Yeah.
Not jealous at all.
Well, he can't grow a beard though.
ไม่แปลกอะที่ได้แชมป์เทียร์สองมาครับสมมง บ้าจัด
Nice consolation prize. Just like it will be for whoever lets this map slip. And
เตรียม
now it's
วิ่ง
looking
ครับ
like
บิน
the
นี่
mates. I
อาจจะติด
said
แท็บ
it
ตาย
so
ดู
much
ทรง
ago,
แล้ว
Maybe the strat needs to be avoid Kozi. In this round, they have avoided Kozi. They walk into a man with the ball buff. Can you miss it?
เลียงเข้ามา
And another in zone flawless.
เลียงเข้ามาจังหวะนี้
Confidence through the roof. And while map one, I don't know, Kara, unless there's another turn in this tail, it's feeling over.
Yeah, and I said as we came into this series that I think this could be a 2-0, and everyone was like, oh, a 2-0 for Gentlemates, and I was like, no, 2-0 the either way because of what Enterprise...
I'm insane at killing Kikos, bro.
Oh man. The point I was getting to was Enterprise, when they start to level up into competitions, Yeah, they feel
มาทีน
unstoppable.
สนใจ
When
กลับ
Causey
มา
goes
ร่วมงานกันไหม
27 and
เอ้ย ขอบ
12,
คุณโค้ชอิงด้วยนะฮะ เจอแบบนี้อ่ะ
trying to maybe play in
ไม่
line
ต้อง
here
เจอ
with
แบบ
his operator, but that smoke still has time on it. His
ต้องเจอ
TP
คอม
does
ไดว่ะ
Oh, okay.
แบบเข้าไซส์2ดูเอลอ่ะ
Hunter's Fury. They're going for the trap player mid. It is actually Lime to find the
เขาไป
kill.
ช่วย
but
เทร
They've
ด
lost
นีออนเลย
Causey, which, based on purely statistical
แม่งโห
numbers,
ดเหลือ
might
เกิน
not
ต้อง
be the greatest of
บิน
trades.
ไปล้วง
We'll see. Maybe this is Lime's round, but he's forced off the angle by the Prowler, but isn't going to overface. He's
โอ้
going
โห
to jump straight back in.
โอ้โห
It's a highway to hell for Mini. And now they sit with a man advantage.
I mean, dimensional drift if Lime needs to get out. Still got a TP, but he is playing alongside Patty Tech. Still not cleared.
It's bait as well. That was the shot, and Lime, well, we're waiting for his moment, his round, and this seems to
เฮ้ย
be it.
โอ้โหเมื่อวานยังดีอยู่เลยวันนี้จะดิสแบนสำนักก็หรอ
He's just falling back, repositioned. Starzo didn't expect the second, but he's done damage. It
GG, huh?
won't be enough damage. Enterprise, it was a back and forth, maybe a bit of a slower start. But Cairo, they found the win on their map
การ
choice.
จากไปของ
It is
บี
their
โป้
map choice,
ไม่
and
เกี่ยว
the next map of Lotus
บี
is
โป้อยู่
one
ก็เหมือน
that
เดิมวันนี้
Enterprise haven't had the best of results. They only won 3 rounds against Fnatic, and that doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence.
No, maybe not. But a man who I think has been having an insane amount of confidence, even when he's only finding eco-frags, his words, not mine, is Magnum. And he is a
ว่า
man
จะ
I'm
ไหลที่ไหน
always
รู้
excited to hear from.
I'm excited to hear from him too because he's the birthday boy. Magnum, having a good birthday so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's going so far so good. I hope we manage to close another map and yeah.
What did you think of Gentlemates with Hyber for the first time?
Well, it's a different team. I think they have way more like energetic chemistry. Now I could feel the way they're screaming. But you can still kind of feel out their macro and attack on defense. You know, they play the same way. But they are a great team, yeah.
Well, let's see if Screaming can get them through Lotus and see if this one's going to go to a full 3 maps after the break. Thank you, Magnum.
Yo, sit the f down! Yo, second clutch to no! Sit the f down! Yo, safe! Come on! Yo!
ดิสแบนมัน
And you, above 2 sheets. Disgusting how you play this situation. Absolutely horrid. Yo, sit down! Nice gameplay.
Down.
เต็มโฆษณาปีโป้ชอบยิงตอนมาร์ตินไม่ยิงแต่ส่วนมากมาร์ตินยิงลองจริงเจอวานเร็วไปช็อกเลยอ้าวอะไรวะเนี่ยวันนี้ถ้าเป็นสไนด์หนีดีกว่าถ้าปืนกลเอาไปลุมได้ครับเป็นกลไม่ได้แบบเสกอะไรขนาดนั้นเหมือนที่เมื่อก่อนเขาหนีเยกันอะมาทรงนี้เผลอๆพวกสาย Pay Off ก็โดนได้เหมือนกันนะเนี่ยแม่งโหดมากเลย อ๋ออีมีแคสก็ตบพุทธด้วยเหรอเนี่ยโอ้โหเชี่ยตึงยังวะโหเรตติ้งโหเวอร์จัดอะ1.5 1.4 1.3เฟิร์สคิว28เฟิร์สเดท9โอ้โหแม่งโหดจริงว่ะมีภาพเกม3แล้วมีภาพเกม3น้องชีรติ
Again, I think there was a little bit of nerves before the game one more time from us, but yeah, once our team gets activated, I think for everyone else it becomes very, very hard to play against us. And I think on defense we were like we were unplayable. Like we did whatever we wanted on the map. Everything was working, so for them it was impossible to win this.
Yeah, clean.
Shadow confirms.
Yeah, I agree.
As the coaches said, it was a stellar defense for the side of Enterprise on our opening map of Summit today. But also, it was stunning work by Kozzy. What a performance by the 16-year-old. We're going to take a look at how the other players fared in his wake, because he had quite the party, despite it not being his birthday.
Yeah, I think that when we look at all of the numbers here, we can see a story. First of all, Martin at the bottom of the scoreboard, not online at all. And as you're
ผม
saying,
ครับ
Kozzy
อ๋อ
having
คาสมี่
a good
ทำไม
day,
จะ
has
จำไม่
such a
ได้
good
ครับผม
tournament
ต้อ
so
ง
far.
จำได้
There's been
ดิ
so many impressive moments. I think that everybody on the internet has
อ๋อ
seen
เปลี่ยน
that,
เราเปลี่ยนมาใช้ YouTube เหรอ
that tracking on Haven and with the operator, and I think that today is going to be just the same. The defense was
ต้อง
absolutely
จำได้อ
his.
ยู่เลยนะผม
18 and 4
อยู่
that
กัน
he
มาตั้ง
had
นาน
in that second half just alone. So for him, as they say, and everything that the coaches were saying, one of the main reasons why all of that was happening was him.
Yeah, literally. I
เกม
think
8
that
น่า
this
จะ
is
ต้องบุก
kind
ก่อน
of
ครับ
the story from the
โล
challenger
ตัส
teams as well. As much as it's
อืม
nice
เอ็น
to
เตอร์ไพร
welcome
ส์
back some old faces when we talk about the
อุ้ย
experienced
แต่โล
players,
ตัสแม่ง
it's all the youngsters that seem to be the
Enterprise มี
ones
สิทธิ์เริ่ม
that's
บุกก่อน
actually
เหมือนกันนะ
stepping up to the occasion. I know that there's been moments on the sofa where we've been sitting and deliberating, oh, are they going to be able to manage, you know,
ชนะ
playing on such a big stage? But they've honestly been delivering, so it's just been really nice to see.
And they're surrounded by such experienced players, very vocal players, and we've really enjoyed seeing these players essentially give it to each other. Although I have to say, pannysgg is one step away from shouting "your mum" at the other side of
He
the
probably
stage.
has at some point in history. I wouldn't be surprised if, because it do be him. Oh,
อ๋อ
we can hear it.
จัดไปครับ
Yeah. Oh,
ดูบ่อยปะเนี่ยช่วงนี้หรือว่าไม่ได้พิมพ์
And Hyber, I mean, this is one of the things he's bringing to the to the team.
100%. And the thing is, like, you did hear Gentlemates shouting a lot throughout the first half of this game. But yeah, I mean, look at Magnum. He's just, yeah, Enterprise were very much...
Okay.
I wasn't expecting Kozzy to be doing it, but here we are.
the apple doesn't fall far
ผม
from
มั
the
น
tree.
มัน
Is
เหลื
that
อ
how you
เชื่อ
say it?
ว่ะน้องภูมิช่วงเนี้ย
Well, to be
เทียร์
fair, we
2
actually saw
ปั่น
Kachao
ป่วนหมดเลย
earlier
เนี่ย
on. He tried to do a little bit of trash talk. It wasn't quite as
คู่นี้
old school as we
M8
saw what
น้องบอส
Cossi was giving. Although from an interview I did with him earlier, I understand why it was old school. So keep your eyes peeled for that one, and you'll get what I mean.
I want to know now.
Let's say one of the players he's been inspired by
ดู
had
เรื่อ
their
ยๆครับ
peak
แล้วแต่
around
เวลาว่างแต่ละ
2015.
คนเกมโก
But
ว่า
I
แบบ
mean,
ดู
Cossi getting his first ace in VCT. He's beaten a record
เนี่ย
now
เดี๋ยว
that
ถ้า
was set by
EWC ว่า
Jamalino.
ถ้าไม่ชน
Only
วา
on
โลก็จะดู
Thursday
EWC ด้วย
versus
ขอ
Gydex. The
ไปละ
first ace that he got here was the youngest ace, or the ace by the youngest player, I should say, Billy. It's a new record.
ตอนนี้ของ
100%.
อีมีพิสูจน์แล้วว่าไม่ต่าง
to see him having fun and being competent, as I mentioned.
ของ
I think
ทีม
the
พิสูจน์แล้วว่า
movement
ต่าง
that he has on the
ของ
neon
ไปซิฟิก
as well,
วันที่
everything
13
works for him.
14เดี๋ยวรู้เลย
So nice. And
works.
ต่างไม่
let's
ต่าง
not
นัด
forget,
แรก
this
มา
is
รู้เลย
a recent change. Of course, it was Lime
คิด
that
ว่า
was
จะต่าง
playing the neon when we think back to
คิดว่า
Challenger
ต่างเหรอ
Stage 3, but then they
โอ้
moved
เรา
things around coming into this tournament, and I think,
And what a discovery.
mate, it's just been insane. The way that he's
ผม
moving
ว่าไทย
around
อะ
the
สู้
map
ได้
is so
มันโค
impressive.
ตรโหดเล
The
ย
mechanics obviously have been on point for him, but for me, it is the movement that's been the stellar thing.
The movement, the
ไป
fact
ดู
that he can do
ก็
all of
ดู
these things
นั่ง
alone.
ดู
Like,
เที
do
ยร์
not
สอ
get
ง
me
เล่น
wrong.
ก็
In many
ก็
of
ดู
his
ระบบ
occasions,
ดี
you will see him.
เราเพล
ดี
ย์
กว่า
There's
พวก
always a
เทียร์ 1
backup.
บ
You
น
know,
ทีม
there's always someone that is going to be with him. But then you see them going on this solo adventure and just gets all the kills. It stops all the pushes coming in from the attack and just navigates the map however he wants.
You can't
อยากดูสเต
underestimate
จ
the
เพย์
value
ออฟ
of
แล้ว
a
เนี่ย
player who can
บา
not
ร์เซโลนา
only make space but stay alive. So
แล้วผม
who
เห็
is
นมี
Cossi
ทีม
going
บา
to
ร์
be
เซโลนา
playing
ขึ้นมา
as
เนี่
we
ยแต่เป็น
head
ทีมหญิง
to
นะ
Lotus? Going to
Gentlemen
be
is going
on
to be
the
doing?
raise, and
อ๋อ
Gentlemen.
ทีมชายก็มี
Very good question.
มีแล้ว
So they do not change the composition
ไม่
that
เข้า
they
รอบ
will play in here on Lotus. Do not forget, they are the ones
ต
to
กรอบ
choose this map. And you might be thinking, why? Because if you look at the track record
เกือบ
for
ได้มาเหมือน
Gentlemen
กัน
this year, it's been pretty lukewarm. It's not a map that they've been excessively comfortable on. But on the other side, you saw Enterprise fall to the hands of Fnatic the other day. I will say, and listening to the coaches, it is very important the fact that it was their first
ถาม
map,
เพย์มาตั้งแต่
tough
บูทีบอล
opponent,
สิ
there is a lot of
ก็ถึง
nerves.
บอกกันเรา
So I don't
พี่
know
จำเรา
how
ได้
much
อยู่
of
แล้ว
that is going to translate into today.
100%. It took them a while, and as you mentioned, Gentlemen not having the kind of most amazing results on this map. However, they did 13-10 BBL on it in the regular season, which of course we've seen how strong of a team that BBL have gone on to be. So, yeah, I think that's the main thing here.
No. So yes.
In saying that, Martin
Exactly.
absolutely carried
Right.
them.
So Martin,
He was like
Martin
plus 15
went
in that
plus
game.
15. They definitely were. It was a comfortable win.
And that's the
if
worrying
they wanted
thing.
to surprise, this is a surprise.
Yeah, because
Enterprise
now
เลือก
we're
บุก
talking about how Martin is not playing at his usual standard when we consider that first map. So he's the one that I want to see warm up and put up a good performance.
Do you think that the result would have been different if he had been playing Euro instead of the Phoenix? on
Potentially,
Summit?
because it was pretty close, yeah? Like, there
In
was...
Summit, you mean? Probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know what it is. I don't know what Kundi has against putting Martin on Euro.
But this is
หมายถึงดับแม
the
ปใช่ไหม
with
แน่นอนครับ
Gentlemen, they are so clever in the way that they like to switch up their game plan.
Yeah.
Every single series, they like to subvert things, manage the expectations of the team, and then slightly
แต่ว่าถ้าเรื่อง
destroy
คอ
them
ม
as
นะค
well
รับ
to like play the
เรื่อง
mind
คอม
games,
ส่วนมาก
recondition them
เขาจะมี
in
คอม
the
เก่ง
prep,
ของ
and
ตัวเอง
then
อยู่แล้ว
pull the
จะ
rug
ไม่
out
ได้แบบ
from
ว่า
under them,
เปลี่ยนอะไรมาเพื่อ
make
แก้
these really intelligent decisions. They bringing in high, but actually that seems to be working for them so far.
น้อยครั้งที่จะ
And
เป
then
ลี่ย
they
น
go
คอม
for
มาเพื่อ
Martin
เจอ
on
เพื่อช
Euro.
นอย่างเงี้ย
Yeah. For me, Hyver actually had a very good first map. I thought
เดี๋ยว
for a
นี้
second
เล็ก
that
ไง
Enterprise
เปลี่ยน
was
คอม
just going to be hitting Hyver's side, being like, we're going to
อาจ
bully
จะ
you. They
สับ
tried it
ขา
a
หลอก
couple of times,
คู่ต่อ
but they
สู้
were not successful. So
เก็บแผนอะ
Yeah, good on Hyber. Let's see how good he
เกลีย
can
ดเลยคำ
do
ว่าเก็บแผน
in Lotus. Mitchman is rejoining the casting booth. He'll be with Cairo.
Oh, Mitchman, no, this is Tom Biz.
คิดว่าใครจะได้แชมป์
a
สเต
pleasure
จ
to
สอง
see you all here today. We've got a wonderful, an exquisite
Enterprise เนี่ย
matchup between these
ไม่ไอ้
two
specific
teams, and I have to say, it's
โอ้
great
โห
to be here with
Enterprise
you
เลย
again, Cara.
Thank you very much, Queen
Pacific
Elizabeth. It's
เหรอ
good to have you back with us as well. Yeah,
เป็น
this
จีว่ะ
Tilt's a beautiful thing.
Well,
สม
listen,
มติถ้า
this
ฟูเซน
second
มาจาก
map is
สาย
one
ล่าง
that
แล้ว
I'm
ได้แชม
excited
ป์ได้
for.
นี่
We have
พี่จะ
Lotus,
ภูมิใจ
a
ขนาด
map
ไหน
which Enterprise did not
Lead
have a
เลย
good showing against Fnatic, but I'm putting that down to a slow start. Their
โอเค
first map in VCT.
เมื่อกี้ ไปดูสแตทคอร์ซี่มาในดูลิสีตัวที่มันเล่นทั้งหมดมันเล่นเลสกากสุด
I was so excited I stuck around. I took Tombiz out of commission just so I could get a little cast with my boy Hyper.
เลนนี่มันต้องเข้าเส้นจริง
Look,
นะ
a guy I was very excited to see back on the scene. Someone who I think understayed as well.
ต้องโดดให้ได้แบบวอยซาน
And now
พลาด
he's already
พลาด
had a
ไม่ได้
good
เนี่ย
start to this series, but things didn't go exactly as mates wanted on map number 1. Now they're on their choice and the chance to cover on the defense. You can see early Enterprise spreading the net. There's a bit of direction towards C, a bit of noise, but the spike is far away and they've still got their control. They're looking for a reaction at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Enterprise have done this many a times, waiting for their opponents to be the ones to move. That trap taken back. Oh, Hyper, what have you done? And
เอาออกเลยนะไซเฟอร์ตัวนี้เอาไปเก็บเลยตกงานสัสตีเก้ของปลอมโคตรรั่วมั่วจัดไม่เคยเห็นใครทำการกระทำแบบนี้มาก่อนโมซัวตัวเหล่งจัด
In goes the C. Suddenly, Hillary's down, but it looks like not too big of a problem with pannysgg putting up numbers. He's got a buddy alongside him, Magnum on the line, but Paddy's got it all done.
Now he has pistol round going Enterprise's way.
มึงจะถอดแคปออกมาทำไมกูถามจริงๆเลยกูอยากจะรู้มากเลยไม่มีอินโฟซีลองโคตรนาน
Will be a few delays here and there, but we will, as always, try and keep you guys updated with what is going on. We understand the difficulties, and Gentlemates themselves having difficulties.
Yeah, indeed, just like over on map 1. But this slower start, Enterprise picking up the pistol. It's more about pannysgg picking up 3. He was on his feet. You heard him at the end of the last game screaming across the stage. He had some words, some critical words
อยากฟังไว้คอมผมจะดึงแท็บออกมาทำไมหรือเพื่อนสั่งให้ดึงให้สูงขึ้นวะ
With that same energy, teaching lessons. And now for mates, the investment's very low. Classics for the majority, a bandit and a sheriff. This should be where the defensive side looks to get a little proactive. We see that on the C side. A little bit of action there they're looking for. But it is going to be Starzo who has what realistically should be an impossible task if this squad does go pushing it towards them.
มันเล่นเอาคอนเทนต์ป่ะนี่ตัวนี้
True, that's
มา
true.
ห้าอย่างเดียว
Does the Gentlemates Classic is hard though? That's the question, and the answer probably no, especially with Magnum's Ghost.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like you're holding them to a high bar, and I respect that. I respect that. They probably don't, but you know, this is how we improve. Magnum, nice work, clean little tap with the Ghost, and he's hungry for a little bit more. In terms of orbs at this point, none of the big dangerous ultimates have been worked towards for Enterprise. There's no showstopper in the works. The Seekers are as close as we've gotten on Hillary. So in terms of the advantages of the next round, there's not a ton in that department, but 2 rifles and a Spectre carrying forward every single player as well. Maybe we'll get an extra upgrade, and In-Zone Flawless could certainly help them out to compete for round 3.
Yeah, and I think Enterprise are very good at keeping momentum on their side once they get it. I mean, looking back towards the last map, for instance, whenever they won a round, it tended to be followed up by another. I think there was only one exception to that. That was the eco round on 4.
คนนี้ไม่มี
ใครเป็น IGL นะ
For Gentlemates, they really need to be careful now because things are starting to, or can very quickly start to fall away from them. This is another big A-pop after the barriers drop, and nothing in terms of kills, but plenty of utility expended on either side. Many once again, and oh my god, Gentlemates completely collapse.
They tried to accelerate towards Rubble. You saw all that utility fire over. But unfortunately, nowhere near enough of it lands. It's Magnum. Sure, he ends up in the ground for the first time, but the job is very much done.
ยังไงก็ไม่ให้อภัยอยู่ดีปืนพกแย่มาก
We spoke about the In-Zone Flawless
แย่เกินไป
That gives them a lot of credits coming into this one. I'm speaking about that optimistically, thinking of round 4 when they're 2-1 up. And then they get a really strong buy. They can have an op if they want. Now, they invested next to nothing, end up with 4 rifles picked up off the corpses of the Gentlemates. And, well, the Gentlemates are going to wish they had a bit of a rougher touch to this round if they don't take a few weapons out of the hand. Even if they do, to be honest, this is going to be a tough half to slow the momentum off in a meaningful way.
Yeah, I mean, now, the way that things are looking, Gentlemates in a bit of hot water here. High, but trying to defend his rifle, defend his position, and lovely done.
เฮ้ยเสียวิน
And he's actually given a couple of ultimates online for Enterprise.
ขอรีไปแล้วผม
So EP up to 3. and there is still a semblance of a buy for Gentlemates.
Look at him here in the count.
12 ชั่วโมงพอ
When
ดี
he
เลย
gets this third kill. Yeah, he's flexing. He's flexing on them even as he won the round. I saw him just as the round was closing out, popping those biceps. It's good work from Hyber. It's a confidence builder for him. Great. 3-0 start for Enterprise. Money filling up the bank vault, and at this point, well, to do anything about that in this round looks very unlikely. Hyber has his setup on A. Players stepping into it, but too many to handle.
Yeah, I mean, doing well to defend Mound last round, but will not be the exact same here. Mini's got no way out. In fact, it's his own nade. Yeah, exactly. pannysgg. Well, he gets traded out, and Martin's still alive. But Enterprise, they don't have an idea about silent drop, even after Martin getting that kill. Enterprise finished this one out with a flourish. It's as I said, a semblance of a buy, but not much of a resistance.
มาร์ตินไม่ตื่น
Martin gets those 2 kills. I'd say Starzo was terrified seeing the nade come back online after what just happened. That was wild. A little bit of miscommunication.
ทำไมดูอินเตอร์ไพร์มันดูกันเล่นกันเป็นระบบดีจังวะดูจังหวะทำมันเลยดู
แม่งเล่นเชียร์กับทีมเชียร์หนึ่ง
เนี่ยจังหวะเข้าจังหวะที่ไอไฮเบอร์รอคือแบบโหเข้าโคตรดีอะไฮเบอร์มันเจอที่3 ตัว
Yeah, I mean, this attack side starting to flex its muscles. Gentlemates finally have their buy back. There's an operator on attack, so let's see how Enterprise deal with this next buy of Gentlemates.
คนที่อยู่ระดับสูงมาหมดแล้วเนี่ยมีเทค
แต่มันมาสจารตรงไอ้ดูลิ16นี่แหละไปดูสถิติมาเขียวหมดเลยอ่ะแทบจะไม่แดงเลยอ่ะ
เพราะในไทยจะมีแบบว่าเด็กอายุ16
เดี๋ยวก็มี
แต่15-16ในไทยเขายังไม่ค่อยหนับหนุนเลยเรียนอย่างเดียวเลย
10 ปีมีหนเดี๋ยวมันก็ต้องมีมันต้องมีคนที่แอบโดดเรียนไปเล่นเกมบ้างแหละจริง
โดดเรียนไปเล่นเกม
I can flash for you to pick lobby. Should have the angle. He docked C. Fake react. They finish.
Okay, go flash it. I flash.
Go.
Wait, I do smoke stairs.
He's jungle.
I do smoke stairs.
Cypher A, guys. Cypher B.
Cypher B อุ้ย
Can you open door?
I will open doors.
I paranoid close right.
โซบอกไม่ไหวแล้วต้องออกมาบวกหน่อย
I'm in 2.
30 seconds left.
Go away. I'm gonna get B here. Cross.
แล้วเอเคลียร์แพ้ได้เลยนะฮะ
มินนี่ก็หลับใช่ไหม
มินนี่ก็พอมาเล่นดูลิก็ประคองตัว
Yeah, they think I was a bit though.
ทำได้ดีแต่ไม่ได้แบบว้าว
If they flood, I'm gonna pop out. Land safe, Cozy. Can be drop.
10 seconds left.
มินนี่ตอนเป็นเซนมันโคตรโหดเลยนะ
ใช่
เอามันกลับไปเล่นเซนแล้วเอาคนอื่นมาเล่นดูเอล
I'm playing just slowly, guys.
ถึงเวลาของ M8 คัมแบ็กแล้วพี่เลย
น่าจะชอบมากดูละ
Nice, let's go, Marcus. Nice.
And another big round from Hyber, the new man on this roster, finding mates there first. A great catch by him, sneaking through on B. He was primed to strike
สมัยเด็กๆก็นิดหน่อยครับพี่หมิง
He had the read, and on the
โตมาแล้ว
works
เลิกโดด
perfectly
ละ
with the unit. I love that mates just group up
ผม
to
โด
go
ด
back in
จน
there
แบบ
together
ว่า
as well,
สถิ
playing
ติ
the
เทอ
numbers
ม
in
2
their
ไป
favor
เรียน
from the
ตอนม
second that they step into
4 วัน
Hobbit in
ทั้ง
that
เทอม
3v3. Excellently handled.
I think as well,
โดดจนอาจารย์ช็อก
it was interesting to hear
ที่โดดตอน
being so
อยู่ออส
vocal.
อะ
A lot of people who are maybe not
โดดแบบ
acquainted with him won't
เละเทะ
realize that he is such a
เจ้า
vocal
ของร้านนี่ให้ชั่วโมงฟรี
And then
โอ้
on
โห
top of
ไปกัน
that,
ใหญ่เลย
I
ทีนี้
mean, Enterprise had all the
โดด
information
ไป
that they needed. You can hear the experienced voices
โดดไปนี่
giving
คือ
information out, telling
อั
players
นดั
how
บใน
to
การเรียนไม่สนครับ
change
อัน
the
ดับในเกม
rounds
เท่านั้นต้องมา
without information
เมื่อก่อน
ahead.
เมื่อก่อน
If
ร้านเกมมันจะมี
it's another A
ไอ้
pop.
สถิติใช่ไหมเคาน์เตอร์ในเซิร์ฟอะ
Indeed, time to go.
ต้องอยู่ที่1เท่านั้น
Seeing Hyber deliver like this map 1 and map 2, I'll be honest, I knew I was being a bit optimistic
เก็บแรง
that he
ก่อน
might do well, but
ลำดับต้องมาก่อน
so long. He won't be challenged this time, though. The B site left open as already Cozy's being slowed down. The showstopper didn't land for the kills, and which remains on the backside is Martin. He's found himself two reinforcements are coming in. They're flooding, taking everything away from Enterprise. Every weapon, every man, every piece of control they had. It falls to nothing.
1v3
at least threading the needle.
Yeah, I mean, Blurry though, if he plants B, there's information of these traps undestroyed. Anything destroyed is Hyber being able to tell his team. Well, 1 versus 3 for Alluri to clutch.
มันก็ยังไม่รีโหลดครับ14นัดจะเก็บ3ได้หรือเปล่า
Beautiful to even the odds, but still a man advantage for mates.
เฮ้ย
over the trade. Great target selection. But unfortunately, again, Hyber is the consistent factor that mates need.
เฮียนี่อินเกมจริงปะนี่
That got so close, and Hyber able to get the operator back. And he feels like such a hype man on the team, not only in terms of his comms, in terms of his energy, but also in terms of what he's given in the server. A totally different player to Bippo in terms of personality, and maybe that's what Kundi wanted for the roster coming into this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy though.
Boys. Let's go!
He hasn't got an official this year, unless I'm mistaken. It's been a year since we've seen this guy, or close to, play anything to do with professional Valorant. Hell, I don't even know how many ranks he's got. We're going to pull up his tracker, but we've been tracking his stats, and they're bloody impressive. Starting out here 2 to 4 down, but Enterprise have called their timeout. As a big factor behind that is the man on your screen.
Yeah, he has been winning rounds, and it's been 2 retakes in a row for Gentlemates to come back into this one. And I mean, for Hyber, he has been playing on rosters in Tier 2. He was playing on Whip Esports, obviously, and they found themselves kind of top of what was the French league, I think it was. Sorry, second in the French league, contesting Job Life. And yeah, then found himself on a few different rosters before getting back to VCT. And that's the thing about Hyber, right? He has, as a player, kind of been not all over the shop, but not on the best of rosters. And there's other players that other people would have called out, like GSR, who turned 18 today. I was speaking about him earlier. Or even Rextone, who was also on Team Liquid Academy. A lot of people not understanding why he doesn't get his opportunity. The mini Nats, Nats Jr., whatever you want to call him.
He's been playing with Hoodie as well.
Yeah.
คนใหม่ M8 เคยอยู่ Enterprise ด้วย
back the years. Remember him on Jet.
ล่าสุดมาจากไอ้เนี่ยครับ
But he grew on me over time. I think it was back in the era where people used to only play Jet. That was the only thing you see anyone play. And Barcina, no one really justified it.
The right-click reset on the LT.
Yeah, oh man. You used to see some crazy clips out of that.
Yeah. I always remember the 10s one through B. Is it B in Reykjavik? First Reykjavik, not the second.
The online.
Yeah.
มาจากเทียร์2ไม่ค่อยดังเท่าไหร่
For mates, 2 on the board. Big plays by Hyber. Gotten them here, but it's been Martin Starzo by his side. Mini on the operator now. Not going to get any action as it seems. There's presence towards the seaside, or at least that's what Enterprise want them to think.
อุ้ยโอ้โหแล้วจับขาแบบจังหวะโคตรดีเมื่อกี้ เจอเบรกเกมเสิร์ฟครับ
ว่าตอนนี้อินเดียอันดับ 1
ตอนนี้เหรอ
There's work still to be done. Magnum and Line being low, it's a spot that mates can find themselves back in the running. That's Line to go down. A headshot delivered right away, but an ult that will slow them down. Steel Garden will cost precious seconds for Gentlemates, but quick shots pulled them right back into contention and put them right back out when Enterprise match it.
หลับปุ๋ย
That these rounds can turn on their heads. Everybody a shooter in the server in their own right, given their own chance. And Enterprise finding that next round after the timeout, course correcting. They need to get the maximum out of this attack because as defense it can be very difficult to work.
เบนอินนี่ไม่ใช่ไออินวี
Feeling a little bit tightly strung across the map and gaps in which for the attack to work.
Sentinel ใครดีวะ
procs against his old team. He was on this roster as of a stage ago before pannysgg had to come in and replace.
49ไปพี่
คือตอนนี้คนที่แม่งเคยเป็นเบสทีมแม่งเละเทะหมดเลยแล้วไม่อยากให้แล้วอะนึกออกปะพูดมาแต่ละคนแบบมันเละเทะหมดแล้วอะทีมมันโดนกระทืบเทียร์2ล่างนะแต่ตอนนี้49นี่ถ้าดูแปซิฟิกกับอีมีตัวนี้นะจะบอก49ก็ได้นะ
แม่งแบกมากไอ้49อ่ะ
สถิติ
ให้จังหวะสำคัญ
สถิติไม่โกหกเลยตอนนี้โคตรโหดอะ
How does that get set up? It looks like they're looking for more space in towards that CT to settle themselves, and all bodies now coming from main and Alluri, the key component to identify that.
The door swinging, certainly giving the game away. Alluri's gone down to a spam. That's a wall bang from Fox through the smoke as well. At least, oh, it looks like the recovery's there.
ดูมันยิงดิโคซี่อ่ะ
Lovely stuff from him. And if that's it, I mean, Causey, just so mercurial at times in tier 1. I don't think we've seen him hit his
ทำไปเล่นไป
consistency.
มันเจอวิทย์มันเจออะไรอย่างงี้ไหวนะเนี่ยทรงเนี้ย
That's twice now, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen Hybrid take back the trap, get caught with it in hand, and here he's putting his cam down.
มันเป็นมาจากประเทศอะไรตุรกีเนี่ย
Come on, Colsey, bro. Might not have been a year since we saw him. Don't
ไอ้
worry,
โค
pull that
โค
one
ซี่
out. Yeah. Playing
โรมาเนีย
in the tier 2.
ไม่ค่อยมีโผล่มาเท่าไหร่เนี่ย
Certainly been keeping his skills up today. I can't even believe looking back. He's only played
ไม่เด็ก
2
ใหม่ท็อป
games.
แฟกวะแปลกๆ
I
เล่น
could
แปล
see
ก
it at the tier 1 level. Like standing on Fnatic.
It's not even just the tier 1 level, it's at a Masters level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he jumps to
สัก
tier 1
M8 แพ้นี่
for one
เท่า
of
กับ
the
มันยุ่ง
biggest
ไทยผิดหมด
events.
เลยทุก
And
คู่
then he disappears.
Yeah.
ผิดหมดเหมือนกัน
Played years in tier 1 and never
เดี๋ยว
got
จะ
to a
เชื่อ
Masters game.
ไปได้ยังไงพี่
Well,
แต่ละทีมที่เรา
imagine
ถ่าย
what
นี่
that
มัน
feels
ไม่
like
ใช่
for
ทีม
him
ที่
to
แบบ
go there and then just drop
จะ
back
แพ้
to tier
ง่าย
2 for a while. This is his
แต่วันนี้
opportunity.
น้องๆในช่องอ่ะเยอะมากอ่ะแบบว่า
Fantastic start for Hyber.
วาเร็วกันหมดเลย
Because of that, Enterpriser steering away from that C site. They see the Cypher cam and they turn
แบบ
tail.
ตื่นมาวันนี้มีแต่คนบอกวาเล่บอก
Yeah.
ช็อกเป็นไปไม่ได้ 0.01%
Still that mid
แม่ง
round
สึก
and
เป็น
being
ไปแล้ว
denied, so it's keeping Gentlemates pulled onto this B site. In fact, they're going to walk B main. And this is going to scupper Enterprise's plans as they're still not decided on where to execute a double stack of players having to go up against procs. He's even using his own ultimate, and this could be a red herring, pulling him Gentlemates towards A, when realistically this should be a C finish with the spike.
I really like the ult use, if not even for that, just to get
อ๋อ
out.
ตอนอะคาเดมี่มันไม่ได้อยู่แคมป์อ่ะ
It's benefited him avoiding that fight. 17 seconds left, and I'm getting worried.
15 วิต้องเข้าแล้วครับ
They have nothing to play with.
อุ้ย
Control of Hobbit, but Hillary's given them a
ดูดิ
a chance to get this plant in, but the showstopper.
โอ้โหถามจริง อุ้ย ไอรูริเกินไป เกินไป
เป็นไอเดียจริงไหม
เชี่ยโคตรบ้า โอ้โหสุดยอด โคตรเดือด
Is this Quake? Is this Doom? What is Alluri doing? The
Ryan
man's
Fake
just
you
running
team,
and gunning, and he's killed Martin
ไอ้
with an ultimate.
ท็อปไลท์
Stopper, that was the ace up the sleeve.
How can he even survive that? Look how close that Rob. What?
Oh
my god. All I'm saying is pannysgg getting some stern words from me if I pop that ulti after a 4K and I see him swinging for the kill. That was his ace, but you know what? 7-2 up in a timeout from mates. It's reward enough.
The thing that worries me is we're getting so many Finnish people in this league now as well. You notice that?
Well, there's always been even across FPS titles, there's always been a little bit of a skill hike when it comes to the upper level of the Finnish scene.
Yeah, I mean, he has shown his skills.
โหดไป
Alluri, right now, decent ACS for a caller, and it feels like for me, the way that I've noticed it, especially from the comms, I think he's doing more of the pre-round calling, more of
กล้าม
the
แขนมันกระดิกแต่มันเครียดแต่ตัวเดียว
Magnum
ปะ
really taking control of that mid-round,
สู
and
บ
it's
ฉีดจัดอะ
something that
ดูดิ
Magnum
เห็น
has
แขนมัน
done
ปะ
before on
แขนมันกระตุกไม่หยุดเลยอะ
Apex. That was the
สูบฉีดเมื่อกี้
It was like your boy Lewis who was speaking to me when he was way back on Focus. The kind of remember it was the Apex Focus rivalry and North. Obviously, could never get the better of Apex in games that actually mattered. But he always said that he thought Magnum was the most intelligent
หรือว่าที่
player on
เจน
Apex.
คินเวลามันยิงได้แล้วมันตามมันกระตุกว่ะอะดรีนาลีนมันหลั่งป่ะวะ
I'm sure he'll never find out now. Your secret's safe with all of us.
ไปแล้วตากระตุก
It's not as if I'm speaking on broadcast.
No one will clip this and send it to him. It's all fine. His head will remain the same size.
Yeah.
7-2. This is a very strong performance from Enterprise. And I think with mates, changing a player is always going to give you cast a little bit of doubt onto what you can do as a team. But Hyber's not looked like an issue here whatsoever. For it to be this dominant, well, I have to imagine it's a matter of time before the mates find their footing. This might not be the round with the sheriffs across the board.
ขอ4 ทีมได้ไปสเปนครับ
If he goes towards
Enterprise
a little bit worried.
Top light
This gamble good, but there is still an opportunity to pivot towards being. They're just hitting their heads against the wall at this point. Gentlemate's throwing everything to try and get this one across the lane. pannysgg could be that reprieve. Magnum locks on to B.
That trip is still online. No one going into A. No one's broken it for Enterprise. Oh, hold on. pannysgg waits around. It looked like he baited Hyber into the fight, but Hyber comes out on top. A rifle recovered, but a snake in the grass of Magnum won't be checked for. It doesn't matter. The adjustment.
ทำไมแม็กนัมไม่รีบยิงวะ
3v1 with mates grouped up. Illuri has been impressive. He's had some good rounds, but this would have to be the best of them. That's a bloody good start. But he's seen them both running up close. They'll swing together. Illuri!
เฮ้ย อินเกมระดับชาติว่ะตัวนี้
Who even cares about Causey, Magnum, pannysgg? It's all about Illuri on
ไม่โหดมากไม่มันโหดขนาดนั้นนะ
And we just had Tom say, I mean, it doesn't really matter what Illuri does in terms of frags. We're not expecting him to frag out.
Guys, he's 50 years old. 50.
They called the
เดี๋ยวนะ
timeout before that round.
อายุ30เลยเหรออินเกมเฮ้ย เอาดี
Fix our stuff here, and they approached that right. They went as 3. They tried to trade. They swung together. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. What have they fed Illuri today? These last few rounds have been sensational.
Although it could be a response from mates. You said it was the timeout for Gentlemates in that last one. It was also an equal round, and as they walk B, they'll catch the clutch up. And now Enterprise have to try and respond, get that spike back. 2 bodies down in this round, and have to find some way, some angle to get that spike down. It's going to be a difficult one, but both duelists still alive, and Causey does have his showstopper.
Yeah, they can still take space. They can still contain the flank with some presence towards C. And the spike kept by Magnum.
ตีเกได้เลย
Causey goes around to the A site. While Lime makes noise on C.
ทีมไปสเปนเดี๋ยวจบนี่เข้าไปดูสายนะมันดูว่าตอนนี้มันอะไรยังไงบ้าง
The spike is swinging. This has not gone very well. Lime will at least find one, but what are we going to do with that spike now?
1-3 ก็ตบมาแล้วนี่ 2-4 ยังไงแต่ว่าสไปตบมีโชว์สต็อปเปอร์ด้วยครับเฮ้ยคัดได้นะเนี่ยไม่ได้เวลาน้อยไปเวลาน้อยไปถ้าเพื่อนมาแล้วกดโชว์สต็อปเปอร์น่าจะได้อยู่
Yeah, silly round, and I think that's the only way to put it. One that Enterprise will note. But I like the proactivity from Gentlemate's defense, something that we've not seen. I mean, we've seen A brawls, we've seen C mount defenses, but this B main
คิดยังไงก็ได้ไฟโตแต่ว่าถ้าเรามองอีกมุมนึงครับมัน M8 มันก็สามารถไปทำกันบ้านได้ว่าเพราะว่า EP มันก็แข่งในเทียร์ 2 เยอะเหมือนกันเยอะใช้ได้อยู่แต่เวลาเตรียมตัว EP เยอะกว่า
on Lotus, that is more than doable to come
เยอะกว่า
back
นานพ
from
อส
his
มควร
lane, tries to fake out the E
เพราะมันแข่ง
presence.
เทียร์2เสร็จใช่ไหม
He's actually on a judge because of the overdrive.
มันก็มีช่วงเต็มตัวรอแข่งอันนี้ต่อแป๊บหนึ่งครับ
But it is still a decent buy for Line. It has more than a few chances to take someone down. Hello, it's going to be an opener onto Mini, but Starzos slipped in for a double, and it's chaos with Iber as the last man
โอ้โห
standing.
ไฮเบอร์ว่ะแมกนัม
Puts him down. 9-3 at the
จังหวะสำคัญทำไม่ได้เลย
team with a map under their belt are looking to make it 2-0.
I mean, Enterprise were only able to win 3 rounds last time on Lotus, but that was against the best caller in the league, arguably, in Boaster. But with that being said, arguably one of the best rookies that we have in play-ins. We had an interview with Causey recorded before the match. Let's take a listen.
Spike down B.
29
Causey, what's it like being the youngest player to win on the VCT stage?
It feels good to win the first game. I'm very
มันก็อยู่
excited.
ทีมใหญ่มาอยู่นะ
And yeah, I'm willing
โฟ
to
กัส
win
นอตสปอร์ต
today's game as well.
Do you ever think about how young you are, the fact that you're doing this so soon after picking up Valorant?
No, I always believed in myself, and I didn't look. I don't know. I just believed in myself, and I was just ready to compete.
It was amazing watching you on the operator. I feel like maybe it took you a few rounds to hit your stride on the stage here. Once you had the operator in hand, incredible. Are there any operator players you've watched that have inspired the way you like to play it?
Nah, I was looking a bit like Kenya's, but like that's it. I didn't look to anyone.
Old school, we're talking like 2015 vibes. I love it. And tell me about your teammates. I know that Magnum and pannysgg have been having conversations with you away from the server to get you ready to be a pro. So what kind of stuff are they teaching you?
I mean, these two guys are very experienced in the game. They're playing for a long time, and I'm like willing to learn everything for them.
But they teach you things that are not just shooting. They're teaching you other things. What are they teaching you?
I have it. The aim it's on a high level, so
it's better than theirs.
Of course. So it's just like stuffing game, how to play under the pressure, and that's it.
And what's your aim personally now you're here at VCT? Obviously, you've got to get through the play-ins and then try and make your way to Barcelona. Ideally, what would you be happy with?
I'll be happy to just call to champs.
Yeah, just call to champs. Nothing less. Just 16-year-olds playing in Shanghai. Well, good luck, Causey. Thank you for talking to me.
Well, that dream is looking very much alive for now. Enterprise,
ลงดิระดับนี้
unbelievable stuff here to kick off this series, and they've kept that energy into the first half of map number 2. It looks like they could be bound for Barcelona, just like you. If you scan this QR code, buy some tickets, get some flights, terms and conditions apply.
Terms and conditions apply. And that condition is you have to be there. There is no other option.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll send this guy after you.
Yeah, you don't
and
want
you
that.
do not want that.
Yeah.
9-3.
อยากรู้ตัวมันขายหมดหรือยัง
This is a chance to send it home, to have a very confident stance as they push further into this tournament. A defensive side that's not afraid to get aggressive, and well, they've got one player to catch in between them. Mini caught in the midst
แต่
of
ตอนแม็กนัม
Enterprise
มันอยู่
and
ใน
the
นัตติก
man
มันก็
advantage
ไม่
to
ได้
the
โหด
defense.
ขนาดนี้นะเอาจริ
Very
ง
well played. That spike now to go down, but a post plant that is playing on the front foot.
ครับผมน้องเจดพี่รู้แล้วครับผม
Find a number back in their favor.
พี่ยอมแล้วฮะวันนี้
Contact. Hyper is actually playing for anti-flash, facing the wall. He's not just trying
มีแต่
to
คนเน้นน่ะ ไม่ต้องย้ำแล้วครับผม
to him. The shot's pretty good from either side so far. 3-on-3, but the 3 on Enterprise have sheriffs.
And maybe splitting up in case of that sky flash. No sky left to flash out. It looks like Gentlemates have found their fourth and their footing early on in this half. A much-needed pistol at 9-3 down.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of reprieve. You're looking probably at 9-5 just because of the scoreline in terms of the anti-eco.
ที่ทำมาวัน2วันที่ผ่านมานี่แบบไม่ได้เลยหรอกไม่สามารถเซฟเสาได้เลยหรอ
Okay. But nice to see Martin getting a couple of kills. He's 13-11 right now. But
That's me.
We know him.
Remember the BPL game, guys. I won us 4 rounds.
Well, this is somewhere that I think for Mates, They have to now draw that energy from this. It was a close first map, but this is their map pick. They're ready on the attack side. This is what they prepared for, a day like this.
This is worrying me though, because Gentlemates before have just ran into stacks on Thrifties, and that really worries me because there is a stack on C.
Prowler missed it.
Yeah, I mean, one player shoots the Prowler, but unfortunately Enterprise don't stay hiding.
Yeah, they've shown their hand, and look, mates have already backed off, yet still, Hillary finds
way.
one.
No way.
They found a triple, and
อาจจะไม่ต้องมีปืน
are miles behind. Better weapons, and the way to fight back in should be clear, but the flash has made things a little bit more difficult. Hillary's dead. He is dead to rights behind that box. Spammed out if he doesn't swing, but Magnum has brought it back to a 1v1. It's him against Hyber to decide if mates even
คิด
have
ว่าใคร
a
ชนะ
chance at this map.
Unbelievable that Enterprise have brawled their way to this position. Magnum is going the long way around, and it is a long way. It's whether Hyber considers this, and he has taken damage. We'll still take 2 headshots from a classic, and oh, it's a 1 versus 1 in spawn.
He shifted just in time. But Hyber's checking it with that weapon. He should win.
No way.
But it's Whiffy.
ทำไมมันถึง
Now
ไม่
it's
โหลด
time to run,
7
to
นัด
flee, to play with the clock in your favor. The Magnum only needs one more now. Oh, but he's caught with util in hand. That's what gives Hyber the edge. A bit of patience, a retreat, and a reprieve for 9
เกือบ
to
เป็น
5.
เรื่อง
Cairo, that round should have been, and I can't stress this enough, so easy.
Yeah, it should have been. I mean, I'm going to be honest, the utility good from Enterprise's point.
ทำไมเราเลือกวันอย่างนั้นน้องเจด
I think Magnum maybe plays this too big-brained and trying to go the long way round.
Nice! Come on! No!
Just missing out on the opportunity, but at the same time, they've done good damage to that bonus.
กูดาเมจแล้วนะ
Actually, Gentlemates invest into the next.
แต่ว่าบังคับ
Let's see
ซื้อเลยครับ
exactly
ผม
how Gentlemates
วินมัน
goals go
ห่าง
on
ไป
there.
M8 ต้องซื้อเลย
Go ceiling, go
ceiling. Ceiling split, go ceiling.
Yes, come.
But Martin can catch them, it's okay.
They're talking outside. Just leave, bro. We took cross the wall together here.
Yep. You can bait it, you can bait it.
Come 3, 2, 1.
I'm stuck. Okay, it's okay, brother. I'm with
I'm
you.
planting it,
On heaven.
I have Joker, guys. I have Joker. Please, don't die.
โอ้ยโฮลาล่ามาตินทำอะไรวะน่ะ ไอ้เหี้ยหลุดแล้ววะ มาติน จีจีว่ะไอ้เหี้ย 2-0
Let's go site now.
Yeah, got it. His main.
Starzo against all odds. A man I've learned
รั่วเลยช็อต
never
นี้
to count out, but I think he might be counting himself out. A save called as he flees. A 1 versus 5, not looking likely. But Cairo, there's going to be some moments in that round that mates are going to, well, let's say it's going to come up in the VOD review.
Yeah, I think it is. This is how does pannysgg even decide? Oh, he
It's
must.
because he moves.
Yeah. The movement blocked.
But how quickly he reacts to that?
Yeah, insane.
Just he tapped him for a millisecond and went, there's
Yo,
someone behind
Martin! Yo, where are you? What you doing?
He's been giving it all day.
Double digits as well. This is now
นี่แหละ
looking like the home
เวลา
stretch
เห็นปฏิทิน
for
มาแข่งแม่ง
Enterprise.
สนุกเพราะอย่างเงี้ยแหละ
Attack ready to gear up
แม่งสีสัน
into-
จัดอะจริง
Sorry, the defense ready to gear up into attack, and pannysgg doing well as the rest of the roster.
Oh,
They're
what
making
the-
it look easy. They're looking Gentlemates look like the
หมด
tails
ส
of
ภาพ
the
ว่ะ
team. An in zone flawless, 11 to 5. Oh, how do you even start, Mitch?
I think this is a problem for mates in general towards Rubble. Defense or offense, we've seen them struggle to scale.
ที่ถ้า
back.
เอ็นเตอร์ไพร
We've
ส์
seen
แม่ง
them
ได้ไป
struggle to
แช
hit
ม
their
เปี้ยน
flanks.
จะไม่
Yes,
แปลก
they
ใจ
know
เลย
where to put
แต่
the
ว่า
utility.
เอ็นเตอร์ไพร
They
ส์
know
จ
where
บ
to
เอ็นเตอร์ไพร
throw.
คือ
But
ต้อง
it's when
เข้า
it
ชิง
comes to
เท่านั้น
crunch
ถึงจะได้
time
ไป
that Enterprise are ahead. Whether it's heads up duels or whether it's
พี่
the
ว่ามันสู้
approach to
วิ
them.
สู้
Here
ลิควิด
we
ได้อะ
start with
ตรงเนี้ย
pannysgg finding one, but as soon as the wall
ทุก
goes
คนว่าไง
down,
คิดว่ามันสู้
you
วิด
see
สู้ลิควิด
that
ได้ไหม
there was no chance for Prox. There was no
มัน
chance
สู้ได้นะเว้ย
for Martin, and Hyber and Starzo are left.
เพราะว่าวิดกับลิควิดเจอ M8 ไม่ยังสะบักสะบอมเลย อันนี้คือตบ M8 แบบเป็นลูกเลยอะ
Tumbling with them.
Next round, a rifle round to deny Enterprise 12. And that's why Kunde Kunde is trying to time out his XIGL.
คือถ้าได้อ่ะแม่งเปอร์เซ็นต์ไปเซี่ยงไฮ้สูงจัดอะตอนนั้น แต่ว่าโจทย์มันยากกว่าทีมอื่นคือต้องเข้าชิงเท่านั้นแต่คือระบบทีมของความแม่นมันต้องแน่นมากกับมาตินเลยไม่ได้เล่นอ่ะเพราะมาตินเจอในลีกอ่ะยังมีโอกาสมีช่องให้มาตินได้เล่นนึกออกปะนี่ไม่เปิดโอกาสให้มาตินได้เล่นเลยนะถ้า EP ไม่เข้าชิงได้ก็ที่น่าเชียร์จัดอ่ะแม่งโอ้โหสตอรี่แม่ง
That's if they do lose it. Gentlemate's always got a chance. That's a good scan from the haunt. And a good scale at the same time. The paranoia ones from pannysgg and Gentlemate stopped at their tracks.
It's again an attempt to play towards Rubble, but it's given up by Enterprise. 4 players towards this side of the map, starting it out.
จริงๆอะเซนติเนลดีกว่าแต่สภาพ M8 ตอนนี้ต้องการมินิดูเอลไม่มีคนช่วยมาตินครับEnterprise FF ครับEnterprise ครับ Enterprise มันตบ FF มาก่อนแล้วมันชนะตอน FF อะตอนแรกชื่อรีบอร์นครับก่อนได้สปอนเซอร์เป็นไฟฟักครับมันชนะมาแล้ว
his individual skill as well, but it's Magnum he's up against, and he's denied him his life.
You spam with a vandal into a phantom through a smoke and
ปฏิเทคมันชอบสแตนด์อินอะไปลิควิดทีไปทีเอสทีครับผมไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันทำไม2 ทีมไม่ถึงไม่เซ็นเพราะว่ายิ่งตอนอยู่ทีเอสนะผลงานเป็นเพกมันโคตรดี
or it's going to be a 2-0 to the quote-unquote tier 2.
Well, it's 7 in a row, but if they lose this, it's 7 games in a row.
แม่งยิงแบบเป้าสเปรย์เป้าจับแบบ
champs. Yo! Why so easy? I'm not even standing up for you. It's not worth it.
Oh dear.
Oh, he's eviscerated them. It's an absolute massacre from pannysgg. As I said, he's being given it all day long. And it's got to be hard to sit across from that. Magnum spoke about their energy of mates now and how it feels different them across the stage, getting loud, getting activated. But, Cairo, it's been a while since I've seen that from them.
Yeah, I mean, Gentlemates are really struggling.
โคซี่ของจริงไม่เถียงเลยแม่งโหดมาก
We never see that. He's always up. He's always trying to G up the troops. At this point in time, Enterprise have Gentlemates locked in as there's players on the flank, cleared so deep, and Hyper needs to be careful. Well, he's seen the first of it, and it is Cozy, the raid boss, Lime here as well, but not even needed. So it's up to the players on this site. Enterprise retaking into this one with all the bodies that they need. Gentlemates need to be careful, but it's pots and pans, and they can't get anything cooking. The showstopper, though, creating a little bit of delay as the scale in towards tree works out. So do the singers. The pots and pans might have something as Gentlemates try to form a bit of resistance. Magnum and a 1 versus 2. Martin found only one more to get. As many is now in silent drop. Ultimate, not even gonna be of use. With the time gone, and Gentlemates managing to keep themselves alive around longer.
But listen, if this is your rallying cry, if this is your final stand, your best foot forward for 7 rounds in a row, and it starts like this, I'm not believing. I'm not buying it for quite a while. This was down to the wire.
วันที่14คู่แรกนะครับ
Already being low, down to 5 HP from that showstopper. He decides to
แต่ว่า13ก็มีทีมไทยแล้ว13-14มารอตู้แปซิฟิกแต่ละ
He's taken down immediately by this man Mini.
Yeah, I mean, one ultimate use, they don't get the value, but now they've got 4 into the next. So there's no way you lose this for
เหลือเชื่อทุกคนวันนี้
Oh no. Oh no. 6 in a row and it starts with literally
เป็นวันที่ดูแข่งวาโลแล้วงงที่สุดอะวันนี้แม่งเหลือเชื่อที่สุดแล้วจริงๆตั้งแต่ดูมาเนี่ย
the same result when they step towards A main. They've lost a player right off rip, and they've got nothing to show for it.
The scary thing about Enterprise is players who have had bad games previously are starting to have good games now. Be where Gentlemates try to finish, but look at the collapse on Enterprise. How quickly they've got the bodies in place.
แล้ว Steel Garden
The ultimates are going to be used.
แล้วซัดเลยครับโอ้โห
Be allowed to go there.
GG ว่ะแล้วไป C มี Sentinel รออยู่ดูดิ
And Hyper with 2 HP. Tier 2 is looking for another Tier 1 name to add to their kill list. As the road to Barcelona feels like it's gonna be Tier 2s at this moment in time. Enterprise kill another giant.
13-6, 2-0. A statement victory by Enterprise down on that stage. And indeed, the road to Barcelona looking shorter and easier as the wins stack on wins. For Gentlemates, it's back to the drawing board. Indeed, their road now long and full of peril.
ชอบใจสิ่งนี้ชอบใจ
Heretics, we've seen Fnatic, we've seen Gentlemates, we've seen some of the best rosters, some of the best performers individually like Martin, right?
Yes.
Martin drop into this lower bracket, and now it feels like there's more Tier 1 teams in that lower bracket than there is Tier 2 teams, which is something a lot of teams, or a lot of people, sorry, a lot of the community would never have thought.
Yeah, I think the way that the Tier 2 teams have stepped up here, we really have to start finding a different distinction, the non-partnership, because it looks like they are playing on, if not the same level, perhaps one above it. Who will be the one to cut them down to size, if any? Well, that's a story for another day. For now, they can celebrate a well-earned win.
Yeah, and for Gentlemates, there's questions about their performance levels. Why was this change needed? Bipple, was it a sense of desperation, trying everything they can to kickstart a run? But it feels like they've kickstarted their own demise at this point, Mitch.
Yeah, indeed, like we said, those changes always affect things in ways that aren't so easy to see. But things have changed for Enterprise.
เอาไปส่วนหรือเปล่าน้องแม็กถามก่อน
No longer as an underdog, no longer looked down upon. This squad may well be a Tier 1 squad in the future. For now, it's the end.
NRG ไม่แพ้วันนี้ถ้าแพ้ยุบทีม
Post-plan coming with Magnum and Pannysgg.
Thank you very much, guys. We talk a lot about how they have the youngest player to ever ace on a VCT stage in Kozi, but they also have the oldest in-game leader because it turns out Alluri is 50 years old, pannysgg.
That was crazy from me, but after that clutch, it was crazy from him.
NRG 2-0
stood up when he said that, and you kind of did something with your hands.
ต้องลาวว่ะวันนี้ลาว 2-1 ไปลาวแม่งน่าสวน
Kinda, but he's fine with it, you know. So we are not crossing any barrier. There is a bullying me.
โอเคทุกคนเจอกันนะครับเจอกันนะเดี๋ยวพรุ่งนี้มาเล่นเกมนะแต่ว่าสตรีมในซูปที่เดียวนะครับใครว่างไปเจอกันได้นะครับจะเล่นเกมใหม่ไอ้เกมอะไรวะเป็นมิสฟอร์เลย
So you can't really talk. How old are you
มีวอส
today?
ปาร์ตี้ที่มันอะไรวะ
25, closer to 50 than 0.
You're halfway there. You're kind.
วันอังคารไม่มีอ๋อเฮ้ยเดี๋ยวมาดูจีนนะครับผมเดี๋ยวถ้าว่างจะมาดูจีนนะแต่อาจจะมาช้าหน่อยจะมาดูแบบ 4-5 โมงนะจะมาดูจีนนะจันทร์อังคารนะครับจะมาดูจีนกันแต่ดูในซูปนะใครดูจีนก็ไปเจอกันได้นะครับจบแล้วครับพี่หมิงเทียร์ 2แล้วทีมเพย์ออฟทีมเรียกลูกกันโอ้ยเจอกันครับทุกคนทุกช่องทางปันดีครับปันดีครับพี่หมิงน้องเซเน็ต